Bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight. This planet calls out to be freed from the robots that enslave it. Choose where you will shatter its shackles.
Initiating FTL jump to the Vernon Wells system.
Yo, there is a $10 plan. It gives us 4 destinations of multi-stream.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Hasn't there always been?
No, we were playing a different one and we only got 3.
So the cheaper one is better?
Well, it's a gaming creator plan. So I guess they make a cheaper one for people who just do this kind of streaming? Because we're not doing... Because like the plans for Restream have a lot to do with like corporate operation.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it gives you co-producers, video looping, that kind of shit. 10 video slots for streams, pre-recorded streaming, that kind of shit. But the standard is $16 or $20 a month, and we get 3 channels. Does that also have the...
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
We don't want to be. The box.
Launch initiated.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldivers. Tagging location, northeast.
Found something. I'll take it. Sample collected.
Dropships!
Orbital inbound.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. Heavy, northeast, 50 meters. Mission at 10 minutes remaining. Bots, northeast. Marking location, north. Sending in an eagle. Calling in reinforcements!
Support weapon inbound. Ready to liberate. Mag's empty. New mag. Calling in orbital strike.
Outpost cleared.
Requesting sentry. Found something.
Objective located.
Box. Northeast.
Objective complete. Bots, southeast.
That's empty.
That's horseshit.
Calling in reinforcements.
Joining the fray.
Joining the fray. Get some! Get some!
Another step toward galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
Spot fabricator, east. 100 meters.
Outpost destroyed.
Throwing supply beacon. New mag.
Five minutes left. Liberty, speed your step, Helldiver.
Spot out. Heavy, on my position. Requesting orbital strike. Aces! Liberty save me! Mag's empty. You will never destroy our way of life!
Heavy!
That's called democracy! Found something!
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. Reinforcing! Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Democracy has landed. Found something! Spot. Spot. Throwing grenade!
Objective located. Northwest.
Calling in extraction!
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. Requesting air support! Orbital inbound!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. Requesting advanced weaponry! ETA T-minus 20 seconds. Firing orbital barrage, clear the area. Reinforcement budget depleted. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Launch countdown complete. We have to leave now. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Victory was never in doubt. Marking extraction point. East.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
This fucking post.
Mission accomplished, Helldiver. One small step for democracy. One giant leap in the death path of our enemies.
Wow. I can't even fucking, like... Can't even share it. I have to refresh this because it's being crackly.
Is that the strength of one person? No. It is the strength of all humanity.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Air quality.
Is anyone FBI to see why they spend so much time shooting Kurdish children, not running their air defense training drills? Well, look, I'll get into it once Jack's back.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Oh boy,
Engaging
your
orbital
boy
thrusters.
Bobbert's here. Level 17, love it. Love to see it. We got this.
Orbit synchronized.
Jack walk away, like, unmuted. Is that coming from
Allied
him?
destroyer has left squadron.
Oh no, not the little baby man.
Hellpod launch initiated.
History will remember your deeds this day.
That's empty.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying helicopter.
Come on.
Calling down a support weapon!
I swear to God.
Requesting sentry!
Audio's still shit. I can't do anything about it right now.
Request approved, deploying reinforcements.
Sending in an eagle!
Ready to liberate.
Requesting air support!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending down support weapon.
Hellbound. Dropping a pin. East. 100 meters.
Bot asset destroyed.
Bots. Northwest. Requesting advanced weaponry. Orbital inbound.
Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage
Requesting
incoming.
orbital.
Stand clear. Objective near your position.
Requesting air support. Calling down a sentry. Requesting orbital strike. Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Bot asset destroyed.
Get over the wall.
Objective located.
That was cold.
Got him.
In reinforcements.
Yeah, I have a second hoodie under here.
Request
And I was
approved.
still
Deploying reinforcements.
Highly recommend taking the
I
motorcycle.
do hear an echo.
Motorcycle gear, very important. It makes you not cold. Two hoodies.
There's an
Echo
echo
hoodie.
coming from you.
Yeah.
Or maybe my phone.
body is echoed by hoodie.
Calling in orbital strike.
And I was still cold. Peachy. Do you like the peach flavor?
Heavy. North. 50 meters.
I feel like it's very hit and miss.
Tagging location. Northeast. Danger. Requesting sentry.
All I want from the Iranians is for them to kill Netanyahu. That's
Orbital
it.
inbound.
Just do it. And then collapse. That'd be great.
Requesting air support. Requesting orbital strike.
tactical asset within range.
Sending in an eagle! Sending in an eagle!
What did I miss? What kind of geopolitical content? Why do I sound so quiet?
I don't know, you've sounded quiet for a while. Before you left, even. Jesus Christ, is there a fucking entrance to this fucking base?
Yeah, it's called a jetpack.
I have a bomb.
Get a jetpack. Strategically place a jetpack inside a base.
I've already been over this.
So you can drop a hell bomb.
I've already been over this.
Jetpack.
I
And
literally
then drop the
texted you
hell
this
bomb.
exact plan.
What, me drop a jetpack?
Requesting air support! Hell bomb armed! Clear the area! Calling down a
How do
sentry!
we feel about real estate agents?
Reinforcing!
Whatever.
Bot fabricator, north. Close.
I fucking hate real estate agents.
I don't really give him much thought.
They're fucking landlord equivalents.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Parasites.
Bot outpost
Profiting
spotted. Requesting orbital.
off the housing crisis through commission.
Calling down a support weapon.
Scum.
There's a cannon turret?
Calling in reinforcements!
Where was that at?
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray. Five. Northeast. Throwing grenade!
Orbital inbound!
New mag!
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Requesting tac pack.
You are.
How does the audio sound like shit for you?
Why are you on YouTube? For which audio?
Everything.
Sound about the same?
Like it's crackly as fuck.
I mean, yeah. That's how it
Okay,
always is.
so it sounds like shit for you too.
Maybe
Calling in
Restream's just
extraction.
having a bad day.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Extraction shuttle.
Yeah.
Reinforcements! Dropping a pin, northeast, 300 meters.
Normally I have to refresh it until it works. And then if I alt-tab too many times, it fucks up.
Requesting air support.
Yeah, walk into it. Idiots.
T minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Calling down a support weapon!
El bomb.
ETA T minus 1 minute.
They're so stupid. Look at this guy.
Pick one of them.
What's going on?
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Ouch.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Orbital inbound. This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Ah!
Freedom never sleeps!
Just stand right there. Thank you.
Reloading.
That was like some No Country for Old Men.
Reloading.
12.5 grand. 230. What a joke.
Requesting orbital strike.
No mag.
Requesting sentry. Box, southwest. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Liberty smiles upon your trial.
Damn, those wheels are sick. It's like this car is awesome. Right off from cosmetic damage.
All right.
Oh my god, is that a Supra? Oh my
Who's
god,
ready
it's a
for the news?
fucking Aerotop Supra. Holy shit. These are so rare.
Not Jack, apparently.
I'm waiting for you.
I said, who's ready for the news? You didn't say me. You said, look, Hot Wheels.
The real car.
I'm gonna play with my waist car.
Don't make me make my Lego.
Helldiver, the Super Destroyer is ready
Would
for your
people watch
next
a Lego
mission.
stream?
What are you doing standing around for? Go to watch later.
Bye. Let's start with this one.
And gals, me mood.
Coordinates
Wow.
locked.
I'll find the videos.
Hellpods prime.
Invite me, fucking.
Engage. synchronized.
Straight into... That one. That one.
Hellpod launch suspended.
Hellpod launch suspended. I want that big 30, baby. There we go. Bum 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 bum.
There you go. I told somebody to leave, and somebody did.
Okay. Flip. Coming.
Mutahar, and you know, ladies and gentlemen, I think the internet is absolutely going to die or collapse sometime this year, and I'm not being an alarmist about it, ladies and gentlemen. One thing that I was playing lately was Black Ops 2. You know, I thought it was Metal Gear Solid 2 that would actually predict the future, but it's actually Black Ops 2 that was the game that predicted the AI future. The AI and fake imagery and the fake news that people always like to talk about, it's pretty much a reality in this universe, right? And a lot of it comes from literally people using artificial...
I'm assuming
I put a bunch of stuff on watch later.
No, I know. I'm saying, what do you specifically want to touch on?
Iran.
Okay. I will touch Iran. Oh my god. They're still going with the Simone Biles thing.
Michaela Skinner joins me now. Michaela, thank you so much for being with us here today. I would love to ask you a little more about why you decided to post something. This seemed to be a fight between Riley and Simone on a much bigger and broader issue. But you put your statement out there, and I'm curious, what was the impetus?
Well, throughout my career, there's been many times where I have been belittled and bullied by Simone and have wanted to keep quiet for the other athletes. And there has been just many times through my Olympic journey and through camps, training, everything that we have gone through have been multiple times where she has come and belittled all of us, and I've wanted to stay silent through this.
Yeah, she's a fucking bitch. Get over it.
To have people speak up and stand by her side, and I have kept quiet to not make any more disruptions through the athletes of college. And
so I'm just gonna have a little squiz through her follow list on Twitter, and let's see what she follows.
Through the Olympics.
But what changed now? You thought that Simone weighing in on the transgender athlete debate and going after Riley,
she's a bitch.
Now you should no longer stay.
She's a bully.
No. You've got to get it right. She's a bitch. You got to get the but. She's a bitch.
Quiet about your experiences?
I think I say it fine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I stand by Riley and for the amazing way that she is helping athletes to fight for women.
God, shoes.
Now that I have a daughter, it really helps me to want to
now
stand
that I
by
have
Riley's
a daughter,
side because I want the future of women's gymnastics.
What are those eyebrows?
And women's sports in general.
You look like
fairness,
you look like
and
Maven.
that she is able to speak up and stand.
You're my favorite thing.
Bro, do me a favor.
This whole thing.
Do me a favor. Ready up.
I did, but it wasn't on the actual
initiated.
screen.
Okay.
My favorite thing that I saw from this whole thing was someone posted a video about It was Simone Biles and a male...
Delete a spot for your friend. I don't mind dropping and jumping in another group.
A male breakdancer doing breakdancing stuff, and then she comes in and tries it.
Literally
Probably
just
never
saw
done
that
it
as it started
before.
going down.
Right, and then they're like, imagine if a male gymnast went onto the floor to fight Simone Biles for the gold medal. She would win. That's not how gymnastics works, you fucking idiot.
Bro, tell me am I wrong? She looks like Maven with those eyebrows.
Yeah, a little bit. So, it doesn't seem like she follows any of, like, the chuds. But, like, clearly...
If the automatons can
she's buying into this fucking narrative.
Bro, I know you're dead. Why are you coming at me?
Stand for us to be able to have fairness in women's sports is amazing, and I am so grateful for it and for the future of my daughter and future women athletes.
Well, Michaela, you said in your statement, and you said with me here today, that for years you'd experienced what amounted to bullying. You said belittling you and other people around Simone Biles. And you gave the impression it happened on numerous occasions, camps. I'm assuming the Olympic team environment as well. Can you tell us a little more about that? What type of behavior are you describing?
Yeah, so one of the big incidents happened last year during the Olympic Games. I had multiple fans reach out that wanted me to go publicly live on a YouTube Live and to make a YouTube video commentating Olympic trials, just because I know gymnastics, I've been to the Olympics, and to share my experiences and the process that goes into it, and everybody had loved it. And then during my short 15-minute YouTube video, they had taken a clip from it and had twisted my words, and it had gone viral, and then the bullying...
Oh, so you're a racist piece of shit on a YouTube video? And then they took it and they were like, can you believe this bitch?
Into it throughout the Olympic Games.
This racist bitch?
Bullied. My publicist was also getting bullied, hateful threats,
We should probably find that video to see what she said.
Calling in reinforcements.
Have a little look.
For prosperity!
Comments and comments on my family and my daughter, and I had reached out to Simone personally and got no response from the girls. I had reached out to my fellow teammates and friends and got no responses from them as well.
Was this also happening when you were teammates with Simone?
Ah, fuck.
Yes, it did.
What's that? What happened when you were teammates with Simone? Belittling behavior?
Yes, multiple times throughout different moments in my career, and
sounds like you deserved it.
And it has been very hard and very difficult, and this is why I've wanted to speak out. Obviously, with the Olympics going on, that was a major experience that I went through and very difficult, and I want to continue to help cyberbullying come to an end.
Okay. All right, Michaela Skinner,
Wanna
thank you so
know how
much
to
for being
end
with us and sharing your
cyberbullying?
story here today.
Turn the phone
Hey,
off.
it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best.
Or you can stop being a cunt and you won't get cyberbullied.
Artificial intelligence all the time. Okay, it's AI generated slop everywhere. And it makes it so that believing anything you see on the internet is completely difficult. Now, of course, Black Ops 2 is a great game, and I thought maybe it would be fine if it was just a game, right? Back when I was younger, 2012 playing this game, I was like, it can't be reality, but it is. So one of the things that I saw, like a couple of years ago was actually this post. It was a Yahoo News article, and it said something pretty alarming. According to this Alexandra Garfinkel, back in 2020.
All right, it is Reddit, but I found something. A list of Michaela Skinner's indiscretions. racism, COVID, Twitter, bunch of stuff. As someone,
Rare sample acquired.
as somebody who's been passionate, I'm just
Calling in a hell bomb.
Michaela Skinner representing the United States as the Olympics. Besides the fact, Asian American person of color, comments Michaela made 2016 trials of the Olympics. Retweeting images of her face, photoshopped over Gabby Douglas, first African American champion, and racist emojis. Michaela proved time and time again that she is very much, in no simpler words, a racist. Ooh, a Tumblr post. It's over.
Objective near your position.
It's done.
Requesting orbital.
COVID-19, going out, partying, living their lives as normal. Michaela showcased that she cares for millions of people, how little she cares for millions of people, physically and financial consequences of the pandemic, but hundreds of thousands of people died of COVID. Ignoring all this, her execution, her mores were likely administered.
Requesting air support.
Mine!
We'll look into this.
23.
I'm actually interested.
One of the experts that they asked said, I think we might reach 90% of online content generated by AI by 2025. So this technology is exponential. I believe that the majority of digital content is going to start being produced by artificial intelligence. Now, of course, you know, this moment in time, like, I would probably think, oh, it's just a joke. It's like a ha-ha funny. But it's really not, okay? One of the most popular sets of videos that I found on a TikTok channel known as...
And that's why I always tell the fascists, you know, if you don't like me cyberbullying you,
Package acquired.
Stop being a fascist. Or turn the phone off. It really doesn't, you know, it doesn't really matter to me. As long as you stop being a fuckwit. You know? Hard tasks. Oh my god, that hurt. Whoop. Ow.
Dropping a pin.
Nobody opened this. Ow. Okay. War bonds. Just what I needed. Ammo. Come back here. Cool. Where we go? Hey, I see it now.
Dropping a pin.
Oh my god.
Rare sample acquired.
Orbital
Bye,
inbound.
bot. Running.
Known as Impossible AI. So they're pretty much honest with it. This channel sort of came into fruition a few days ago, I believe. Already got 136,000 followers. And if you're looking very carefully, each and every single one of these videos has received millions upon millions of views. And I think it was Charlie had actually mentioned it too, but there was even the most popular videos on YouTube. A lot of them are actually just AI videos that have basically been watched, I guess, by millions, if not hundreds of millions of people. So what do these videos kind of look like? Well, let's watch one in particular.
Calling in reinforcements.
I hate this. This is so clearly AI. Fuck this. I hate this.
Mag's empty.
You know, raw dog my ass,
Right in the dick.
Gentlemen, but I think I'm excited by ASMR stuff.
Shoot him in the dick.
ASMR is one of the most popular categories of videos on the internet.
Why?
And what you just saw here was ASMR glass fruit cutting, okay? So obviously these are not real fruits. They're not real at all. But it seems like for millions upon millions of users, they just love watching this shit. This strawberry one in particular got 21.3 million plays on TikTok. It's actually insane how viral this shit has gotten. So let's say they're part of like the TikTok fund. They definitely made, from what I understand, a pretty healthy penny off of a goddamn VO3 subscription that cost them like maybe $100, $200. I have to check the exact subscription price. But it's an insane return on investment. And you know, I don't know if like the people watching these videos are even human beings or not, but obviously even the creators like, yeah, it's AI generated stuff. And even though one person's like, I hate AI, I'm in love with AI ASMR. And of course, you know, you got one person who's like, don't stop, I'm close. It's like 88,000 nutters on this dude. It's crazy shit. Now, of course, it's not just this. Obviously, with AI now like replicating voice patterns and speech, you've even got Yeti Boo, which is an original Yeti blogger. So move aside, Bigfoot, you've got yourself an entire Yeti with almost 500,000 followers. I mean, if you think that the internet content creation pipeline is cooked at all, you don't know the half of it, okay? So listen to some of this shit. It's insane.
Greetings, interwebs.
I hate this.
It is
I hate it. Stop this.
Build a fire with
Die.
me and let's hear it crackle.
You know what? Don't stop. Oh, I'm close. But of course, you know, you ever watch that movie Planet of the Apes? It's like, you don't really even need to like hope for a sequel to that movie franchise. By the way, great movie franchise. But you can just basically ask VO3, you can ask like any of the big AIs, just make me more, just make me that Planet of the Apes sequel, okay? You can make like 1 million prompts, stitch that shit together, and boom, you've got yourself a banger video. In fact, why do we even have to talk about it? In fact, there's people who are making history visualized by AI on YouTube.
I hate this
I want
so
you to
much.
watch some of this, it's crazy.
All right, guys, we are headed to Troy right now. We've been trying for 10 years and we still can't get in. I'll let you guys know if anything happens. All right, quick update. The Trojans seriously locked it down. We're gonna regroup, figure something out. I'm gonna see if there's another way we can get in.
So I've been thinking it through. I was thinking if we hide in something and tell them it's a gift, they'll let us in. The only thing I have to figure out is what that something is.
You know, bro, honestly, like, when I was growing up, we learned about the Trojan horse in, like, history class and shit. But, nowadays, kids will probably learn it in like, a way where it's more accustomed to their Zoomer brains. I don't know if this is good or bad for learning, but holy goddamn shit, the future is absolutely cooked. If you thought, like, the whole fucking idea of, of going under the pyramids with all that AI swap footage was bad enough, you can absolutely generate even more accurate-looking underground pyramid exploration videos now with the power of a lot of these AIs out here. What's actually really insane is some of these like videos that I've seen AI generated of like big celebrities like Sydney Sweeney and like Drake teaching people how to do mathematics, and apparently it's gotten like 5 million views over like 2 days. So clearly people just consume the AI stuff. Now, obviously, from a consent perspective, I'm sure none of these people were interviewed about teaching math, okay? And while this is a noble pursuit, the thing that always freaks me out a little bit is how easy it's gotten to just get anybody to say whatever you want. Now, in part of this video, I played a clip that was actually entirely AI generated. And the way that I went to do this is I actually went to a third-party platform, signed up for a free account, fed it one little video, fed it not AI generated, but like an actual voice sample of me, and within like an hour it actually generated a 5-second clip for me to use in my video. Now I'm sure that content creators can probably figure out ways to use this to do some post fixes in their videos, but I would imagine that there's a lot of people that are willing to use this kind of content just to absolutely make people say things that they probably wouldn't be saying otherwise if it wasn't forced through artificial intelligence. There's a real problem with deep fakery, okay? And we're not even close to addressing or really even fixing it going forward. Yet this technology keeps rapidly advancing.
And the best
so there's a lot of people that are making AI content, and
the tech fash have secured 10 years of no regulation on AI. Very fucking cool.
Calling down the sentry.
That's the best part.
Obviously, a lot of these places are like AI mills that buy a subscription to these services. They constantly just like pump out 10, 20, 30 videos a day. One of my favorite YouTube channels, for instance, is something known as like Niles Red or Niles Blue. At least when it comes to YouTube Shorts, like I watch a lot of the YouTube Shorts, especially when it has to do with like explosive chemicals or like piranha solutions. Now, it's not so different from content like hydraulic presses. They used to really be all the rage back in like 2017, 2016, still is to this day. Now, obviously, here's the big thing, right? To make those videos back in the day, you had to, for instance, buy a fucking hydraulic press. Or in the case of Niles Red, you have to, you know, have a fun personality. You have to be able to purchase some of these chemicals and have the knowledge to put them together and show reactions. Now, going to the hydraulic press example, let's just say you're somebody who, you know, wants to make hydraulic press videos. So, are you going to go in the world and buy a hydraulic press? Let's look at the price. So, a 100-ton hydraulic press could cost you anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000, okay? And of course, anything more than that, maybe $20,000 to $50,000. Now, if I look up VO3 price, okay, for instance, if you look very carefully, it's apparently around $250 a month. Yeah. So I'm gonna let you do the fucking math over here. Would you rather put a crazy investment down, or would you just pay $250 a month? Man. Especially considering that it seems like even the
hydraulic presses are pretty fucking cool.
Freedom forever!
You can literally crush anything you want. Pretty awesome.
Audience doesn't give a shit about this. Now, this video isn't about like fake AI content. I don't think that's really all that matters. What starts to matter for me is the wildly illegal uses that this AI stuff is for. And so this is where it gets to a really scary point. Now, obviously, with some of this AI stuff, one of the things that I didn't really talk about, but I guess I should, is that back in 2024, a pedophile by the name of Justin Como ended up admitting to creating thousands of illegal images of children taken at an amusement park and at least one middle school using a version of an AI model Stable Diffusion, according to federal agents who presented the case to a group of law enforcement officials in Australia earlier this month.
Of course it was Australia.
Como has been indicted for a range of CSAM crimes in Florida, including allegations that he actually abused real people.
Is CSAM an American term as well?
Child sexual abuse material.
Okay, I was just making sure.
But he was not charged for something like AI CSAM production. Now, obviously, at the time, this was a little bit different. Now, there are actually people being hit. The point of it was that he went to a public place like Disneyland, where a bunch of children were walking around, had a video of them, or maybe photos, right? People sometimes take public photos or videos.
Alright. This is actually interesting. Is AI child porn acceptable or not?
Nope, not getting into it.
No, it's like
nope.
I think it's not acceptable.
You're not gonna vosh me.
No, I don't think it's
See how much louder I am compared to you?
I know. But like I don't think it's acceptable at all, but there's definitely gonna be an argument somewhere at some time.
Yeah, Vaush is making it.
Like there will definitely be something like this at some time. At some point, somebody's gonna do it, somebody's gonna say something, and people are gonna defend it.
You have accomplished liberty's will.
If it's based on real people, or because in general it is AI based on existing child porn, therefore it doesn't matter, I feel like that's the correct conclusion.
I'm not listening. I don't have an opinion.
Don't have an opinion. I'm just talking.
Sounds like Vosh shit.
Because AI needs to be dealt with, and this is going to be an eventuality that we will have to deal with. And it's going to be so much fun when people are making excuses for pedos.
I'm not a psychologist. Who threw that?
Me.
Oh.
in public environments. And sometimes it can be innocuous, like some...
That being said, it's probably already happened. Let's be real. If AI was ever going to become a thing,
I don't know enough about it.
Going to happen. But I'd have to look into it. Support weapon.
I'm good, not
Googling it. Some photographer wants to test their abilities on, live subjects, right? Or sometimes it can be really sick, disgusting stuff, like this individual using it for illegal purposes. Now, obviously, this is a huge problem, and it's one thing that I didn't want to walk away from this video and not at least mention.
It'll also be interesting to see how authorities deal with something like that. Because I kind of feel like authorities would almost try to make it acceptable to move it away from real stuff. And that's my worry.
One of the other things that I started seeing floating around was not just the illegal uses, but obviously when it came to like misinformation as well too.
Wait, is that who had art from that guy that got in trouble? I agree.
Mr. Beast.
I completely and
Vouch.
agree here. It should follow the same rules, but just because it's artificially generated shouldn't matter.
Mr. Beast.
No, the Shad man, the pedo guy.
Yeah, Mr. Beast.
It was Mr. Beast?
The Mr. Beast lady.
Ah, yes. Okay, that whole thing.
Mrs. Beast.
Mrs. Beast.
Requesting air support to the sky. Calling in extraction. Calling down fortification.
Fuck off, bot.
Calling down a support weapon.
I'm pretty sure you could do it on the first version of the Brock. That does not surprise me. At all.
A lot of the internet is now covered with AI nonsense, and if we're gonna go with the vector that like 90% of the content on the internet by this year alone is gonna be AI generated, I mean, when we talk about things like the dead internet theory, and I've talked about it like months ago, but the dead internet theory is not a theory. It's actually quite a reality. As you all know, year over year, a lot of internet traffic nowadays is starting to happen with like actual bots, or AIs, or synthetic actual traffic, as opposed to actual human beings engaging with the internet as it was initially designed.
Look at this guy trying to kill the turret.
When it comes to
this is why I want to move more to Discord and build the community a bit more, is so we can get the fuck out of the internet. Like,
by using the internet?
Well, sure. But I'm talking about like internet, not just connection. But I also think that if we were to utilize the Discord in a way, we could almost do like investigations through the Discord and try and figure out shit.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Discord harassment.
Well, sure, we could call it Discord harassment if you want.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
But it would be more like a news. We go through and look at all the sides. We look at the articles. People read articles. Streamline videos. Turn it into video production.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Maybe make it as like a pavement video. Oh, a tank.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Pelican 1 took out my sentry.
Enemy elite, northwest, 100 meters.
Get him, don't let him in! Kick him while he's down!
Videos and photos. This image that I saw coming out of like war like side of the internet's discussing actual warfare, was like an image of like what appeared to be an F-35 jet. Now, can you determine what the problem with this is?
I love this picture.
Honestly, I think this is a fucking Mossad op.
You reckon?
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
They tweeted it out first, being like, this is going around on Iran.
That's right, they did. It was like, oh, this is going around on...
I'm not saying they did, I'm just saying they're the ones who probably fucking put it out there to make Iran look goofy as fuck. Because, like, not even Pakistan would do something that silly, you know? And, like, Pakistan is no problem doing silly shit.
Did you see the B2? This is by far my favorite thing to come out of this whole thing. Tell me what's wrong with this picture.
Well, it's supposed to be in the air.
What about this one? What's wrong with this picture?
All these samples will fund upgrades to the Super Destroyer.
Did you know? I guess that's why, you know, that's why the B2s cost $1 billion. Because they're bigger than an entire airbase.
Well, it's in the air.
Literal
It's just forced
airbase.
perspective.
If you can't determine the problem with the images, look at the scale of the people, look at...
Also, look at the tailplane. That is not an F-35 tail. Not even close.
Look at the scale of the actual environment, and then just look at the scale of this F-35 jet. There is no fucking conceivable way, from my...
Also, the wings are much further back on the F-35. There is not that much tail space.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
The freedom of the galaxy remains in jeopardy. Let us join the fight.
So, we have a look. And, like, obviously it's fake, right? But, like, just the back end of it. Big, hard miss. Like, if you are... Even if you're, like, ignorant of what planes are like, and what this plane specifically looks like, you're not getting fooled by this. Surely. Surely people aren't that dumb. Like, look at the sheer difference between that and the actual image of the F-35. They just elongated it and made it massive. Put a chick in it and make her gay.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, engineers at Boeing, Raytheon, or whatever, that a jet should be that fucking big. I don't even think you can generate the fucking thrust to get that off the ground. I don't even know if that's
It's a blimp.
capable, which from my understanding, fighter jets
It's
kind
full of
are,
air.
okay? This is a blimp.
Well, that's what I said when I first retweeted it. I'm like, guys, breaking news. They shot down an F-35 blimp.
Blatant lie. But it didn't stop the
Keegan
lie from being shared around the world.
Dunlap,
Yep.
he posted a funny video about it. If you go to his like Twitter or Instagram. Speaking about Twitter or Instagram, I gotta go to the post that I stole. It was uploaded by somewhere else without credit, so I said, hey, this is mine to steal. This is mine now. I made this.
What was the video? It was on social media, not YouTube.
Keegan Dunlap, it's the F-35. It was on Twitter.
Okay, because it doesn't look like it's here.
Well, I'll
On
find it
YouTube.
if that's the case. Yeah, it's on Twitter. It was just a short.
I am kind of curious, now that we're stopped playing, I'm going to look a bit more into this Michaela chick to find out what she actually did.
Okay, check this out.
like, this baby motherfucker better not blow up by nuclear shit, or I'm gonna go loco on this bitch. And then he blows up all my nuclear shit, and I'm like, call my generals. And they tell me, they're all dead, sir. And I'm like, assemble the army. And they're like, they're dead too, sir. So then I'm like, launch the friggin' missiles. And they're like, sir, they're gone, sir. So I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, this baby motherfucker better not blow up by nuclear shit. Or I'm
It's so good. It's just like him. It's uncanny.
Helping athletes to fight for women. Now that I have a daughter, it really helps me to want to stand by Riley's side because I want the future of women's gymnastics and women's sports in general to have fairness.
Eyebrows.
And that she is able to speak up and stand for us to be able to have fairness in women's sport.
Riley Gaines came 7th and tied for 5th. If Leah Thomas never competed, she still would have come 5th.
That was a real video, by the way. You know what's great about this? You don't even need to lose to a trans person anymore.
No, you can just bitch about it. Like, the most recent thing that Riley Gaines did...
all this girl is doing is... Simone Biles is a bully. We know.
Yeah, we know. We don't care. Don't be a cunt. You won't get bullied.
Don't these people uphold Conor McGregor?
Something like that.
Hey, don't these people like Donald Trump?
I'm trying to find this specific video.
I love this.
That she released.
She now gets a platform and fame.
Mm-hmm.
Because Simone Biles was like, you're a racist hoe.
Well, has Simone Biles come back? Because if she goes online and bullies her, I will laugh.
I mean, that's what she's doing. That's what this girl is claiming. Is that back in the day Simone Biles was mean to her?
No, she's backing Riley Gaines by saying, yeah, she's a bully. I'm saying now, right now, as a response to her coming out and backing Riley Gaines, Simone Biles comes out and starts actively bullying her online. That would be funny.
I'm sure Simone Biles will say something.
I'm sure
because
she will.
She always does.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She faced criticism in 2016, sharing an altered photo of Gabby Douglas. Edited photo replaced her face with Skinner's, implying Skinner should have made the 2016 team instead of Douglas. Okay, she's a sore loser, just like Riley Gaines. This makes sense. Controversy intensified as she criticized work ethic of the 24 team, which was led by Simone Biles. She responded, and this Skinner woman apologized for her remarks. So it sounds like she's a notorious fucking whinger who's just taking this as an opportunity to get back into the spotlight because Simone Biles is a top 20 most decorated Olympian ever. And these people are losers. I'm glad we could figure that one out. What she said, I don't think really matters. We figured out what her problem is. She's a loser.
Yeah, but you said you found, like, allegations of racism.
Yeah, it's just from this video that I can't seem to find. Most of it comes from this sharing... Let me find the actual picture. Michaela Skinner, 2016 edited image.
This BB motherfucker better not blow up our nuclear shit.
Seems like the video has been deleted.
Well, it was Tumblr.
No, that was a different
Right?
post. Guess he got impatient.
Huh?
The guy left.
Oh, he left a while ago. I don't care.
Gabby Douglas picture.
Orbit synchronized.
Lol. That's funny.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
It's being crackly. Also, you keep fucking with it.
Talent in the depth just isn't like what it used to be. I just noticed, like, I mean, obviously a lot of girls don't work as hard. The girls just don't have the work ethic, like, and it's hard too because of safe sport. Like, coaches can't get on athletes and they have to be really careful what they say, which in some ways is really good, but at the same time, to get to where you need to be in gymnastics, you do have to be, I feel like, a little aggressive and a little intense, because I feel like, you know, Russia's not going to be there, so they don't have to have the stress of Russia. And then what other teams really are there? I mean, there's a lot of teams that have gotten better and have gotten stronger, but...
So, yeah, it really just seems like she's a sore loser that keeps whinging because she lost. And now she's a washed-up Olympian. It doesn't seem... like it's much else. This might be the picture.
This BB motherfucker better not blow up our nuclear shit. Where are our generals?
So I think this might have been it, but maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to find.
Allied destroyer
exactly
has joined
what the fuck is
squadron.
happening.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Let's keep looking. Yep, so it seems like that might be the picture.
Ready up.
Launch initiated.
I think we can safely just say that she's a sore loser. Just like
especially in war TikTok, where misinformation is actually a fucking serious problem. Misinformation can lead to serious actual implications. Like, people are walking around believing everything that they see, even though the generation of AI video assets and audio assets have become so routine and easy that even if you don't have access to these subscription services, but you're sitting on hardware, you can generate this stuff at the comfort of your own home. Now, even in this video alone, in the first, like, what, 10 seconds, I used an AI asset generation tool in order to create, like, a commentary, like, splice of me talking. Now, I'm sure if, you know, I'm probably going to wager that 99.9% of you guys figured out that it was actually AI. Because it fails to capture my actual, like, vocal implications or anything of that nature. But I feel like if you had me on a second monitor, you probably wouldn't care all that much. And that's where I'm thinking a lot of the actual AI-generated stuff you're about to see in the next couple months, maybe the next year, is headed to, okay? Right now, some of the most popular creators in the world are people like Asmongold and whatnot. And it's not really going to be that difficult to replace people like that or talking heads, even me, let's be completely honest, with an AI that can absolutely talk or distribute whatever kind of information anybody wants within seconds. It takes me hours to put a video together, right? To, like, talk about something, to have an interest in something, to edit it together. It takes an AI one prompt and just the ability for it to generate on a cloud of different servers, all to do the same, right? If you're talking about internet content being replaced by synthetic stuff as opposed to real creators, it's just
my fingers were in the wrong place.
That obviously,
yeah, just stand right there, please, Berserker.
Put the same level of content, regardless of how, like, you know, easy their content is to make or how difficult it is, when all it takes is an AI a prompt and maybe a few minutes to a few hours at best. But to go back to this clip, right? What's scary about this is obviously one actual senator from the Philippines, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, actually ended up sharing this around thinking that it was real. And obviously, there were some points that were called out. For instance, the license plate on this rickshaw didn't make any sense. The logo on this kid's shirt didn't make any sense. That sign in the back didn't make any sense. And what the fuck is going on with this rickshaw over here? Obviously, there are tells. But not enough for the average person to start getting. Like, it used to be funny when we were laughing at Will Smith eating spaghetti, because obviously I think even a blind person could have told that one apart. But not when it comes to stuff like this. So again, the reason why I wanted to have this range of conversation is not to talk about the over AI generation of the internet. That's a problem that's going to happen regardless of whether you want it to happen or not. But the problem is when, like, misinformation or actual politicians share around crazy shit. Now, we live in crazy times right now. There's a lot of war going on everywhere. And I'm sure, like many of you who are my age, I'm sure you always are inundated with posts on social media where there's, like, a new missile attack somewhere or, like, a new war crime happening somewhere. And it's kind of disgusting, in my opinion, to almost question everything, right? Like, not that questioning everything is bad, but every time you see a tragedy on the internet, you have to wonder, is this even real footage? Is this AI generated? Like, how do I even tell what's real and what isn't? That's the scary part about it. Even if you extrapolate it, like, to get really scary, I don't even think that any of you guys watching my videos are real. I don't even think any interaction that I'm having online for the last couple months is actually even real anymore. I really do think that, you know, if there was a case to be made that the entire internet has been replaced by fake interactions and bots and AIs and engagement farmers from parts of the world that we're never going to see or never even going to hear about, yeah, this is where it's at, man. I mean, that's the internet. You know, back in the day, before the era of social media, I really felt like the people that I talked to on, you know, MIRC, the people that I engaged with on forums were real individuals, right? Even when it comes to platforms like Twitter, right, which introduced revenue sharing, Elon Musk actually put a group of 8 people out of Hanoi in Vietnam into a lawsuit because they programmatically posted computer-generated content to a network of inauthentic X profiles set up using stolen identities to engage in coordinated platform manipulation. So again, these people were basically abusing the Twitter, like, payout system to basically earn a crazy wage where they live. But it's not just these guys that you have to worry about. Half the people that I've seen on the platform that are constantly rage baiting, engagement farming, there's a pretty good chance that the person that claims to be from the United States is probably some random guy from a village in India where
We're not
earning
going to get it
$100
because
on
nobody
X
rushed the
is
jammer.
better than finding any regular job in their area. And all they really do is
It's
benefit
over.
off of misinforming or making people just angry for the sake of it. And again, this AI stuff can either be used for, again, innocuous purposes like making AI ASMR, all the way to the most evil ends, where we've seen people utilizing AI to generate, like, of course, CSAM or actual illegal content. Now you might be like, man, maybe these AI companies will put in safeguards, right, Muda, so that we can't generate illegal shit. That's not even true. There are companies like Tencent that have basically released their entire AI models like Hunyuan Video literally out for the world to try. So you see all these AI videos that are generated and they look pretty damn good. I'm sure some of these types of AI videos will probably end up making it into Hollywood or like on YouTube. And the thing is, it's completely available for you to try right now on your
too
computer.
late.
And you want to know
The
how
convoy's
I know?
gone.
It's because I've done it. Now I'm not going to guide you through the exact ways on how to do this, but literally on a tool known as Comfy UI, I was able to absolutely download a few models off the internet completely for free. So if you go over here, you can browse tons of templates. So you can browse things like video generation. So you can use WAN. You can use that, which Hunyuan Video right over here. You can even engage, from what I understand, I think BO2 is actually on here at some point. I have to exactly find it. But there's plenty of these video models
There's a
available.
literal jammer
There's
on
tons
top
of
of it.
image generation models that are available.
Yeah, it's a scrambler.
And of course, obviously, there's upscaling stuff. And the thing is, with these video models, the scary part is you can actually customize these open source models to remove the safeguards off of them. And then you can use these to generate AI videos completely locally. So for instance, it took me 488 seconds to make this 5-second clip on my 4090. So to show you what it looks like, alright, I'm going to hit play right over here, and it's not terribly impressive, but again, it's just a skyline that's drifting. And mind you, this is without connecting to a server. This is literally just generated on my actual local hardware. When I fed it a prompt like a whale flying through a nebula while in space covered in flames, it generated this image right over here, a video. Now obviously this does not look like a fucking proper whale. I don't know what's going on with the eyes, but for local generation, it's actually not too terribly bad. Obviously it required several minutes for this to happen on a 4090, so you can imagine why AI is kind of locked behind a lot of these big companies through like these web clients, because typically you'll need a pretty strong system to generate any kind of video, especially videos that are as good as the AI ASMR. That costs a lot of money to generate.
Did what I could.
And it's insane how much money that we as a society are burning on AI stuff right now. Not even just the money, but just the environmental nonsense associated with it too. There's a great game on Steam that I was playing called Face Miner that was a pretty good accurate understanding of like how bad AI can be down the future. It's a game where you make a lot of money by having an AI automate through like facial scanning, and in order to make things better down the road, you have to purchase more invasive hardware. You have to purchase more heavy hardware. You have to buy better like energy production capabilities. You have to find a way to offset your carbon footprint. And eventually, at the end, the Earth burns to a fucking crisp, because ultimately we're just using this software not necessarily to better our life in any capacity, but just to do dog shit like this and basically consume resources with no real tangible benefit. And to go back to that model, Hunyuan Video, what you can also do with it is Hunyuan Video Avatar, where you literally can absolutely run these avatar level generations on, of course, local GPUs with only 10 gigabytes of VRAM. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached a point where, you know, if the stuff you're seeing that's super impressive behind BO3, eventually down the road, that'll be open source to the hardware we have today. And realistically, that'll open up the floodgates even more. It's not a matter of do we shut down AI and like maybe find a way around it. You absolutely can't shut down anything, okay? This is not a Pandora's box that I think even companies like ChatGPT, or sorry, OpenAI in that case, or Google, or anybody expected. Everyone in the world, especially the biggest tech companies, are producing AI models at an unprecedented rate. And those AI models, whether they're facing some level of model collapse down the road, or whether they're inbreeding to a point because they've ate through so much human data, that maybe it's not going to be easy to keep things going the less and less humans there are generating data for these AIs to constantly consume and learn from, right? And of course, there's always talks about synthetic training data, but without any human beings, these AIs don't really do anything on their own. They're not there to innovate or think on their own. They're just basically regurgitating what human beings are individually creating through their own actual sentient creativity. But to go back to this, downloading software like this, where you can basically generate avatar like human beings talking, and you can give them certain emotions, and you can take the safeguards off here and basically create any kind of stuff, makes it that trusting any material going forward is just not possible anymore, guys. I really do think that the internet is at a point where collapse is definitely not off the table. You know, I talked about things like
it's walking right into the barrage.
Sustainability of the internet. But the more and more you have people creating constant AI slop like this just to engagement farm and produce money off the internet is going to be the ultimate death knell. There's going to be a point where we're not going to have enough bandwidth to just constantly have people shitting out 40 to 50 videos or like pieces of content a day and flooding every single website. Ironically speaking, the only way away from this kind of disgusting like internet future that we have is probably the dark web. You know, the last bastion of real, true anonymity and actual human freedom. Where at least if the interactions aren't as high as something like YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, at least, you know, when I'm interacting with at least 100 people on there, it really feels like they're real individuals. I mean, how often do you communicate with an actual person on the internet, right? You know, a couple like years ago, I was looking at one project a YouTuber made where they made a AI out of 4chan, right? Like they took 4chan data, basically fed it into a chatbot, trained it, and unleashed that onto 4chan. And 4chaners thought that they were actually arguing with somebody real. You know, when it came to projects like Reddit recently, and I talked about this, there were entire Reddit forums that were infiltrated by a university where people were discussing with an actual AI on r/changemyview. And nobody knew this until the very end. It was a serious breach of ethics. And again, it makes you wonder if every single person you're talking to on the internet is actually real. Am I real? Are you real? What is actually real anymore? I really feel like the internet has gone from this place where human beings have connected to where artificial intelligences have basically taken over, and any communication that we're actually legitimately having is very fleeting. Okay, I don't think we're ever actually talking to a real human being in most cases. I don't even know if anybody in the comment section to this video is a real person. I don't even know if anybody viewing is a real person anymore. It's just crazy. It really is. That's how good this stuff has gotten. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, for the real ones that are watching, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, am out.
Hey guys, how are you? Hi. Guys, I'm very sorry there'll be no show today. I'm having a little bit of trouble with Extreme Zoom. The Extreme Zoom feature on Adobe Premiere keeps activating, so I'm not going to be able to... Oh, god damn it. There it goes again, man.
Last night, Israel launched precision military strikes on Iran.
I'm doing the news. I'm doing the news. Okay.
Iran, taking out their top military leadership,
right, man, you got
as well as their nuclear capabilities and several of their top nuclear
Oh, that's right, guys. It's world destruction. Your life ain't nothing.
That's the news.
All this kind of stuff is going on right here. Today we'll be looking at some of our finest / stupidest, people say, not me. Today we'll be looking at some of our wackiest newsmen. They go like this. Let's get an update on this absolute disaster from some of the worst possible sources we can find. Back to you. We'll be right back.
I don't care.
You better, man.
Was it like less than 3% of U.S. trade goes through this route?
Care more, man.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't think the U.S. should be involved, and I think Trump will take a massive hit to his approval rating if he does get the U.S. involved in a war with Iran. And that's why I say it's quite possible.
Too late.
That Trump, he's acting like we're not involved because he knows his base opposes it. Now get this, Trump also is in favor of amnesty. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Right,
He
you
said,
were
"We
wrong
can't
on that one.
fight workers. We gotta keep up. And I'm like, nope, don't care. I don't know, man. I wonder why. I wonder if this is why so many people actually liked the character Rorschach in Watchmen. It's because he was uncompromising.
How do you say that?
Right. Kind of silly to be uncompromising, like I always am. I'm a reformer, not a revolutionary. But that famous scene at the end of the book where he says the people must know the truth, never compromise, not even in the face of Armageddon. And then Dr. Mann goes and blows him up.
Right.
And that's the challenge. That's the challenge. Question I have for you guys.
So yeah, if you're having a hard time understanding what's going on, if you're a little kid out there watching this,
go to bed.
First of all, go to bed. But second of all, if you're having a hard time understanding this, now I think it's pretty clear. It's like when Rorschach was like in that jail and he was like, hey, everyone shut the hell up. Remember Rorschach from The Watchmen? He was like, hey, shut up, you morons, or whatever he said. It's like that. Okay? So now you get it. You know, I'm Tim Pool. I've been coming on this channel. Oh, this guy, Trump, he's different than all these other presidents. He's not going to do any more wars or whatever. Now Tim Pool's like, you know, I don't know. Just remember, it's like Rorschach from The Watchmen. It's also a lot like Daredevil, in a way. You know, how exactly? I'm not sure. You know, they're still figuring that one out, but it is. It's like Gambit, too. It's like Wolverine. We'll be right back.
and I will say tonight, I want to say to every one of your viewers, please, if you're a person of faith,
I am.
Pray for Israel. Pray for Jerusalem tonight.
I don't have time.
And let me say also, pray for U.S. servicemen and women
in
the Middle East, in harm's way. And I want to give a message to the Ayatollah right now.
Whoa!
If you strike at America, if you attack our military bases, if you kill one single American serviceman or women, nobody. I have every confidence that President Trump will respond with overwhelming force.
It's weird.
That's the message the Ayatollah needs.
Oh my God, this guy means business.
This guy means business, man.
Whoa! Oh my God, that's a tough guy right there, okay? If you're out there watching this and you're like, whoa, what was that? I never seen anything like that. That's what we call a certified. He has a certification, fully certified badass right there. This guy's a badass. His name's Ted. This guy's a badass. Where I live in Texas, the power went out a couple of years ago for a long time, and he was like, I'm getting the hell out of here. So he did not give a...
He did do that.
I don't know what I'm allowed to say on YouTube. He does not give a shit, man. Oh, man. This guy's a true badass. He will go on vacation if things get a little, you know, if things get a little dicey, he's out of there, okay? And this is kind of crazy. This is Fox News. 3 days ago, 1 million views. Whoa! That's 1 million views.
For one day.
Well, 3.
For one day.
Okay, fine, 1. Oh, check that jersey. Okay, sorry. Let's check these comments.
Holy shit.
I'm 54 years old. Okay, nobody asked. And I've been hearing for 30 years plus that Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb. Here we are in 2025 and they're 2 weeks away from a bomb, okay? For 30 years they've been saying they're a week away. Iran has been weeks away for years. Wow, this is Fox News. Politicians are happy to send others to wars that they start. Whoa, weapons of mass destruction. It's so old it's new. Okay, people are not buying this. For the last 50 years I've been hearing them say they're weeks away. I pray for peace. Iran has a right to defend themselves. Okay, all right. What's going on here, man? They don't get that guy's a badass?
What the hell is going on with these comments, man?
This guy, this super cool guy just went full Rorschach on everybody's ass.
That chance.
That scene in Watchmen when Rorschach was in jail and he said, hey, you all shut the hell up. I'm trying to sleep.
What did he say?
That actually is kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting that from the Fox News audience / comments. They're like, no.
No more of this crap.
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, Republican from Oklahoma, joins me.
Mark Wayne. I'm here with Mark Wayne Mullen. So is it Mark or Wayne? Have you made a decision yet? I'm leaning toward Mark, but Wayne's pretty cool. I still don't know. Just both for now. You gotta make a decision, Mark Wayne.
Oh, stay together. We'll do them both
Senator,
together.
What should America's
They're wave
position be in
defenses.
Mr. Senator, what
You need
is
the
wrong
whole
with
team.
you? Okay, go ahead.
Well, we should give Israel all the support they need as far as for weaponry, and at the same time make it very clear to the Iranian regime, if they harm one hair of an American or American asset, drastically weakened.
Okay, Mark,
they
you
don't
gotta
have
shut
a
up,
way
man.
to defend themselves at this point.
Let that other guy talk.
MAGA Republicans don't like and don't want to support Israel because they don't want a forever war.
Right.
I take it you oppose that point of view. So let me go a bit further.
Hey, shut up, Mark. Mark, that guy's not done talking. Okay, anyway. Wow, 466K views on this in 2 days.
For one day.
Right. Same kind of pattern in the comments here. All the people rooting for war are not even going to be fighting. Shaking my head. Hey, man, you stabilize that head. We do not want to fight a war for Israel. I still want to see the Epstein files. Okay, you're on the wrong video, man. You gotta watch the video. America needs to stay out of this. America should stay out of this. Warmonger. No more war. Whoa. I like this one because it's clearly like a translated thing here. He can't fix the country, but the stupid congressmen and Trump can go for trouble around the world. I get what you're saying, man. I mean, these comments, it's like, this is Fox News. Cutting
Shoot this
funds
guy.
from public and
Shoot
using
this
it for
guy.
war. U.S. biggest jokers. American government is just like a born bully, intoxicated with war. Okay, that's too many laughing, crying faces, man.
I do want to ask you here about the targeting of the various sites and what we know about Iran's nuclear capabilities and more specifically, the location of those capabilities.
I'm here with
Hassan Parker,
who claims that
videos aren't real.
Go ahead, man.
Well, at least what we know, and nobody should be completely confident we know everything, was that they had...
Just shut up, man. Okay, this is John Bolton. He's a guy that nobody likes. Everybody hates this guy, but they keep him on the media
It is
all
true.
the time. But
Nobody does like
comments
him.
were surprisingly positive to this guy. This guy who never met a war that he didn't like. Check this out. They're pretty positive. This man is horrible. Shame on you, Bloomberg. What a warmongering piece of shit. Hey, that's one of our foremost, guys who goes on TV, man. He's a top-tier servant of Satan.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Stop feeding us propaganda and give us facts. I remember the Iraq War. Too much propaganda, then leave empty-handed. Okay. People love this, man. Stop lying. Please stop digging up this guy. He is clueless. Bolton is so happy he loves wars.
Hey,
what a warmonger. Oh my god. Hey, give that guy a break, man. Okay, YouTube, I believe I might have made this up, but I think this is real. YouTube does a thing called Comment of the Week, and this is Comment of the Week. Mr. Bolton is an old wacko. Should shut up. Mr. Bolton is an old
pendejo.
Also, he's
weird. Oh man, guys,
I say this on my podcast a lot. When I have Theo Vaughn on or Ari Shafir or whatever, I'm like, man, we're so divided, man. We got to come together and have discussions, okay? And people are really coming together on this. People are really falling into line, supporting this crap. They're like, hey, shut the hell up. Hey, like every news story, they're doing the same kind of thing with this. Hey, let's get out some old creep who loves wars. And you look at the comments, they're going, shut up, morons. So there you go, everybody on every side. The Fox News meemaws and peepaws are like, whoa, I don't like that. These meemaws and peepaws, they're in the comments, they're going, hey, shut the hell up. They're saying you go to hell in the comments. But I wanted to look at the newsman. My favorite newsman of YouTube. Oh my god, he is getting views. 200,000 views. Whoa, he's getting a lot of views, but I wanted to go to the past. I like this guy. He's a hilarious newsman because he makes all these predictions and stuff. Check this out. This is pretty good.
I can now say in the past couple of years, he has done a tremendous job of bringing about peace agreements.
Yes.
Of course, the cynical press use these peace agreements as just cynical and transactional.
Easy,
and
man.
I personally take offense to that because, listen, I don't care how you get it done. Donald Trump is getting it done. Many of these countries said they would never recognize Israel, and now Sudan is on board, and Trump has announced
I can't shoot him. I have an anti-tank.
5 more countries want to get on board
can only
with
shoot him by killing
normalizing
you.
relations with Israel. I'm just going to say it.
Okay.
At this pace, if Trump gets another 4 years, heaven help us, we might actually see peace in the Middle East. That for me is an excellent reason
Also, I want to add one more thing, which is...
Look at my penis.
No, man. What does that have to do with anything? I don't see how that's connected, honestly, man. But you're my newsman, so I trust it.
With now, I think is what? 4th historic peace agreement?
Oh my God,
Just
peace in the Middle
after
East, man.
this debate.
Hey,
I got him.
Hey, he brought peace, man.
I am so overwhelmed with hope and joy.
We gotta calm down,
I want
man.
to see more of this.
I don't know.
Perhaps I've got a chip on my shoulder about what they did for the past 20 years.
Whoa!
People have lost their lives.
Okay.
And now it seems like under Trump, it is starting to come into focus some kind of peace. That was their justification. The media with their lies, with the weapons of mass destruction that weren't there. And we got to live through that.
Right.
And Trump gets to end it. I will not send Joe Biden back into that office to make it...
It's kind of fun. This is kind of
Joe
fun.
Biden.
Catch this guy. He's an easy guy to make fun of, you know. But he has been saying this this was a couple years ago. He's been saying this for years, you know. He's like, oh man, that's sick.
Oh, this is old?
You know, invading some country preemptively is dragging us into all these wars. But this guy that I like, he's changing all this stuff that all these people have been doing. He's changing it. This is different, man. This guy's gonna create peace. No more of this crap.
10
peace
hours?
in the Middle East, and
10
finally,
hours old.
last but not least, peace in the Middle East, and last but not least,
Look at my penis.
okay, let's go ahead and cut to today. Oh no!
Israeli official says Trump's warnings to Netanyahu not to attack, as well as stories of Israeli officials flying to the U.S. and PM taking a short vacation, were put out to fool the regime. Now, I don't know how much of that is true, but with Trump saying we know everything, it sounds like that may have been the case. That the U.S. was basically saying, no, we want to negotiate with you. Considering Trump's the one who killed the nuclear deal, him saying I want to negotiate you, it's plausible. And the reason why they're keeping this from the American people is that Trump knows his base is largely anti-intervention and doesn't want to be involved in this.
I just
It's entirely possible. Trump was trying to maintain the posture of we don't want to be involved in this conflict. Getting those stories out to Iran thought the attack would not happen.
Okay, so that's kind of interesting from my newsman here.
Hey, by the way, shut up.
If there's a lot of people out there that are like, hey, this guy's not a good source of news. Shut up, man. I need to learn about the world and get commentary on it, and this is where I go, and if you don't like it, you go straight to hell.
Pendejo.
Okay? You get one of these. But that's kind of funny. I don't know. But, you know, that's kind of interesting. He's like, oh, man, you know, there's been all these stupid people creating all this endless war.
What's going on in here?
Finally, there's somebody. I support this guy. I'm promoting this guy on my channel. He's going to end all this crap. Cut to like a year later. He's lying. He was lying. He was lying, and by the way, it's all the same crap, and he's totally funding
There's still a rocket
and arming
sentry
all
over
this
here.
crap.
Oh, and it's
he
gone.
said he wasn't, and that was a lie. Okay.
Oh, is that
hey,
my rocket sentry? Ow.
Stop.
It was.
He's a newsman. He's a noble newsman.
It might have run out.
So he's gonna tie
No, I saw that it was there, and then it
What, this
immediately got blasted
yesterday.
by something.
So I'm not all about that.
Okay.
So I'd say this.
Right.
Israel, whatever. Israel's at war. I don't care. I care as much about their war as I...
Wait a second. Wait a second. What was that?
Israel's at war. I don't care. I care as much about their war as I do about...
Okay, that's a pretty good apology. You go, look, I don't know, and then you go like this. Whatever that noise was.
But why are we the principal world police?
Right.
See, that's a big difference.
I thought that was...
Why are we constantly intervening in all the...
I thought you said we fixed this. What happened, man? And then you went like this. Remember, whatever that noise was, you were going like this. You gotta cut that out. Hire an editor, man. You gotta hire an editor to cut out that and this.
Now listen, my friends.
Okay. I'm listening.
I'm not so naive.
Okay.
I understand.
No more hey, I'll listen, but no more weird mouth noises, please.
There is no sitting back and letting the world just happen.
Okay.
Because bad people will get power. And it's not even necessarily about bad people. Other people will get power. And we know what happens when people have power. They wield it in disgusting ways. Not always, but there's a tendency towards it.
Okay, you
the
said
argument
that
is we should...
You said that wasn't going to happen. But okay. And then you did one of these.
Have the power because it's better we have it than somebody else.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Man, you know, I take a look at Uruguay. Uruguay, that's how they pronounce it. Uruguay. We say Uruguay. They say Uruguay.
Okay, got it. Okay, this doesn't sound like much of an apology, but now I know how to pronounce Uruguay.
So this is the sickness, the addiction.
Right.
Nobody wants to give up.
I thought you said that was over.
Nobody wants to stop. Okay. They want what they want, and they'll fight to the bitter end to get it.
Okay.
Well, here we go.
Meaning what? Meaning what?
It's hard to know.
You all right?
What the right thing is. Everybody thinks they have the answers. Be it,
I have the answer.
we want to minimize death, we want maximization of progress, we want stronger economies. Everybody has a different end goal.
Don't worry, I'm here to save the day.
There are evil people out there seeking to do evil things.
Right.
And I can just say this.
You like that.
If you want U.S. involvement in Iran, then you need to be honest with the American people about why. Okay. But the reality is, I think the American people would largely reject it.
Right. And They'd say, and I'm sorry that I fell for it. And I'm sorry that I fell for all this. Okay, go ahead.
The world into going to war, Iran and going to war with the U.S. The U.S. go to war with Iran. You know, it's like your bitchy ex-girlfriend at the bar, and she's like, "Oh, you don't say nothing to me. My boyfriend could kick your ass." And the guy's like, "Oh yeah, where's your boyfriend?" And you're like, "Dude, stop."
Hey, don't talk about my ex-girlfriend like that. She was doing a little bit of it at bars. That's true, but that's none of your business. Okay, go ahead.
I don't want to get into a fight. That's basically what's happening. I'm not interested. I don't know about the rest of you. If Israel wants to do what it wants to do, it's like any other nation that's going to bomb whoever they want.
With our support, right.
Whatever, man. They're going to call me pro-Israel. They're going to call me anti-Israel. They're going to call me isolationist.
Stupid.
I don't care about your cause. I really don't.
Okay.
Whatever, man. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Stay tuned. We got more coming up for you today, and we will see you.
Clean that one all up. Thank you. I did smash.
All right. The two sides
little guy.
Israel from drone and missile strikes launched by Iran. The two sides trading more attacks overnight as that conflict continues to escalate. Jennifer Griffin, live from the Pentagon, brings us up to speed from her post now. And Jennifer, hello.
Hi, Bill. The Israelis, using American-made F-35 stealth fighter jets, did in less than 4 days something that the Russian Air Force has been incapable of doing in Ukraine for 3.5 years. It established air superiority. That means Israeli non-stealth F-15 and F-16 fighter jets can now carry out airstrikes and hunt down the mobile ballistic missile launchers that are terrorizing Israeli cities. 2 U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers, the USS Sullivans and USS Arleigh Burke in the eastern Mediterranean, have been shooting down Iranian missiles aimed at Israel. The Navy has ordered the USS Thomas Hudner for backup, along with a 4th Navy destroyer. And we have now learned the aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Nimitz, on its final sea voyage will deploy from the Pacific. Deeply symbolic, since it was the Nimitz deployed in 1980 and its...
everyone's like, they're gonna false flag the Nimitz. See that?
Bag's empty.
Which is just so
I didn't.
fucking dumb.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting fortifications. Reloading. Northwest, 50 meters. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
Watch out. Tag him if you see him.
I don't see them. Got something.
Got him. Got him.
Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle.
Okay.
Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital
Yeah, get him, Rocket Sentry.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Calling in reinforcements. Sending out an SOS.
Requesting orbital strike.
Man, the rocket sentry fucked up that.
5 minutes remaining.
shield
I repeat,
there.
5 minutes remaining.
Calling down fortifications.
Fuck! I shot my own emplacement. I killed the tank though, so that's all that matters. Whatever.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
Tagging map. East. Far. New mag.
So certain enemies, especially like the bots, for example, the Factory Strider, it has different health pools, right? So like, you have to, they don't all go to the main health pool. There's only a certain amount of, so like for limb damage, there's only a certain amount of limb damage you can take as a Helldiver. It only goes 75% of your main health pool, or something like that. But the enemies like that too. And the Berserker, one of the reasons why they're so hard to kill is because each area is a different health pool. So as long as you hit them in the same spot multiple times, you'll take them down easy.
Tagging location.
But that's why also like the Uzi fucks them up. Because it just hits all those health pools.
90-meter throw. 80 fucking meter throw. What a yeet.
Marking location. North.
I am stratagem god. Oh.
Requesting air support. Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital strike. Sending in an eagle.
Requesting sentry.
Big boomba. No, my rocket sentry.
Requesting fortifications.
Rocket dev, how dare you? Ah!
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Heavy. Northeast. Close. Found something.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting advanced weaponry. 1, I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Oh my god, I just lost all the samples.
That's called greed.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You know, that's why all the fables warn against greed.
Smiles upon your trail.
Bro, we took down a fucking convoy and then every fucking base on that map.
Yeah.
And the one guy is level fucking 19? No way that's true. That's gotta be a glitch. I don't know what level the other guy was who ended up... But if he's so low level, explains why nobody rushed the jammer when I said rush the jammer. Like, I'm great at getting into shit and dropping hell bombs. So I figured, I said rush the jammer. They'll rush the jammer, I'll take out both these gunship towers.
They did not.
Yes, they did not rush the jammers, correct.
Welcome back. Well done.
Thank you.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
You gonna hit play or do anything or what?
I'm dealing with money issues right now. Give me a minute.
Okay, hit play on the video.
It's helicopters that were part of the failed U.S. effort to rescue the American hostages held at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. The U.S. has been in a shadow war against Iran ever since. Israel may not be able to reach the parts of Iran's nuclear program that are buried inside mountains and underground without U.S. help. U.S. B-2 bombers are the only air asset that can drop the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. Only the U.S. has them. When pressed on whether Trump had denied any military requests like the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs delivered by those B-2 bombers needed to hit Iran's deeply buried nuclear sites, Netanyahu deflected, saying it was President Trump's decision. Quote, "I trust his judgment completely." That from Brett Baer's exclusive interview with the Israeli Prime Minister yesterday. Bill?
Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer Griffin, the Pentagon, thank you. Dana?
And for more on all of this, we do have that special report anchor, Brett Baer, with us. And Brett, just as we were talking in the last few minutes, there is a new exclusive report from the Wall Street Journal that says this: a battered Iran signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel and negotiate as long as the United States stays out of the fight. This is just developing now. Let's get your take on it, since you are quite up to speed.
Yeah, good morning, Bill and Dana. I asked Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday about the Iran foreign minister talking to reporters, saying if Israel stops attacking, we will stop counterattacking and get to the table, suggesting that they were coming to the table. This is what the Iran foreign minister said, with a deal that possibly America would see as acceptable. The Prime Minister said that is essentially BS. He said that's just not true. It's a bunch of hogwash, in his words, that when they were coming to the table, he cited the Supreme Leader saying death to America, death to Israel, as that was happening. So I think there's a lot of skepticism about this outreach. That said, President Trump has said he does want to get back to the table if they're serious about agreeing to dismantlement.
Yeah, a couple things here. It struck me what General Keane was arguing a moment ago when I asked specifically about that. The president of Israel, Herzog, was with Dana and me about half an hour ago. Fordow is apparently the most fortified nuclear site in the entire country of Iran. So far as we can tell, it's hard to reach. Half a mile buried beneath rock inside of a mountain. Here is President Herzog on the question of going nuclear in real time.
Are you going to Gluck him? Gluck, gluck, gluck.
Can they fuel a bomb amidst this war on day 4 already?
Gluck.
As far as I know, I don't think it's feasible. I think that would be a very dangerous development. We are trying with all our might and capabilities.
He literally sounds like
our heroic fighters and pilots
the evil
to make
scientist.
sure that they don't get there, but rather that we delay, postpone, undermine their capability of getting to the bomb.
I don't want to get too far ahead of this, but Keene's argument is the United States has to use bunker buster bombs now to take out this facility. Otherwise, the Arab region looks at you and says, what was this war all about? In a year or two, you get to fortify that center yet again. Did Netanyahu go there with you?
I went many times to try to get that answer. I have heard privately that the ask has happened, but not the response. I don't know what the response is. Prime Minister Netanyahu wouldn't get that specific. It is true that the B-2 bomber is the only thing that can carry the 30,000-pound MOP, the massive ordnance penetrator, the bunker buster that can get into the half-mile deep mountain lair, if you will, of Fordow. And then Isfahan is another facility that's buried deeply and where enriched uranium is stored. So the Iranians have a couple of facilities that only U.S. technology could get to, and the real question is whether President Trump will decide that that's worth it now, and that's where this hinges.
You know, Russia apparently, according to wires, wants to be seen as a peacemaker in this situation, saying that it could help communicate between Israel and Iran, and yet it doesn't seem to want to be a peacemaker in its own region. You have President Trump in Canada today with the G7. They're likely to talk about Israel, and Zelensky is going to be in Canada as well. And I wonder how Russia fits into all of this.
Yeah, that's a great question, Dan. I mean, the fact that President Trump had this call with President Putin and Putin volunteering to get in the middle of Israel and Iran as this peacekeeping role, and yet won't sit at the table with Zelensky to bring the end to the current war that they are fighting is pretty ironic. I think the G7 is going to be pretty loud and boisterous, and a lot of other leaders are going to make their feelings clear about both of these operations.
Good to work with Netanyahu.
Yeah, Putin is like, I'll get in there.
Thank you, Brad. We'll see you at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host
Fuck off, Emily. Eat my whole ass.
World's most expensive pile of rubble, and their top military brass were given a one-way ticket to meet their 72 versions just a little earlier than expected. President Trump's reaction to all of this was peak Trump, bigly by all accounts. After spending weeks supposedly asking Benjamin Netanyahu to wait for diplomatic talks, President Trump winked at Bibi like Catherine Hahn on WandaVision. And then Bibi proceeded to unleash Mossad, the Israeli Air Force, and apparently Jewish space lasers. The result, Iran's...
For people who really don't like Disney, apparently, they certainly love Disney.
Oh, Ben loves Disney. That's the issue. He likes it when it was horrifying and turned children into donkeys.
Iran's top military brass, including a General Hossein Salami, that's his name, ended up as the deli meat he was named after. He started off the day looking like this, and ended the day looking like this.
Oh, you're so
Please
funny.
keep him away from dairy. And his name wasn't his most humiliating L. Literally the day before he was transformed into an ex-general,
Hey, Ben. How much do you win when people made videos of Hamas specifically liquidating Israeli soldiers. Did you have a whinge?
Salami told the public that Iran was, quote, fully ready for any scenario. Well, Israel did find a scenario he was not ready for. And wait until he gets to the afterlife and finds out what truly awaits him. A Diddy White Party. And President Trump's response, even more on brand. A Truth Social post that basically said,
Cringe.
well, I warned them this would happen, but they didn't listen, so now they're all dead.
Suck his dick harder.
TTYL. President Trump spent a week telling everyone he wanted a diplomatic solution and that attacking Iran might blow up the nuclear negotiations, and then Bibi said, hold my Manischewitz, and proceeded to turn Iran's military leadership into the three hitchhikers at the end of the haunted mansion.
Beware of hitchhiking
Like
ghosts.
the ride? The ride?
Within hours, Trump was on social media threatening the next attacks would be even more brutal. Now, as you know, I'm generally not an advocate of the 4D chess theory of President Trump. But guys, this looks like Magnus Carlsen playing Bill Gates.
Oh my god.
Does it though?
The most revealing moment came during Trump's Thursday press briefing, just hours before Operation Rising Lion. When he was asked about potential Israeli strikes, Trump ominously said, there are several people in leadership that will not be coming back to the negotiating table. At the time, reporters assumed he meant Iran might walk away from talks, leaving because they were unwilling to find common ground. But now we know he was talking about them leaving for a different mortal plane. It's the equivalent of telling your kid, family dog, move to a farm. He'll be fine, Timmy. Lots of room to run there. Visit him? No. Sorry. The farm does not allow visitors.
Turn around.
Want to go get a new dog
Turn
today?
around, Mr. Turn.
Now, unsurprisingly, Iran did not find all of this super funny. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, practically went on live TV, shaking his fist and pulling at his handlebar mustache like a cartoon villain, vowing severe punishment for Israel's crimes. Then, within a few hours, Iran launched over 100 armed drones straight toward Israel in retaliation, which has to be the worst DoorDash order ever. But the retaliation was about as effective as a condom on Nick Cannon. The Iron Dome intercepted the drones with the efficiency of a Jewish mother, forcing you to put on a jacket on your way out the door. Even the Iranians had to admit their defense was about as effective as the Florida Panthers in overtime. Netanyahu, meanwhile, announced that the operation would continue for as many days as it takes, which is coincidentally what J-Lo has said about all of her marriages. And both operations leave wreckage in their wake. So now we sit and wait, anticipating the next big move from Israel. I suggest you sit back and watch the fireworks, because if we know anything about us Jews, Friday nights are a party. Yes, I am. Week 2 of Pride Month has come to a close, and there are only 35 and another coveted free agent, musical prodigy Billie Eilish. The Grammy winner made the switch official when pictures were taken of her kissing a new boyfriend, a man named Nat Wolff, this past week on an Italian balcony. Shockingly, this is the first recorded photograph of Billie Eilish in which she doesn't look absolutely miserable. Nature is healing. Her hair is...
Fuck off.
Fox News alert, Donald Trump leaving the G7 early and returning to Washington, where he's requesting the National Security Council be prepared in the Situation Room after a deadly weekend in the Middle East. In Israel, 24 fatalities.
Fucking anti-war president, baby.
The death count even higher in Iran, 224 dead and counting. Iran retaliating by firing over 370 missiles at the Jewish state, but Israel's hitting back harder.
Whoa! Dropping a pin. Northwest. On my position.
Overnight, Iranian missiles struck an Israeli oil refinery and a power grid. This morning, a state TV outlet in Tehran was bombed during a live broadcast.
آنچه که ملاحظه کردید صدایی که شنیدید
Classic Israel.
فضای غبارآلوده استادیوم
Rare sample acquired.
Tel Aviv is claiming full aerial superiority over Iranian airspace. They downed 2 Iranian fighter jets today after top Iranian military officials were taken out Friday. Israel says they've already destroyed a third of Iran's missile launchers, and nuclear sites are getting pummeled so badly that residents are being warned of radiation spills. The IDF is warning that Iran will pay the price, and they've scheduled this campaign.
Bro, I fought a whole Hulk,
the plan is to degrade
a
the Iranian
gunship,
nuclear program, and destroy their ballistic missile stockpiles. The mullahs are getting battered, and they don't have the military capacity to trade endless missile strikes.
It's going down now.
They need a breather, and are crossing their fingers that we don't provide the bunker busters that could
and then I'll hit
eliminate
the
their nuke
gunship
sites
factory
deep
next to it
underground.
if this guy isn't
So they're
already
begging
doing
Trump to come back to the negotiation table, hoping that the U.S. doesn't get involved militarily, and that Netanyahu will take his finger off the
I will in a second.
Trump signaling that he'd prefer a deal over death.
Have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
Democrats call Trump the taco president, a.k.a. Trump always chickens out. But he gave the Iranians a deadline for a deal, and they missed the deadline. So he let Netanyahu go at him.
Oh, that was a different jammer he just took out. Okay, so bro, now we're about to light off another hell bomb here.
The whole world witnessed that. That sends a strong message
Boom.
everywhere.
Another one
Even
going.
trade.
Now I'm going for the gunship.
Lost leverage. They're at their weakest point in decades. Israel's neutralized their proxies, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Assad in Syria. The Iranians don't have much of a navy. Their air force is ancient.
Hamas isn't an Iranian agent.
And their armies sitting
Not
ducks if they
necessarily.
cross the border on foot into Iraq. They can't project power.
Yeah,
The only
I mean,
thing
it's just
keeping
like
the Ayatollah alive is his
to
nuclear
think of,
program.
like
And
when we
he's
say
clinging on to
U.S.
it
backed,
so
it
that he
doesn't
doesn't
mean
get
the U.S.
Gaddafi.
runs
You
that
were not.
group either.
Gaddafi gave up his nuclear program, and then Barack, Hillary, and the
But
Europeans
he's
killed him anyway.
Not using it
Trump
like
says
that.
it's very simple.
Oh, I know.
See no nuclear weapons.
We knew they were
in
that
Iran,
that
and
they were
we're
gonna
well on our way
fucking
to
go down
making
this
sure that
path
happens.
when they started trying to link them to
America
October
can't let
7th
Iran
right out the
acquire
way.
a nuclear weapon. Or any other country. Americans can't get blackmailed by rogue states. And stopping the spread of nuclear weapons
Israel
has been
is the
American
rogue
policy.
state,
Stop
you
him.
moron.
Trump originally put Netanyahu on ice
And this
and
fucking
told him
idiot
not
claims to be a
strike.
journalist.
But NBC reports Trump had a change of heart after the International Atomic Energy Agency said Iran was cheating. 47 didn't want to be the president on whose watch it was able to obtain a nuclear weapon. So the Pentagon started to quietly move resources to the region, deploying reconnaissance aircraft to conduct surveillance and provide intelligence to Israel. Moved anti-drone and anti-missile systems from Ukraine to the Middle East. A carrier strike group from the Pacific to the Eastern Mediterranean, and they're assisting Israel with refueling flights. We're helping Israel intercept Iranian strikes and defending American soldiers and assets in the region.
Requesting sentry.
So you were closely coordinating with the U.S. throughout this process?
Look, we're fully coordinated, but understand that America, under President Trump, will make the decisions that are best for America.
Why the fuck is American news media
that's the way it is. He
interviewing
understands that
fucking
I, as the Prime
Netanyahu?
Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state,
Fuck this
must
guy.
make the decisions
The
that
one
are
and
important
only
for the
Jewish
survival
state.
of my country,
What
and
an
he will do what
asshole.
is best for America. That is a relationship of mutual respect and mutual confidence.
Israel has its own agenda. They're looking out for their own interests. And sometimes those interests align with ours, and sometimes they don't. Israel isn't interested in talks with Iran. Netanyahu called the nuclear negotiations between
There was a
Tehran and
supply pit
Washington
right there.
fake. Trump
But I was literally
disagrees.
out of everything.
He'd rather negotiate a settlement than settle it with airstrikes. Israel wants regime change. Reports
Bro,
say
we
Trump told
crushed them.
Netanyahu no when they asked to assassinate Iran's supreme leader Khamenei. Officials say, have the Iranians killed an American yet? No. Until they do, we're not even talking about going after the political leadership. Bibi says Iran tried to kill Trump.
Requesting sentry.
These people who chant death to America, try to assassinate President Trump twice. You want these people to have nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to your cities?
I love that.
Yeah. So we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending the world.
You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
I tried to quit smoking.
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him.
Well, we know Iran tried to kill Trump, but we never knew roots and crooks were Iranian proxies.
You idiot.
Either Netanyahu just shared intelligence that hasn't been shared with
let's
the
have a
American
campfire
people,
around this bomb.
Remember, there's always propaganda when missiles are flying. And as critical as it is,
fuck it, I'll take a
Iran
laser cannon.
Nuclear weapon,
since it's here.
We've seen the risks of regime change. What comes next is the question.
I can call down a sniper
Iran's
if I
a
die,
theocracy. You can take out the Ayatollah, but there's still 30,000 radical clerics.
That's a statue.
You can't kill them all. So who takes over after a decapitation strike? Someone even more dangerous? Does the country disintegrate into militia infighting? Do insurgents take over the oil sector? Do jihadists pour in from all over the world and force Iranian refugees to pour out? And then who takes them? Israel doesn't have to manage that chaos. That'll fall to the United States. We've overthrown Iranian leaders before.
So you're telling me that Israel...
Whoa. Jesse.
Going to increase migration to the US, and you guys are pro-Israel.
You might as well jump back 30 seconds, because he followed that up with something even more wild.
And radical clerics. You can't kill them all. So who takes over after a decapitation strike? Someone even more dangerous?
Sending in an eagle.
Does the country disintegrate into militia infighting?
Better just nuke them, I guess.
Do insurgents take over the oil sector? Do jihadists pour in from all over the world and force Iranian refugees to pour out? And then who takes them? Israel doesn't have to manage that chaos. That'll fall to the United States. We've overthrown Iranian leaders before. We installed the Shah, and he was a great ally against the Soviets.
No, we
kept the oil flowing, but he was so
we definitely did not overthrow Iranian leaders.
Fundamentalists took over.
These guys are fucking
Their paramilitary groups laid siege to the region, and they started enriching uranium. It's who we're dealing with now. You never really know what happens after you topple a leader. You'd rather have ships sailing from Europe to the Indian Ocean without any trouble. So far, oil prices haven't spiked too much. Oil in the 60s, it's what's kept inflation at bay.
That Hulk was completely disabled by the laser cannon.
There's two
I nailed him first try.
To tell you how this conflict's going to play out. If the Israelis start targeting Iranian oil refineries, that could tell you regime change could be next, because a domestic energy crisis will turn the streets against Iranian leadership. And also look for whether bunker busters will be used. Israel has them, but they don't go as deep as the American ones. And if the U.S. delivers them to Israel or uses them ourselves,
Guns going out.
That'll cripple the only card Iranians have left.
I did
and
get
could lead to the Iranians lashing out wildly in a last-ditch effort to preserve their power. Or it could force them to sign a settlement where they swear off enrichment.
Oh, there's only one core in this laser cannon.
For inspections so invasive that it makes it almost impossible for the regime to retain legitimacy and hurts their ability to control their own population, which is their main goal.
I'm in liquid.
You could have a revolution, or anything could happen. This is a fast-moving story. Trump just posted on Truth Social.
There goes the super
Everyone
samples.
should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Gone?
This country elected
they knocked
President
me into
Trump
the
because
liquid.
They trust him as commander-in-chief more than they trusted Joe Biden, and much more than they would have trusted Kamala Harris. One of the reasons he won the
all
Republican
because I picked up that
primary
laser cannon
was because he called the Iraq War dumb. But Trump has also shown his willingness to take strong and decisive action to eliminate foreign threats.
Okay,
So
I'm
far,
going
the
to try
risks
and
to
get
American
the samples.
soldiers have been minimal, and we hope it stays that way. Because if we can achieve a peaceful solution to the Iranian issue, the rest of the president's Mideast agenda falls into place. The Abraham Accords, low energy prices, free shipping lanes, and an AI market that relies on U.S. tech. We can then finally pivot to Asia and back here to the homeland to confront more immediate challenges. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Defend Israel from drone and missile strikes launched by Iran. The two sides trading more attacks overnight as that conflict continues.
Look,
to
rare
escalate.
samples are more
Jennifer
important
Griffin
anyway.
live from the Pentagon.
You need
brings
way
us
more
up to
rares
speed
than
from
supers.
Her post now. And Jennifer, hello.
Hi, Bill. The Israelis using American-made F-35 stealth fighter jets did in less than 4 days something that the Russian Air Force has been incapable of doing in Ukraine for 3.5 years. It established air superiority. That means Israeli non-stealth F-15 and F-16 fighter jets can now carry out airstrikes and hunt down the mobile ballistic missile launchers that are
also,
terrorizing
Israel
Israeli
said
cities.
Russia is a cuck.
Two U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers, the USS Sullivans and USS Arleigh Burke,
Is this a
in the
Gatling
eastern
sentry?
Mediterranean, have been shooting
rocket.
down
That's what I
Iranian
meant to
missiles
say.
aimed at Israel. The Navy has ordered the USS Thomas Hudner for backup, along with a fourth Navy destroyer. And we have now learned
trying to cover
the
you.
aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Nimitz, on its final sea voyage will deploy from the Pacific. Deeply symbolic, since it was the
away from where it should be, because nobody told me, hey, don't touch it. Very cool. Oh, look, now he fucking does it. Fucking useless.
Injury? What injury? Calling down supplies.
Normally one person does do the objective.
Yeah, well, when it's like this, it should be two people.
Normally what I
Nimitz
do is,
deployed in
if
1980
I'm on the
and its
terminal,
helicopters.
I'll wait and see what it comes up with the alignment. Then I'll run and do the tower. And sometimes, if I'm lucky, someone will run over to the terminal while I'm aligning the tower.
You have accomplished liberty's will. Extract at your discretion.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Activating jump pad. Dropping item. Calling in extraction. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
That were part of the failed U.S. effort to rescue the American hostages held at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. The U.S. has been in a shadow.
Dude, the fucking Fox News people, they're in such denial. Like, it's so obvious that they're bought out and paid by fucking Israel, or at least, like, Murdoch is so beholden to Israel for whatever fucking reason. And this is the result.
Shadow war against Iran ever since. Israel may not be able to reach the parts of Iran's nuclear program that are buried inside mountains and underground without U.S. help. U.S. B-2 bombers are the only air asset that can drop the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. Only the U.S. has them when pressed on whether Trump had denied.
How about America just, like, stops giving weapons to Israel and lets them fight their own fucking war. If they think they're so tough,
my thing is just like, you know, it's simple. Like, you gotta pay for it.
Well, that too.
Like, if whatever they buy, they can kill whatever babies they want. Okay? But if we're giving out weapons, there's gotta be fucking conditions.
I mean, look at Ukraine. They literally got told that they couldn't defend themselves, and they had to buy weapons.
Don't stand up.
Why the fuck is Israel not paying? Why are they getting gifts from America?
If you stand up, I will kill you. Okay, time to leave.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Almost killed me.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Use stem. It worked.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Can I do another? Hell yeah. Crank him. Shoot me up, daddy.
Didn't work for me.
We're Fox News. We're fucking idiots.
The Twitter title is great. Games and news. What more could you want?
Twitter? Did you make tweets? I didn't.
Twitch. No, I didn't.
I'm just gonna say, talking Israel, Iran.
Well, I will change the title, and I can Israel v. Iran, and put the topic at the start of the Twitch. Current topic: Israel v. Iran. Games and news. What more could you want?
Now that is what I call a profitable use of resources.
This lady cares about nothing but
resources. Drum mag. Hell yeah.
Drum mag for what?
Lib pen. Let's see if it fucks up. It crashed.
Did you equip it?
No, I've accidentally discarded it and went to a different one and tried to go there.
Yep. You gotta equip it. Or it'll get ya.
Fix it, cunts.
Any military requests like the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs delivered by those B-2 bombers needed to hit Iran's deeply buried nuclear sites. Netanyahu deflected, saying it was President Trump's decision. Quote, "I trust his judgment completely." That from Brett Baer's exclusive interview with the Israeli Prime Minister yesterday. Bill?
Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer Griffin, The Pentagon. Thank you. Dana?
And for more on all of this, we do have that special report anchor, Brett Baer, with us. And Brett, just as we were talking in the last few minutes, there is a new exclusive report from the Wall Street Journal that says this: a battered Iran signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel and negotiate as long as the United States stays out of the fight. This is just developing now. Let's get your take on it, since you are quite up to speed.
If America enters directly, Iran should attack America. Not because it's going to be effective, because America needs to feel repercussions for its fucking around. Mostly there. Outside of that, whatever. I don't care. Wipe them out. Get fucking rid of the Islamic Republic. Fucking everyone is better off. You know, just make sure while you're collapsing and you're expending all your military, you're blowing your load, you get Netanyahu. That's it. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. And forever, the Islamic Republic will be able to romanticize its history and deny the femicide. Like, all you need to do is show that Iran is willing to hit the United States. It won't end well for you.
Mission coordinates locked.
But, you know, someone's got to do it. And you're already failing.
Engaging
So, might as
orbital
well be.
thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Yes. That's a perfect way to do something like that. You don't necessarily need to hit them directly. Although it would be funny. You're 100% correct. Like, all they need to do is play on Trump's rhetoric, and if Iran can get their information networks to start talking about how Trump is not trying to stop Israel from starting wars, in fact they're actually giving them more bombs to help them wage their war, you could turn his base on him and maybe even get him to cut Israel out completely. He doesn't really seem to be so dead set on Israeli support like Biden was. Like, if his base starts turning, because that's how fascists work, they just need to do whatever's popular. He will probably pull support, but my worry is the people around him. Trump might not want to support it, but the people around him might convince him to. That's my only concern. Because I don't think he's smart enough to pull him out of it. But there could be others inside who are like, your base is turning. You need to stop. You need to end this. Maybe you can just do another military parade. Project that strength.
Alright, we're ready. It's just a blitz.
Okay.
In and outie.
Mm-hmm. Way I like it.
I'm bringing a robot. I'm bringing a backpack bomb. I'm bringing a big laser.
Invite me. It says you're full.
Liars.
No. Fuck off. Oh my god. Chris Hedges.
Welcome to this Q&A.
Why does he look like that?
I suspect a lot of this will be dominated by the war between Israel and Iran.
That's how ghouls look.
I am already bored.
It is deep into the overnight hours in Israel and Iran, well into a night of more strikes and counterstrikes by each on the other. And just moments ago, a senior Iranian official threatened to target the regional bases of any country that defends Israel, which, of course, the United States already is. In just the last several hours, air raid sirens have sounded in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and reportedly in the southern Israeli city of Eilat, followed a short time ago by the all clear. CNN's Orton Lieberman was on the air in the middle of it.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
It's so funny that it warps you to the pod.
Do you want to cover the hypersonic claims?
What? I'm not a missile expert.
Orbit synchronized.
So what?
I don't know anything about hypersonic missiles or claims of them.
Yeah, that's what we do here. We find out.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you know about them, you can go ahead.
Well, I know that claims are being made that they're using hypersonic missiles.
I mean, I've seen those atmospheric interceptions that are fucking cool as shit.
Yeah, because I've been seeing footage of missiles flying very low, and from what I understand about hypersonic missiles, they don't enter the atmosphere, they fly low, and they were boogieing. So maybe
there's different types of hypersonics.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure, which is why I wanted to find people talking about that if it is there, because that's interesting. If this is the first actual use of hypersonic missiles, very cool. And from Iran too. Who saw that coming?
Northeast.
Artillery.
Yeah. Like the hypersonic is simply traveling. Like it's hypersonic to the target to avoid having to shoot it into space, I believe is why they are a thing. Ow.
Can't res you, too close to jammer.
Yeah, don't res.
Tactical asset within threat range.
Oh, he already did.
You're too late, you fools.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Ready delivery.
Was that me that killed you?
Yes. So there's blue beams that you're putting red beams onto.
I'm just trying to take out this turret.
I got it.
That's empty.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
See, drone's got it.
I was shooting it the whole time.
Yes, so were we, and the drones were hitting it.
What drone?
My drone.
Oh. Fair enough. Alright, I'll be back.
And we just saw a launch right behind us.
In Iran, air defenses around Tehran have gone active. It seems like that one Iranian official's promise of a, quote, dark night ahead for Israel is coming to pass, or at least a tense and difficult one, as is this from Israel's prime minister.
More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
Benjamin Netanyahu leveled that threat in the middle of earlier missile strikes by Iran on Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and elsewhere. Much of it was blunted by Israeli and American air defenses, all of which followed Israel's audacious strike on Iranian nuclear targets. Nuclear scientists and some of the country's top military commanders overnight involving some 200 jets and hitting more than 100 targets so far, according to the IDF. Now, some of it was carried out, according to Israeli intelligence, from a drone base set up inside Iran, which is a remarkable feat given the repressive surveillance state Iran has long been. Now, what you're seeing is some Mossad video of some of that activity. The operation was designed, they say, to take out air defenses and hit air bases before Iranians could shoot down Israeli Air Force planes or scrambled interceptors. However, it was accomplished. The first strike decapitated Iran's military leadership, at least 4 top military leaders. The commander of the elite Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the head of the Armed Forces, General Staff, the Revolutionary Guard's Aerospace Forces Chief. Iran also says 6 top nuclear scientists were killed, including the man you see here who once led Iran's atomic energy organization. As for the nuclear facilities targeted, Iran is minimizing the damage done. However, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency told the UN Security Council today that Israel managed to destroy the above-ground uranium enrichment plant in Natanz and says Iranian authorities have notified the IAEA that facilities at Fordo and Isfahan were also hit. Now, earlier today, President Trump weighed in with 2 social media postings on the as yet unproductive U.S.-Iranian nuclear talks in a post that also offers Iran an off-ramp if they make a deal. Quoting now from the president, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. Another post an hour earlier was darker, with the president warning, quote, Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left. Joining me right now, CNN's Jerusalem Bureau Chief, Oren Lieberman. Oren, what are you seeing, hearing at this hour? What's the latest here?
Well, Anderson, it's worth pointing out that this is pretty much the 24-hour mark from where this all started during your show yesterday as we hopped on air at the beginning of the first wave of Israeli strikes. That has very much continued, according to Iranian state media, with more strikes in and around Tehran occurring just a short time ago. Meanwhile, we have seen just a short time ago from this very spot a third wave of incoming Iranian ballistic missiles that once again essentially sent off red alerts across the country.
And knowing that you can't really do anything. Like, that's so funny.
And once again, forced many Israelis and many citizens into bomb shelters here. We even saw interceptors launched right behind us, saw what appeared to be intercepts and certainly heard perhaps 10, a dozen, or maybe even more intercepts in the skies behind us. Those incredibly loud, thunderous booms can be heard for miles, saw falling shrapnel, with both Israel and Iran essentially promising one another and vowing to the wider world that this isn't over yet. Perhaps it is just beginning here as we see more strikes from Israel carried out in Iran, and Iran promising to carry out more ballistic missile launches against Israel. We saw that begin with drone attacks much earlier in the day, but now Iran promising there will be more ballistic missile strikes to make sure that Israelis don't have a quiet night, and that's very much what we have seen playing out over the course of the past several hours here. According to Israel's emergency responders, 7 injured in the latest round of Iranian attacks. But again, Anderson, this could very well just be the beginning. Even if it's not ground troops fighting, it is very much an air war here.
And Oren, I just want to be clear, because we're showing video from earlier today. When was the last time there was incoming from Iran to Israel, hitting either taken out by Iron Dome or actually hitting on the ground, whether it be Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or elsewhere?
I think it was just about an hour and a half ago. It is 3:05 local time here. It was right around 1:15 local time, maybe a little after that red alarm and red alert sirens went off, not only in Jerusalem, but we could hear them throughout the surrounding area. And we saw interceptors fired off behind us and saw incoming as well.
We mentioned the threat from Iran to target regional assets belonging to any countries that help Israel. Interesting, because last night the initial statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, which was the first statement we heard from the administration, was essentially pointing out that the U.S. was not aware of this, not involved in it. Clearly, that posture seems to have changed now. What more do you know about what the threat is coming from Iran right now about hitting other regional partners?
Well, the U.S. statement was it seemed very carefully worded that the U.S. had not taken part in the offensive side of this. Israel was acting on its own, but we know, having talked to U.S. officials, that the U.S. was very much helping Israel on the defensive side. Once there was incoming, there are U.S. THAAD batteries, also U.S. Patriot missiles stationed across the region, and it seems some of that helped intercept the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. So it seems that's where the Iranian...
Hold the fuck on. So, you're telling me that you couldn't send
Rare sample acquired.
THAAD batteries to Ukraine because there's so few of them, but you have one in fucking Israel.
Oh, I'm
Get
THAAD.
fucked.
That's me, THAAD.
That is pathetic. Like, for a country that's supposed to be this big bad empire, it really does seem like Israel leads them by a leash. It's very funny.
I'm THAAD. No, you don't understand. Israel is under extreme threat.
Uh-huh.
Calling down a sentry.
So much threat. That's not a shotgun.
Calling down a walker. Requesting sentry.
Bro, the fucking pain on this motherfucker, bruv.
Requesting sentry.
I am a robot. I have a robot vagina.
Your name Edie?
Calling in extraction.
No, it's a quote.
Extraction request confirmed.
Remind me to show you robot vagina.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna watch RoboCop shoot a bunch of guys' dicks off?
Already seen it.
Oh no! Oh no! They're killing us on they're killing us on the dropship. Oh, it hurts so bad. Oh, we're so dead.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Oh, we were a little sweater tank. Oh, a rocket devastator. Oh, there he is. He launched in the air. They started a space program. Oh no, bazookas. Okay, we good. Oh, look, a bomb.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
What? A rocket dev. Chimmy, chimmy, slide. What's going on over here? Oh no! My only weakness, my own team. Are you G4? Or G2?
G2.
Okay. There's a rare sample here.
Yeah, I'm getting res. I'm just checking this whole area. And then I'll be back.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
It's the timeout. It's the end of the round.
Fuck me. I didn't even realize. That's a
Greed. Again, this is what happens when you're greed.
It's fine. There was a couple things here. Oh.
Your greed consumes you.
No, I just keep forgetting to look at...
Number 2, didn't learn your lesson about greed.
I literally just don't look at the time. Yeah, it is about Netanyahu. It's always been about Netanyahu. That's the thing, right? That's literally always. So it's like, I saw some stuff that was like 30 years old, and it was still fucking Netanyahu saying the same shit, doing the same shit. It's been the same way forever, and it's never changed.
His greed sickens
Why
me.
the fuck do we think that Israel is going to change now?
You hear your Helldiver back there dying on the planet?
Uh-huh. Like, Netanyahu is the entire problem, and he only has this confidence because he has America's backing. Take that away, and he wouldn't do a single fucking thing. Or the repercussions would end Israel. Either way, it should happen. Because they need to feel the repercussions, and America needs to get the fuck away from them. It's so bad for their fucking reputation. That one. Let's fucking go.
Well done, Helldiver. This operation
gonna
will
have to reload
swiftly
again.
usher this planet's salvation.
69. Nice. Borderline justice.
Oh, nice. I got my donation limit for the Democracy Space Station.
Angry. Very mad. 27. Fuck you.
Okay, destroy command bunkers.
Righteous.
Command bunkers are one of the strongest structures in the game.
Wow, Greg. Character.
Ultimatum Ken will kill him. Cool.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
That's what's up.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
It's funny.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
The body type is not male or female. It's lean or brawny.
Uh-huh.
That's very funny.
And also, if you play with your arms showing, it randomizes your skin tone, even if you pick the
Cool.
same voice.
Interesting.
Also, did you know that the officer here has like one of 7 faces he can spawn with? Like sometimes he'll have an eye patch
Yeah,
on
that's really
certain
funny.
people's destroyers and stuff.
Hey, look, it's Magneto.
This guy
Ah.
looks like Dread.
Magneto. What did I just get? Oh, I had to buy some shit. Okay. That one. That one. That one. And that one. That one. Hell yeah. Dom mag. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I want to bring the, no. Fuck it. Let's go. I'm fucking changing my armor though. Gunslinger. Because then I'll be able to reload. It'd be so useful for the ultimatum.
It's the reload speed. And switching to it, I don't know. I think it's most useful with this Senator.
Yeah.
The Senator has an insane reload.
I like my yeeting ones.
There's also the grenade pistol.
Yeah.
Which is also very strong. The grenade pistol might as well be like having a tube on your rifle, you know? Like it literally is that. If you look at it, it's totally a underbarrel.
I'm telling you, man. We need to start pushing this idea. If these fucking cunts want to wage war, they get arrested, black bagged, and then taken to a gladiator pit and made to fight each other to the death and then execute the one that's left. People who wage war...
Okay, calm down. We're not in politics today.
Fucking...
I just missed the cannon turret.
Dumb cunts. Fuck those people. I'm gonna wage a war because my ego got hurt. Oh.
Fire in the hole.
Not my precious ego. Holy shit.
I spawned, missed the cannon tower, missed the Hulk, threw 3 drones at him. All 3 failed to blow up at any capacity to hit his back.
Very nice.
And then I tried to ultimatum him and the tower, and I missed.
Missed both? Very good.
Oh, he's got a warrant. I should try the warrant against bots. It's medium armor pen, so...
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
You can take that for your medium armor pen and a small wart.
Reporting to the front.
That's a good idea, actually.
Requesting tac pack.
Ooh, got a marker.
Requesting air support.
Hell yeah. Wow.
Requesting tac pack.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Bro, this tank's not dead?
Iranian threat is pointed. Yes, there are other countries that make up what U.S. Central Command created, which is a network of detection and interception. Other countries take part in that as well, not just the U.S. and Israel, some of the Arab states too. But it doesn't seem like that's where Iran is really pointing the threat. It seems like Iran is threatening U.S. bases in the region, and of course, there are significant bases. Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. Air Force Central Command is based in Qatar. And then there are U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have come under fire from Iran-backed proxies there. It seems that's where Iran is pointing this threat. The U.S. has already threatened back, essentially, and said if Iran attacks U.S. forces, then the threat of U.S. getting involved becomes a very real possibility here. So that's what we're watching. as this develops past the 24-hour mark.
Oren will continue checking in with you throughout this hour. Joining me right now is CNN Chief White House correspondent and source Caitlin Collins. Kate, what are you hearing from White House officials?
Well, what Oren just laid out there is a key part of this that they are very closely watching at the White House, which is whether or not Iran does go after U.S. personnel or U.S. interests inside the region, and whether or not that does pull the U.S. further inside of this. It's actually a debate that has kind of been roiling President Trump's world today, the MAGA world today, at least some people who do not want to see the U.S. get more involved in this, while others are saying that the United States should be there to assist Israel as it defends itself from Iran. The question is whether or not that goes further than this. And Anderson, we did hear from President Trump today praising these strikes as excellent from Israel on Iran last night, even though just hours before he had publicly been saying he did not want to see Israel strike Iran because he was worried that it would derail those diplomatic talks that have been happening, those talks about a nuclear deal between the United States and Iran. There's supposed to be another meeting on Sunday about that, and we still haven't gotten really a clear answer as to whether or not that is still going to go forward. The president, was not in front of cameras today. He spent most of it basically on the phone and in meetings with advisors behind closed doors today. He convened his national security team inside the Situation Room for well over an hour earlier today. And, I was in the halls of the West Wing. I saw his Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, going from meeting to meeting. And so obviously there's been a lot of activity happening at the White House as they have been watching this. But it is a notable turn to see the president praising this strike so much and just how far-ranging it was after very publicly he had been signaling that Israel should not take this step as he wanted to try to achieve a deal first. And so we'll see, of course, what is the next step here and what's going to happen. As I should note, just in the context of all of this, Trump is preparing to go to Canada on Sunday night. He's meeting with world leaders at a summit there. And so obviously this will be a key issue and how this develops.
He said some dumb shit at the G7 too.
Collins,
That's
thanks
funny.
very much. Joining me now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's a former Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council. Also
I
CNN
hit that
National Security
berserker
analyst
multiple
Deputy
times.
Director of National Intelligence Beth Sanner, CNN political and foreign policy analyst Barack Ravid, and CNN Jerusalem correspondent Jeremy Diamond. Barack, what do you make of the targets that Israel has hit so far that we know about, both the facilities that they have chosen to strike and also the ones that they haven't, and the targeting of scientists, top military commanders?
My railgun.
Good evening, Anderson. I think what we can see clearly from the last 24 hours is that Iran has taken a hit. It has taken a big hit, mainly because Israel's strikes are very pinpointed. It's based on intelligence. It's based on precision, and that's why it really hurt the
Why
Iranians,
is everything red?
because
Somebody's
Israel
getting
had a
dropped
list of 25 top military commanders and nuclear scientists. I think at least 80% of those were eliminated.
But it's not just that
it's
not just that they had the list. They also had their locations. They must have had the most up-to-date, location on. They must have had eyes on these people in one way or another. It's extraordinary. One of these guys is the guy they tried to kill back in 2010 with this sticky bomb on his car.
Lol.
Well, how's this for California love? Los Angeles seeing another round of mostly peaceful fires as President Trump announces plans to
All right, shut the fuck up.
Mostly peaceful fires. I have no ammo.
The fear is what? Israel's doing this because they don't
I
want
do have a
Iran.
hell
Do you
bomb,
think
though.
Israel's
Right
doing this
behind
because
you.
Israel
Literally
wants the
right
empire
behind
to
you are
fall?
supplies.
Do you think Israel's doing this because Israel doesn't want Iran to have nuclear
far.
weapons? Why do you think Israel is attacking
like
Iran?
their window.
I'm gonna run a hell bomb in
most
there.
Support right now from
I don't
this
need the ammo.
administration, Like if things were to go
I'll probably
bad or
die
if,
in there.
They were needed because like yesterday we were even helping them defend in their airspace.
Yes, I want to show you this clip. This is President Trump on Thursday, prior to the attack. What he said. Is this the clip, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Okay, watch this clip, folks.
The Israelis apparently gear up for some kind of an attack, a possible attack.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Are you trying to
Did you get that
talk
Hulk?
Netanyahu out of doing that, or are you so against having a nuclear weapon?
Yeah, I 500 him.
He does his thing.
That's funny. He was running right at me.
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an
Maybe
agreement with
I
Iran.
fired it. I don't think we're
fairly close to an
fighting the
agreement.
same
We're
Hulk,
fairly
but
close
I
to
did
a
kill
pretty
one.
Good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though.
I'm sneaking in the base, bro.
Prefer
I'm round back right now.
There is an agreement. I don't want them going in.
Got my walking around shoes on.
Well, it might help it.
Look, the command bunker's right there.
Also could blow it. But we've had very good discussions with Iran.
Blow it.
Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon. I say this, Peter, very strongly. They can't have, whether it's going in or not going in, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I prefer the more friendly path.
Okay, so now, Rob, go to the other clip of CNN reporting the fact that President Trump. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, so I have two. I have Dana Bash. Well, I have actually ABC News reports. Here it is, ABC News report saying that President Trump said that the strike was excellent,
Listen,
and then I also
bitch.
have ABC News reporting that Trump told Reuters that his administration knew about the attack. Which one?
Show both.
Okay, here's the first one.
Just moments ago, the president speaking.
What up?
John Carl said of the attacks that he thinks it's been
One
excellent.
more,
he said
huh?
we gave them a chance and they didn't take it. They got hit hard, very hard. They got hit about as hard as you're going to get hit. And there's more to come,
Can you get
a lot
the
more. And when
science
asked
lab?
if the U.S. participated in the attack in any way,
sure.
the president interestingly said, I don't want to comment on that. That is not what Marco Rubio said last night. The Secretary of State coming out very quickly and making it clear that the U.S. was not involved, saying flatly, let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or
you can kill it with a
personnel, because of course
500.
Iran has warned that it
Whatever, I
will
wanna drop a
retaliate
hell bomb.
against the U.S. Now, the president this morning is set to meet with his National Security Council in the Situation Room, and this morning he still seems to be holding out hope that somehow these nuclear talks can be salvaged, posting just a short while ago urging Tehran to come to the table, saying Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left, adding just do it before it is too late. George?
And Martha, let me go back
so pause right there. Now go to the Reuters one, Rob, which is that U.S. knew about this.
President Trump talking to ABC News tonight and what he's now saying about this Israeli attack.
very
Let's bring in ABC's chief walking correspondent Jonathan Karl live there at the White House. John, of course, you talked with the president. We heard President Trump this week publicly warn Israel not to do this. In your phone call, he called the attack excellent. That was his word, saying Iran had its chance. Any indication, how much did the U.S. know here? When did the U.S. know? Israel now saying it told the U.S.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said point blank that he told the Trump administration that the attack was coming. And late this afternoon, President Trump told Reuters, this is an exact quote, we knew just about everything. David, we don't know when the United States was informed, but I can tell you this. U.S. officials I spoke to in the 24 to 36 hours before the attack had a clear sense of what was coming. They may not have known the exact details, but they knew that an Israeli attack on Iran was imminent.
John Karl live at the White House after talking with the president. John, thank you.
There you go. So the question then becomes, going back to what I was asking you guys, is Israel, is it doing it because of the nuclear? They want to get rid of nuclear, or they want to topple the regime?
Topple regime.
Tom, you think it's topple regime or nuclear?
I think it's 70% nuclear, but to go after nuclear, you're going to end up probably toppling regime, so 30% regime.
So who cares if you go through the nuclear, though? You're still the same leader staying there. So who gives a shit?
It's not going. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to go after the we did great. Same guy's running it. The only solution is, so now then the question becomes, go 5, 10, 15 steps ahead. Have they thought about, like, if they, is Mossad that advanced? Is the CIA that advanced today that they're thinking about who to replace?
They're gonna reinstall
them
the Shah.
Like, who is going to come back and run Iran? You think that far?
That's what they're not going to make the Iraq
There isn't
mistake.
anybody that, but because if you think about it, when it happened in 77, 78, 79, they knew it was going to be Khomeini because he was in France and he was the guy that was going to come back from exile. I don't think Reza Pahlavi, the son here, is going to go back to Iran. I don't think he's going to go back to want to take his family.
You don't think he wants to, though?
Reza Pahlavi has not been to Iran since 1977, 78. He left pre-revolution for training that he had at a young age. So you think he's going to go back in 46, 47 years to go run Iran?
I mean, maybe if conditions were safe where the regime had just fallen and there's an empty slot there for somebody who has name
There's
recognition
no
to go
way
do
the
it, maybe he
Iranian
would. Like,
people
I wish he would put himself...
would be okay with the Shah coming back. Or is there enough romanticism around it that it would?
Requesting fortifications.
Yeah, nobody really likes his ass.
Like, why would they go from a theocracy to a monarchy? That's the same fucking shit.
himself
Who is
forward.
that name?
Reza, I think. I wish Reza would because he has name recognition.
I just looked up at that because that's a great point. Okay, and two things. Number one, Israel, dude, they're advanced as shit. How hard would it be to take out the leader? How hard would it be? How hard strategically?
They've been trying.
No. I think that they have, but with us, because we're, quote unquote, not involved. If he dies, because my thing is this, and one of you guys, I don't know who it was, made a great point. The goal is what? Let the people have somebody else lead them, Adam, because if that's the case, and that's to America and all that, that attitude has to change. That brainwashing has to change. If they take that guy out, who's next? I asked ChatGPT if
these guys are fucking truly.
I asked ChatGPT.
Unfucking real. Honestly, these people are a fucking joke. How do people listen to them and take them seriously?
Ask my mom.
She watches this?
Remember we went over this?
It was like a new thing she started watching, right?
I don't know.
That is a Hulk. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Just yeet me as far as you can towards where I died.
Bro, I don't know if you see what's on my screen right now.
I'm watching. As I said, as far as you can.
I just...
Clear the area.
Yep, perfect.
Calling down a support weapon.
There's a bunch of stuff down here I'm going to try and take out.
Well, there's artillery that needs to come online.
Oh, that'll be perfect. Can you tell me what it is when you put it in?
It's just one nuke and a bunch of smokes.
Great. Well, the nuke will be helpful.
There's a napalm.
Package acquired.
Okay.
Dropping package.
Smoke's good against the bots, though.
Package acquired.
Yeah.
Dropping package.
Why is there a Hulk there? Can you fucking not?
I got the terminal.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Is that me or you?
You. Nuke coming online for it. Just look in the sky, you'll see where it...
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Calling down a sentry. Request. Requesting air support.
Why so many fucking Hulks? Vault.
How far are you?
Down here. Like, very bottom of the map. I don't have a jetpack to give you this time.
Well, see where this guy who joins lands. Probably by us. He's coming to you. T3 here.
What a legend.
G right vault. Right vault.
Enemy elite west. Close. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
Out of ammo. Sending in an eagle. Backpack inbound. Throwing supply beacon. Injury. What injury? Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital strike.
Holy fuck.
Requesting air support. Requesting sentry.
Sending in an eagle.
Orbital inbound.
Bag's empty.
Surely that kills that hull. Oh, the laser did. Alright.
Bag's empty. New mag.
Requesting air support.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
There was a tank that dropped there.
Marking location. North.
Khomeini dies, they don't have a system like us where there's a VP and all that stuff. So maybe his son.
No, he's the supreme leader.
Okay, so what if he goes?
Khamenei is the spiritual leader of the nation.
Okay.
That's different than who the president is. Think about it like UK. You know, the royalty family is the king, and then you have Starmer, who is the prime minister, right? So think about it that way.
Got you.
So he is the royal family.
Got you.
And then you have. This would be. It's not the model like the ones that we have here.
Okay.
Very different.
I like
You're
vaults.
asking the question: who would
Yeah, they're
replace
down
the Ayatollah Khomeini?
It is a complete decimation of the, you know, the Hezbollah, the Mullah, the whole IRGC to completely be wiped out and replaced by something new.
Yeah.
And a lot of Iranians who live in Iran and who live in all around the world that would love to be able to go back, they are, believe it or not, they're rooting for this.
Of course
A
they
lot of them are rooting for
Yeah,
this.
of course.
60%
And
are
that's,
rooting for this.
but
Yeah.
can I say
Give or
who I
take.
think it could be to replace it? Literally anybody. Literally anybody, and I mean that sincerely, because when
No,
the CIA
seriously.
in America gets into regime change and toppling regimes, what's the criticism? All right, well, you never know who's going to be next. You take down Saddam, all of a sudden it's ISIS. You know, you take down Bashar al-Assad
Muqtada
in Syria.
Sadr.
Well, who's going to be this guy? Let me tell you this, my friends in Iran. They know there's nobody worse than this current regime. They're not going to replace them with somebody worse. They're not going to replace them with somebody that's going to oppress them even more.
Yeah.
The
Too
misery
stalwart.
indexes in Iran is one of the worst in the world. The people are miserable, but they should be free. I hope and pray in our lifetime, in your lifetime, PBD, that you get to go back to Iran. Because I met so many Iranians, I met so many Persians who are the best people. Reza Pahlavi, his daughter, just married a Jewish guy in Israel, I want to say. Like, there's friendship there, there's alignment there.
Who gives a fuck?
And they know. Why do you think the Iranians are cheering for Israel? Because they know that Israel and IDF are not their enemy. They know that their enemy is within.
But the
barbarians
IDF
are at the gate,
is the
and
enemy.
they're in the gate of your country.
They're in the courtyard.
They're in the courtyard. So the people of Iran deserve so much better. They deserve so much better. And this is the closest that I can remember.
See, you know what's cool, or not cool, about people like this? Is they'll use this, like, the Iranian diaspora support Israel. So you should as well. How about this? Fuck them both.
Requesting air support.
How hard was that?
High value item, northwest.
Remember that the Iranian people have at least felt free. Did you see that one video of the guttural response? And this is just a normal Iranian guy in his house.
Well, the guy
cheering,
filming at night from
filming
across?
at night,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
seeing the Israeli fighter jets.
Hit them. Hit them.
Did you hear, Rob, I text you this, or it's in the Slack.
But he was saying it in language.
He's saying it in Farsi. If you want to know how the people of Iran feel, PBD, you would know better than me. If you want to know how they feel inside, in their gut, you want to listen to this clip. He's with the most passion you've ever seen, yelling, "Get them! Get them! Kill the bastards!" of his own government regime. So that, do you have this, Rob?
I'm looking in Slack. I don't have it. Did you send it in a group text for PBD podcast?
Adam, while he's
I know where
searching,
it
though,
is.
we have to be like, when you say anybody to replace him would be good, anybody would not be good, because look what happened. Like you
Who's
said,
worse
with
than
what
the-
the
who's
Syria,
worse than the mullahs?
with what Syria did with what they did with Bashar in Syria, would they replace him with people that are killing Christians?
Yeah, the ISIS guy.
I'm sorry,
Dude.
that you can't just
Shut
say
the fuck up.
anyone, because the
Well-
CIA puts in anyone, and they just so happen to be killing.
So
my faith.
Great point.
That's
great
horseshit.
point.
Shut
So
up,
you know
Dan,
what you're
you dumb
basically
cunt.
saying?
Great
You know what
point.
you're saying?
Great
Let's have an
point.
election. Let's give them freedom to decide who they want. I guarantee you the people of Iran know what they want, and it ain't the Ayatollah. If the Ayatollah ran for election, PBD,
Kill them all.
The Ayatollah versus literally anybody.
I one-shotted that whole mob.
No. But here's my question though.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, ready? We would have
Sun's coming up.
Israel
Or
would have
sun's
to take
going
out
down. Moon's coming
who
out.
right now. Is the Ayatollah? Take him out.
I think their own people have to. I don't think
They have to stand up.
It's
like,
not
and
possible
you
for.
said this how many podcasts ago?
It's him.
The
She
people
comes
need
to
to
it.
say
It's her.
enough is enough. Like, we're tired of this shit.
Give them guns.
And they need to rise up.
What's this, Rob?
Buddy, they've
believe
been
this
saying
is-
that.
this
that's
is the
what
clip.
I'm
talking
Yeah,
and
yes,
doing
this
it.
is it. There's a difference. The people
Play
have been
this
saying
clip.
that, and you know what happens when they say it?
Play
They
this
end up
clip.
dead.
Play this clip.
Iranian here. So I just saw a video of Israeli fighter jets on top of the skies in Tehran.
Wrong gun.
Close to where the supreme dictator's house is, and you can hear like
Is that a dog park?
fires and missiles and whatever. I want you to take a moment and listen to the voice of the Iranian man who is filming this video.
آسمون تهران میدون فردوسی ماشاءالله ماشاءالله بزن حرومزاده رو بزن.
Did you hear that?
He's stoked.
That is 46 years worth of frustration and
She's right.
desperation coming out.
ماشاءالله بزن
laser,
حرومزاده
please.
رو بزن.
Hit the bastards, right?
PBD,
That
how
is
many
what it-
people in Iran What percentage of people do you think have that exact same
well,
reaction?
let me tell you, I had Reza Aslan on. Reza Aslan on. Reza Aslan was on the podcast. I don't know if you remember this. This guy here,
Yeah, of course.
okay, he was on the
Comedian.
podcast.
You remember this?
And he used to work at CNN. He went to a place in the famous video, the most viewed clip on CNN's YouTube channel is this guy.
Oh, really?
He went when they were eating human beings.
yes,
He was
yes.
at a place where
He got so scared.
Yeah, he was so scared that CNN.
Well, he was sitting on the ground wearing the beads.
He's like,
they
"I
were
think we
feeding him.
gotta
They were
get
saying,
outta
"Here,
here."
drink my pee,"
Yeah.
and they wanted to. They
He was
wanted
with
to.
cannibals. He was with cannibals. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the video.
This clip.
Look how many views that thing has. 33 million views.
They want to eat him. They're seasoning
Oh,
him.
he is so scared with what's going on.
We always put
right?
this headdress on hors
Yeah,
d'oeuvres.
that's all. Look at that. So
Those teeth?
Okay, bones. He's panicking at
He's
this
like,
point.
okay,
And he's telling
cool.
his guy, we got to get out of here, right? Like something's going on. Anyways, he's on the podcast.
Yeah.
You know who he is against? He's not a fan of the Shah. He is not a fan of the Shah.
Fuck the Shah.
Now,
What do
here's
you
what's
mean?
Crazy. We're sitting in the podcast having a civil debate. And he's talking about how Mossadegh was this and, all
We
this other
remember
stuff. that,
we watched
not
this.
a fan of the Shah and all this
Yeah.
stuff. Great. Then I said, so can I ask you a question? Yeah. How come your parents kept you there under the Shah and never left, but they left when Khomeini took over? Well, that's not how it is, and they're bad, but it's not. I said, no. It's very simple. Very simple. This is the Mexican flag in a U.S. situation.
That guy thought he was going to be a hero.
You waving a Mexican flag in America, go back and live in Mexico. I respect that. I have one of my guys that said, I'm going to go back and live in Michoacan. He did. True believer. I wish you know how much
Ready for
respect
Big
I have for
Bomba?
that guy. We pay him $500,000 a year, and he says he wants to go back and live in Mexico. You're a true believer. I have a lot of respect for you. Go do it, right?
Big Boomba.
But to me, when you hear these stories of people that Shah was an evil man and Savak and all this other stuff, you lived there peacefully during his time, and you cannot go back and live there today, and your parents left. All the gibberish people
There's something
feed,
down
and
there.
all the stuff that they watch and see what's going on, all the stuff that they keep saying. Iran's been a mess since these Hezbollahs and these people took over. It's been a mess since they took over. And the Middle East has been in chaos. And every single time you want to tie it to somebody, it's very easy. It's such an easy market right now to blame everything on Israel.
I'm fucking losing my mind.
It's a lazy.
What'd you hit it
what do you
with?
call it? It's a
Intellectually lazy argument.
I
No,
just
it's
randomly
it's
threw a
lazy and you're
500 in
easily
the
being
direction of the
manipulated.
red dot.
where you
and I
have to
fucking
find a way
nailed it.
to logically decide.
It looks like they lit off
what's
a
going
flare,
on
too.
and understand everybody
Over there.
There's a lot of angry patriots in America today. Vinny is not alone. A lot of people are furious. Okay, and if you're somebody that supports Vinny, you support.
Well, Vinny is a fucking idiot. So it doesn't really matter what he's angry about, to be completely honest. Most of the shit that he's probably angry at doesn't exist, never happened, or has been played up to make him have that reaction because he's the perfect, useful idiot. But they don't understand.
Oh, orbital gas can also blow up the command bunker.
Interesting.
So the Iranian axis of resistance is missing in action. I mean, this proxy network that Iran spent decades putting together all across the Middle East is shockingly quiet as Israeli jets continue to hammer targets all across Iran. So to talk about these...
The Great
Resistance,
Resistance, fellas.
Walking Barrage and the 380 are stronger than the 120.
No shit.
No, I mean like the projectile itself. They do different damages. I don't even see the fucking 120 on the list.
Always good to have another hero on board.
These proxies, where they are and what they still might do, we're joined today by Joe Truzman. Joe is a senior research analyst and editor at FDD's Long War Journal and a regular contributor to the Generation Jihad podcast, which has been one of my personal favorite shows for quite a while. Be sure to follow Joe on X. That link will be in the description below. And with that, let's get to the conversation. All right, Joe, thank you
No,
so
they're
much
the
for
same.
taking the time, sir. Really interested in diving into some of the Iran-Israel updates today.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. A lot to talk about, that's for sure.
All right, so we were joking just before we hit record that this is going to go live today. So we're recording at the afternoon of June 16th because things are changing every hour or less. And just in the last couple hours, we got news that Tehran has asked Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Oman to press President Trump to use his influence to get Israel to agree to an immediate ceasefire in return for Tehran's flexibility in nuclear negotiations. Have you heard anything about that? Do you think that's even on the table at this point?
Right. Well, I think when the Israelis strategized or came up with a game plan over the years to attack Iran's nuclear infrastructure, military infrastructure, if they needed to, they anticipated something like this would happen, right? If things were going well, that Iran would start increasing political pressure on its allies, right, to get the United States and Israel, obviously, to cease its operation, its campaign. So I don't think this is coming out of left field. So at least for the Israelis and for most political or most observers of this conflict. So
all right, this
again,
map.
Not surprised, right? So
you see
the
this
thing
shit?
is, I don't think the Israelis will stop.
Unrelenting
or the
force
United
time.
States will tell the Israelis to stop.
We just gotta literally
until
push
one of
all
two
the way
things
through.
One of two things happens here. Either Israel eliminates or achieves its objectives, right? Specifically, eliminating Iran's nuclear infrastructure, or at least degrading it severely. Or if Iran comes to the table, it tells the United States, hey, okay, you know what? I'm ready to talk here. Seriously, we want a meaningful conversation to resolve this issue. And if I think Iran can, I would say, convince President Trump that they're really willing to make significant changes, right? Things that they wouldn't change before the attacks began. I think that could possibly create a situation where there is a ceasefire, let's say, right? To give time, to give room for talks, right? I think that's possible, but right now, listen, the Israelis, they're doing pretty well. I mean, it's obvious, right? I mean, if you could see it.
It's hard to see if Iran were to come back to the table right now, like what's the offer would have to be significant. And it would not just be, now this is just the high level reporting, but it's that they'd be flexible. And it can't just be going back to talking. They'd have to give up something pretty significant. And I don't know if that's even on the table from their end.
Right. What they would have to demonstrate, right? Something meaningful to say, like to show that, hey, we're serious here, right? What could that be? It's a very good question because, I mean, listen, we're like almost 4 days into this campaign, and the Israelis, they've hit a lot of stuff, right? We don't have exactly an idea or a perfect idea of what has been destroyed or what has been hit. I mean, there's some open source information, there's satellite images, but nevertheless, the Iranians would have to show something meaningful to convince, I think, Trump and Israel that they want a deal here. So, but yeah, I mean, back to what I was saying earlier, the Israelis, I'm surprised, I'll be honest with you, that they've done so well.
Dog, they ain't even answering the phone.
It, right?
You know you're fucked when you're
the
being
Israelis
bombed
demonstrated
and they
this
ain't
with
even
Hezbollah,
answering the phone to
last
talk.
year. If they put
Israel
enough effort into an operation,
in general, if
one
you're
that
being
has
bombed
taken years
and
now
they ain't
to
answering the phone,
they've shown that they can have a high success, right? They could be very good at achieving their objectives. So right now,
how dare you
despite
respond
what's
when we
happened
struck
on
first?
the Israeli home front with the Iranian ballistic missiles hitting areas such as like Tel Aviv and Haifa, for example, I think the Israelis have the momentum here. Why would they stop? So they need to achieve those objectives, right? Specifically, again, nuclear facilities and Iran's military infrastructure, especially those ballistic missiles, I think, and drones, drone factories as well. I think those are very important to the Israelis. So we'll see what happens. I think this will still continue, this campaign, this conflict for some days.
Now, one of the big concerns that I know you speak to regularly has been the proxy network. axis of resistance, or if it's Israel, they call it the axis of terror, the groups, right? So the Houthis down in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas, what remains of them, and then some proxy forces, some militias across Iraq and Syria. My understanding has always been this is their big defensive network. So if anybody goes after Iran, you've got to fend off 7 or 8 different groups from all these different directions. You don't even know who they are, let alone when they might attack.
In the cuck corner.
On the proxy front right now.
Right. I think you nailed
What
it
happened?
right there. Especially Hezbollah, I think they've been I often hear the term the crown jewel, right, of the Iran-led axis of resistance. So effectively, Hezbollah was Iran's insurance card if the Israelis were to attack their nuclear infrastructure, all right? But we can thank Hamas for ruining that by launching the October 7th attack, and then Hezbollah's decision to join in attacking Israel on October 8th, 2023, and we know what happened after that. Nevertheless, at least now, I would say the Houthis in Yemen are the only real proxy that we've seen of Iran joining in, or at least somewhat joining in the fight right now. I mean, they've even published a statement saying that they're coordinating with the Iranians. So attacks against Israel, though we haven't seen a lot from the Houthis in Yemen. And of course, I believe it was Saturday night, there were reports that the Israelis targeted a high-level leader there.
Got that battle rifle, bro.
In Yemen of the Houthis. Were they successful or not? We still don't know. Maybe.
I shot him right in the face.
Nevertheless,
with the battle rifle.
Right now, it's been mostly the Houthis, but we have the Iraqi militias, right? For example, they've attacked Israel before. We saw it after October 7th for some months. They've been at least relatively quiet, at least when it comes to attacking Israel. Actually, I double-checked some sources about that because that was important to me, because there was, drones being fired at Israel. So I thought, well, hey, maybe the Iraqi militias are firing, right, as well. But checking with my sources, there was no actionable intelligence showing that the Iraqi militias were involved in firing at Israel. And that was a day or two ago. So things may have changed. Nevertheless, then you have the other groups, right? Hamas, and the other Palestinian armed groups in Gaza, for example. But they're, right now, I mean, more than a year and a half of war, they are a shell of their former self, right? They're significantly degraded. They can barely mount an offensive, maybe a few rockets towards Israeli territory. So nothing happening there. The West Bank, same. The Israelis have launched an operation there. I think it was more than 2 months ago now, and rooted out a lot of the infrastructure belonging to Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and other groups. So all these proxies, right, or clients of Iran, they used to be their backup, right, in case of a significant attack on Iran's nuclear infrastructure. The Israelis did away with them significantly.
Come here.
Hezbollah can still
nailed him.
I'll say that. I think Hezbollah still has the weapons and the power to create a lot of damage in Israel. But as of now, we're 4 days into the campaign. They haven't joined. So it's been, at least on the proxy front, besides the Houthis, things have been relatively quiet, which is surprising.
But even the Houthis, it seems like they're really sticking with their messaging of we're doing this for Gaza. I saw a note earlier today, and they kind of in passing mentioned Iran, but said we're going to continue our pressure for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, because they're fucking not agents of Iran.
You mentioned that
they're doing
Hezbollah
it
likely
for
still
Gaza.
has some capacity. The militias had been hit in the last couple of years, but nowhere near the degree that Hezbollah or Hamas has been. Is this proxy network defense, has it been overhyped? Are they just fair weather fans? It seems like when push comes to shove, these groups have, for the last couple of years now, said we're not dying for Iran. Or is that a bad interpretation?
I wouldn't. The problem is a lot of things happened. I think that really, I'll put it bluntly, screwed up Iran's game plan here. Okay. All right. And we haven't even talked about Syria. The IRGC was in Syria. Other Iran-backed groups and proxies were in Syria before Assad's fall. After Assad fell, things got pretty bad for them in Syria. So they're not what they used to be in Syria, for example. I still think right now at least at this
Splish
stage
splash,
of the
don't
war,
shoot me, cannon
all
turret.
That
Oh,
Iran
thank
still
God
has
I got behind the rock
firepower
in time.
to create damage in Israel. Now, let's say Iran becomes desperate. Let's say, or they start, let's say their ballistic missile, they start running out of ballistic missiles, or their stocks become low there. We can see Hezbollah join, right? We could see more action from the Houthis.
I highly doubt it.
That is a possibility. And something that also concerns me too, that I don't hear a lot about, but concerns me is that Iran has.
Why did you bounce?
Hezbollah, for example, to attack targets in the diaspora outside of Israel, right? They can attack Israeli targets, right? Let's say in other countries or Jewish targets, for example. And that's a problem too. They've demonstrated this plenty in the past, so that concerns me. So it's not just about ballistic missiles or drones being fired from Iran. There's these other factors as well that Iran can attack these other targets too, soft targets, right? Embassies, things like that. So that's a concern here. So there's a lot that can still happen here. And of course, these proxies can still join in. If there is one or two of them, I think, of course, it's going to be the Houthis and, of course, Hezbollah in Lebanon.
We often hear when talking about the proxies that they are autonomous. They make their own decisions. They want power. They want influence to a degree. But of course, they still receive aid and support from Iran. How much leverage does Iran have if they were in an existential fight? To your point, they're running out of ballistic missiles. Things are getting on the verge of extinction for the regime. Do they have enough leverage to force any of these groups into the fight?
I think so. Okay. I think, especially Hezbollah, especially the Houthis, maybe some smaller groups. I would say maybe, if we were talking about Palestinian armed groups, maybe Hamas, perhaps Islamic Jihad, maybe they would say, you know what, we're too beat up to do anything. Yeah. We're not going to, and they don't have much to offer anyway. But Hezbollah, yeah, of course, yeah, they would absolutely. I mean, they owe really their existence to Iran. I could also say the same for the Houthis, right? So they wouldn't be in the position they're in right now. If it wasn't for Iran, they wouldn't have risen to where they're at. So absolutely they would. Absolutely 100%. That's something that actually, it's funny. That question occurred to me all the way back on October 7th, 2023. I thought, well, can Iran convince these groups to join in? What if Hezbollah didn't want to? What if Hassan Nasrallah, when he was alive, of course, said, do I really want to fight the Israelis right now? But after talking with some colleagues and some knowledgeable people, I figured out, absolutely they would. So yes, they would join in. So that's another factor here. I think the Israelis are considering the north, of course, of Israel is would be vulnerable to Hezbollah attacks and Iranian attacks, combined with, of course, the Houthis. So there's still a lot to go here. A lot of bad things can happen. But so far, at least in the first 4 days now, things have been looking good for the Israelis, that's for sure.
A lot of what we've been looking at is kind of down the chain from Iran to their proxy forces. What about up or sideways? Are there any other Iranian allies that you're keeping an eye on right now to see how they respond, whether it's military or diplomatic allies around the world?
Go.
Right. It's interesting, but there's so many actors that could be involved here. It's so tough, right? To try to figure out what they can do. Possibly, the Russians, for example, right? What can Russia do, right? Would they get involved? Well, maybe diplomatically, they're kind of, I don't think they'll, exactly, right? They got that Ukraine thing going on. So, nevertheless, there are some allies, but this is where, again, the proxy network was so important to the Iranians, right? This is really it. Because honestly, I don't think there's nation states out there that really want to start attacking Israel or, get really involved in something like this, to be quite honest with you. Of course, there's the factor of the United States. I mean, the Israelis have said, and the United States has said, well, we're not really, the United States isn't really involved, or, I suspect they're quite involved. But nevertheless, don't think any nation state right now wants to, or
It's
Iranian
aiming at me.
ally besides its proxies want to get involved in this. And I mean, look, they see the writing on the wall 4 days into it, right? They see that Iran's not doing well. So I really don't see an Iranian ally trying to help out too much other than symbolic support or maybe some political support.
Some United Nations statement of we don't like this kind of thing. Okay,
Yeah,
I think China
exactly.
did something. I think China condemned the attacks or something, right?
Yeah, hey, please stop, fighting each other, blah, 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 stuff like that. But no, I don't think anybody really wants to get involved in this, to be quite honest with you.
Well, maybe nobody. Looks like today the United States has moved some refuelers over to Europe, and I just saw before we started recording a carrier strike group moving from the Pacific Theater to the Middle East. You think this is this a negotiating tactic? We're trying to apply more pressure. I can't keep up, right? We're moving assets in and out, and we moved so many in for the Houthis that wasn't really needed for the Houthis, and then they're gone, and now they're back in. What do you think? Is there support in D.C. with the decision makers to participate in an offensive manner here?
I think so.
Right. There's a lot of I think there's a lot of back and forth here in D.C. There's people that want to be the the isolationists, right? Don't get involved, right? We don't want World War III. Let Israel, let Iran deal with everything.
Oh, we are so in.
We don't want to send
We've
troops
breached.
there. Things like that.
We're right near
which
it.
I do understand that argument. But at the same time, listen, Iran is a problem for the United States, all right? Yes, it's a bigger problem for the Israelis, but eventually if Iran gets if Iran obtained a nuclear weapon, it would be a significant problem for the United States. And I think that's very important for people to understand. But nevertheless, yes, we're seeing, these assets moving into the region. I think a lot of what I've heard, especially over the last 4 days, is signaling, messaging, right? I think it was today and yesterday there were reports about President Trump vetoing the assassination or elimination of Ali Khamenei, and that may not, there was denials, of course, by the Israelis, and whether it's true, whether it's not, I don't think it really matters. I think, honestly, the point was just to let Khamenei know that, hey, we can get you if we want, right? So, we better think twice here. You should talk to Trump. You should try to get a deal here, right? That will essentially or effectively save yourself, right? That'll save your government. So, yeah, a lot of signaling. Okay. But at the end of the day, we need to know that the Israelis need to achieve this objective, and that's Iran's nuclear infrastructure, degrading it severely or eliminating it. And I'm not sure that right now that they have, all right, they're at that point yet. I don't think so. And I'm not sure that they can, to be quite honest with you, without America's involvement. Right? Plain and simple, right? Some of these places, the Fordow facility, for example, underground structures, and they're very difficult to get to, very difficult to destroy. And I'm not sure the Israelis have the munitions or capability to do that without the United States' assistance. So the United States may eventually get involved. President Trump may say, hey, Iran, I'm giving you time to negotiate. If they don't, we're going to go in and, for example, destroy the Fordow facility. So that could be a possibility. I'm just, gaming it out here. So I think we still have a long road ahead, to be quite honest with you, Preston. But maybe things change. Maybe Khamenei figures out, hey, I should talk to Trump and figure something out here.
We got to wrap this thing up, yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Things aren't going well for me. So we'll see.
It's interesting when looking at that too, because you're watching Israel, from what we can tell, dismantle so many aspects of the Iranian defensive structure, be it their proxy networks abroad or their air defense assets in Iran. They seem so vulnerable right now after decades of making threats and carrying through on them, killing Americans, Israelis, and others throughout the region.
Oh, well.
I feel like it would be hard for quite a few people to, at this point, say, okay, enough, let him off the hook. I've heard rumors that the regime change conversation doesn't appear to be very strong in Israel, from what I can tell, and in some circles in the United States, but there's got to be people thinking about that at this point.
Oh, for sure. But, I think a little while ago, I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu said something to that effect of regime change. They're trying to compel Iranians, right, to rise up. And honestly, the only time really regime change is going to really
why
happen,
bomb?
I think, is if the Iranians choose to do so. The Iranian
literally
people,
just
right? So
give them
whether
guns.
I don't think there's a lot of effort right now by the Israelis or the United States or anyone else for regime change. Again, that has to come from the people of Iran. So, and that doesn't. And the thing is, regime change isn't a guarantee that things are going to get better for Iran, right? Just have another bad guy up there, right, leading the country. You don't know. So yeah, I think it's a problem, to be quite honest with you. But going back to your point a little earlier, I think it's very interesting. We're 4 days into this war, and Israel can telegraph. All right, they can telegraph the target that they're going to hit. They did this actually earlier today, where they published a statement saying, "We're going to attack this area in Tehran. All right, please evacuate," and telling the citizens, "Please evacuate." And they did, and the Iranians weren't able to stop them. All right,
That's wild. Yeah.
It is. They're already, they're warning the Iranians, "Hey, we're gonna get this area, we're gonna attack this area," and they couldn't do it. They couldn't stop them. So it's pretty incredible, honestly. 4 days into it. So again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. A lot of planning went into this. I think a lot of intelligence, and it worked out so far. We've seen the fake news about F-35s.
Man, they're big. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw that picture. I was like, that thing is massive. Like,
they're getting bigger.
It's like something is not right there. The picture. Anyway, so yeah, we're seeing a lot of fake news about the F-35s being shot down by Iran. But yeah, honestly, there hasn't been at least one credible piece of information or evidence showing that the Israelis have lost jets. All right, in this war so far. Yes, I know it's only a few days, but. So it just shows you how much the Israelis have been training here, all right, and how much preparation they put into this, which is pretty incredible. So, and yes, and it goes back to Iran. I don't think they were ready for this, despite all the rhetoric that we've heard for so many years, right? I think a lot of their power, to be honest with you, was, of course, through their proxies. And their proxies have been, at least most of them, have been significantly decimated. And now we're seeing those results. So we'll see what happens.
You said a couple times you expect this to go on for quite a while, and we are still seeing missiles impact in Israel. Earlier today, we're at least intercepted over Israel, I believe, earlier. And there's probably an expectation that there will be more launches later. It looks like, from what we're seeing, that a lot of those are being directed at population centers, which is different than what we saw from Iran just a few months ago, when it appeared, at least, that they were largely targeting Israeli military sites. Which is to me, it shows a clear shift in strategy here, because those aircraft are still hitting Iran day in and day out. You would think they would want to eliminate those, but they're not. What are you seeing in terms of the Iranian strategy when it comes to their targeting so far?
Right. Yeah, I think you put it pretty well. I was, when the opening salvo, all right, of Iran's ballistic missile strikes, my thought was, okay, they're going to go for the airfields, right? Nevatim Air Base, for example. There's others, but they would go for those places, right?
Can you
because,
please stop the guys from walking up behind us?
At least you would think. I mean, for as far as strategy,
so we can actually shell these people over here.
So you can't allow these planes to take off and bomb you some more, right? But it doesn't.
This guy literally had to place his fucking thing in the most inconvenient spot for me, where I can't shoot out. You can only shoot in.
There's others too. There's been some strikes against key facilities, or, for example, the Ministry of Defense, the Kiryat in Tel Aviv,
Very cool.
which is, I guess you could say, the Israeli Pentagon.
Same guy fucking killed me with a laser. That fucking blocked my shit.
A lot of these ballistic missiles have targeted population centers, so it demonstrates, at least to me, that the Iranians are trying to kill as many civilians as they can. And they've succeeded a little bit. I don't have the figure on me right now, but as far as how many civilians have been killed and wounded, of course it could be a lot worse without the safe rooms that many places have in Israel, many homes have in Israel. Nevertheless, I don't know. It almost, to me, it almost seems
I love how
desperate
they
to
turn
try
the
to do
victim
that,
complex
right? But they have the ability to tap
like
these,
from instead of being like, maybe our government should stop like bombing people and being like a general cunt, and maybe we wouldn't need bomb shelters as a regular feature of your home. I don't know. What the fuck do I know, I guess?
a lot of these military facilities. But why aren't they? It is possible, I will admit, it is possible that the Israelis are censoring this information, okay? That's possible. It does happen, okay? So maybe censoring it, they don't want it to get out. So that some of these facilities have been, military facilities have been hit, or they've attempted to hit them. The Iranians have attempted to hit them. Nevertheless, yeah, but at least what we're seeing right now, a lot of this civilian population that Iran is targeting.
All right, I'm gonna press the button.
To me, is a little bit desperate, but at the same time, it goes back to, it demonstrates that Iran's strategy regarding Israel is to decimate the home front, especially the civilian population. And it shows that Iran shouldn't get a nuclear weapon. Just another reason, right?
Right when the factory strider
Imagine now
came
if the Iranians proxy militias, right, were to have this nuclear, umbrella, right, over them.
Bots are easier than bugs.
Provided by Iran. That's a big problem. Again, not only for Israel, but for the United States as well and its allies.
You brought up a good point there that we should have led with the possibility of censoring information, but also we have the selection bias of we see where the missiles impact. For all we know, Iran, 99% of their munitions are aimed at military airfields, and those are the ones that are all intercepted, right? And we're judging everything based off of the 2 or 3 that are headed in some other direction. But I guess either way, it's important to note that there have been a fair number of impacts in populated city centers at this point, for whatever the rationale there is on the Iranian side. But Joe, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you're getting pulled in 30 different directions these days, so we'll put your Twitter profile and then link to Generation Jihad, the podcast, below. Is there anywhere else people should look for you?
And FPD's website, perfect. Of course, Foundation for Defense of Democracies. But yeah, those are the main sites that I'm at.
Ham on Iran. Today, we're going to learn how Mossad intelligence agents on the ground inside Iran sabotage their enemy's most precious assets. The gigantic 200 aircraft air campaign overhead, a battle damage assessment of both forces' attacks, and what this might mean for the balance of power in the entire region. Welcome back to Cappy Army. I'm an Iraq veteran and war correspondent. We make weekly videos about wars, weapons, and geopolitics.
It's so funny he gets to say war correspondent.
Sabotage took place in 3 phases. Phase 1 started 8 months ago.
Yeah, it's
when
something
Israeli
he's only
operatives
recently started
from
doing,
Mossad
though.
were already inside Iran, living under fake identities. This is when they began work on the mission. For months, they covertly smuggled in drones and explosives through the borders. Ordinary civilian vehicles were then modified in-country so they could launch attack drones. They were attack drone platforms. These disguised, weaponized trucks were then parked at key locations throughout Iran. Each one was placed within 20 kilometers of their target so that they were within range. They were focused on knocking out Iran's SAM sites. This means Israeli intelligence was able to get a fix on the location of Iran's radar network and their anti-air systems, and they were able to penetrate perimeter security to get close enough with these vehicles.
Stop that.
On the morning of Friday the 13th, these drones were activated and they flew out the backs of the vehicles to their targets, destroying air defense assets and crippling Iran's air protection. I would say that this is unlike anything we've ever seen before. I would say that this is unprecedented, but this is literally exactly what we just saw Ukraine did with their drones in Russia like a week ago. Now, phase 2 of
Yeah.
the attack, though, makes this very different than what we saw in Russia, because at the same time as all this attack drone tomfoolery was happening inside Iran, a covert group of Israeli Special Forces commandos infiltrated on the ground into central Iran,
Commandos.
possibly by stealth helicopters or cargo planes
I'm going
that were seen
commando.
operating in Syria later that day. The commandos avoided local security as they made their way to the remote locations in the desert. Their mission was
They're
to
commandos.
destroy
They don't
Iranian
wear
anti-air
underpants.
missile systems.
Only
The soldiers
diaper.
used Spike non-line of sight missile launchers, which means those mad lads infiltrated to within 30 kilometers of their target. The team of agents fired these remote-controlled munitions and steered them mid-air straight into the air defense systems, knocking them out. Spike missiles have very little signature when they're fired, meaning they're not that as loud or as much of a thermal signature as some other weapon systems, which allows them to stay undetected. This system is a perfect tool for the job, since it can be launched from indoors and from concealed spots. The fire and forget mode basically allows the operator to accurately guide that round mid-air onto the surface-to-air missile systems that they were targeting. So Spike missiles have a hit probability of over 95%, and they have a margin of error of less than 1 friggin' meter. I had all of that done in 3D and animated, because stuff doesn't make sense to me if I can't see it visually. But these ground attacks were only the beginning phase of this insane operation, because wait till you see what they have cooked up next. If you're someone posting spicy political memes online, your personal information is probably already exposed. This video's sponsor, Delete Me, ran my privacy report. Total. I know some people prefer to have some IRL
They ran my
proof.
privates.
Since then, we've learned
They
Iran
ran 'em
is
so
warning
hard.
that these vehicles are what Mossad used.
Nice.
We also believe that they used pickup trucks, smaller vehicles than basically what we saw in Ukraine. So we can see here, actual thermal video footage was released by Israel of their commandos
That's
on
what
the
I do
ground in
believe.
Iran using night vision goggles. and what
I've seen
appears to
Iran
be
footage
thermal
of them
blankets. That
finding
conceals
these
their
drone
thermal
bases
signature
since
if they were going to be spotted by
they've even
Iranian
used.
security forces. The fact that Israel released this video footage of their spies operating on Iranian soil is for a reason, I think. Normally, spy agencies bend all the way over backwards to keep their sources and methods under wraps. The likely reason that they chose to reveal this because they wanted to show how ineffective Iran's security is and how they operate with impunity. These agents could have exfiltrated out of there, because I'm always curious about, you go to one of the most dangerous spots, how do you get out of there? I get that they got into there, but how do you get out? So it might have been by helicopter, since Iran's air defense maybe couldn't have picked them up, like they did with the Syrian missile-based raid that they conducted about a year ago. So it's possible cargo aircraft could have picked them up. We saw them flying over Syria the next day. Maybe they recovered them. It appears to me, and everyone watching, that Israel's going for full-on, raw dog regime change. Alright, let's go into phase 3 of the ground sabotage. Probably the most insane of them all. Since at least 2024, Israeli undercover agents have been working on secretly building a kamikaze drone base inside the heart of the city of Tehran. So they didn't even put it in a mobile launcher site. They were just building it under their noses, right on their soil the whole time. This was carefully placed right on the outskirts of the city. They call it a base, but it was likely a house, and almost certainly in violation of their HOA. Inside the house, there were attack drones programmed to fly at the nearby Iranian base of Esfeh Jabad. This is one of the most well-protected, highly sensitive bases, because it's where they have a number of their long-range ballistic missile launchers. The drones were remotely activated by agents in the middle of the night at around 3 a.m. They struck the missile base, and then additional kamikaze drones appeared to have targeted high-value generals and scientists living in Tehran. Israel tricked some of Iran's top commanders into gathering in the same place for a meeting. They did this by studying their movement patterns, and then they were able to eliminate them all in this way, according to Israel at least. The goal was to nerf Iran's retaliatory capabilities. The explosive one-way drones targeted surface-to-surface missiles that were going to retaliate against Israel, based on what they'd seen happen in the past. This sabotage took them a year to smuggle commandos and weaponry through their borders. This paved the way for what would happen next. Once Iran's air defense had been hit hard, a massive coordinated air campaign involving 200 Israeli fighter jets attacked. Israel deployed a mix of F-35s, F-16s, and F-15s. They likely traveled through Syria, which right now has limited to no air defense. The F-35s used external fuel tanks likely to extend their range at the cost of stealth. They launched GBU-31 500-pound JDAM precision bombs designed to hit specific targets. In total, they fired something like 330 munitions so far from the air. Now, that was an old estimate as well, so it's probably much higher now. Their special forces had destroyed the city's air defense. The jets had air superiority. They could operate with impunity. There was reportedly very little activity seen from Iranian air defense. The Israeli Air Force reportedly flew SEED missions, which are suppression of air defense. So they destroyed around a dozen radars, and then we'll get into the battle damage assessment later of how many air defense systems were destroyed, but it's a friggin' lot. The fighter jets were able to penetrate deep into Iranian airspace and launch their standoff missiles at individual targets. These could have been fired from up to about 400 kilometers or 250 miles away and could have hit individual buildings. The F-35s hit residential apartment buildings in Tehran, which is an escalation compared to what we've seen happen in the past. Nuclear facilities and missile production bases were hit. Over 100 different targets inside Iran were hit during 5 waves of airstrikes. This hit the Natanz nuclear site and targeted their ballistic missile sites at Bid Canal. That's where several of their missile development and production facilities are located. Here on the map, you can see all the locations that were confirmed to be hit. This has been the first few days in what we anticipate will very possibly be a weeks-long air campaign of multiple sorties by Israel and Iran, according to word from their officials. The Institute for the Study of War stated, "Strikes that destroy components of Iran's air defense systems will cause a temporary disruption to Iranian defenses that would enable Israeli fourth-generation, non-stealthy aircraft to operate in Iranian airspace with greater ease." Israeli officials claim to have full control of the airspace, without a single Iranian jet being scrambled in response, because their air force is essentially non-existent. For many years, the popular saying has always been that amateurs talk tactics, while experts talk logistics. But now the line between logistics and tactics have been blurred. I think we're seeing the weaponization of transportation systems unlike anything we've seen before in military history. Let's talk about where Iran's air defense is at, because Iran started firing old-school, antiquated anti-air flak into the sky. So it looks like a picture that wouldn't be out of place in World War II. Their most common type of anti-aircraft gun is the Zu-23 mil cannon. It can fire 3 kilometers out, but Israeli fighter jets firing glide bombs fly higher than that and would be definitely out of range. Iran claimed that they'd shot down 2 Israeli F-35s so far, though. So far, we haven't seen evidence yet. Let's be honest. Let's not mince words. This is, I think, theatrical. It's for the Iranian leadership to make a show of force for their people on the ground who might not understand otherwise that this anti-aircraft flak fire is ineffective. But that's about it. Seeing flak instead of anti-air missiles going up into the sky is some visual evidence that air defense was destroyed by the Israeli ground sabotage. Iran claimed that they'd shot down 2 Israeli F-35s so far, though. So far, we haven't seen evidence yet. So far, all we've seen is one uncorroborated, fake, computer-generated AI image that has a combination of F-16, F-35, different parts that reveal that it's not real. But what about the battle damage assessment so far? Satellite and radar images are coming in immediately because there was no cloud cover. Initial information suggests they targeted about 25 of Iran's nuclear scientists. It appears like at least 6 of them were killed. Their whole high-up leadership was targeted, and at least 30 senior Iranian commanders have been killed so far. 40 Iranian air defense systems have reportedly been destroyed since the start of the operation. Israel released multiple videos of Iran's ballistic missile launchers getting destroyed by their ground operators. This could explain why it took multiple volleys throughout the day for Iran to reach 150 missiles fired at Israel, when they normally fire them all at once.
One of the people that I'm like mutuals with on one of the apps was like trying to figure out how to replace white rice with brown rice without becoming sad. And I couldn't help myself but reply with white is rice.
Can we pull up some best of Trump at the G7? Because there's the G7 actually is worth covering once Trump's there. There is one of the most clown incidents I think I've ever seen. Like, I don't know if the U.S. will ever live this one down. Like, it's up there with, like, deflecting shoes from Noor Maliki's head. Right? It's like nowhere near that level, but it's like approaching that fucking critical level, you know? And like back then, memes had staying power, you know? You really gotta you gotta be like LeBron now, you know? You can't just be another Jordan. This is an interesting mission.
Hellpods Prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Here? Think the anti-tank mines work on the convoys?
Maybe.
See the map?
Just lay mines on the track.
Well, see, it's gonna be a flag defense, and then we're gonna fucking siege the convoy. So we're gonna take the first flag, and then get as far up pushed where the convoy will come to the middle. But if they're anti-tank, they should work, right? The toes of the Factory Strider are actually super weak. The very tippy toes of them is a weak point. So it probably does take mine damage.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Hover pack's a bad idea. Where's that walking barrage? There it is. Let's give reinforcements.
Bro's bringing a tomahawk.
Launch initiated.
I'm not sure if you saw that. He probably
$20,000?
just got it. The fucking... Because he's a Viper Commando, so he probably just got it.
Yes.
The fucking peak physique perk. It's a fucking good perk. It just boosts your ergonomics with all guns. And then also it gives you 100% melee damage. But it's really the ergonomics that people care about. They're coming right for us.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a
Ah,
sentry.
yes, I still have the double-edged sickle. That is fine. Rocket sentry.
Requesting sentry. Heavy, northwest.
All right, rocket sentry, calm down.
Calling an anti-tank mines on a tank.
Yeah, right on it.
Calling down a support weapon.
Let's see what happens. Well, it died.
The commander of the Revolutionary Guard and military chief of staff were both confirmed dead by Iran themselves. Take a look at their military command structure to give you an idea of how devastating this has been for Iran. This is meant to create a leadership vacuum that made quick retaliation more difficult. What's escalated and different here compared to some of the attacks we've seen in the past is they targeted these generals and scientists at their residential homes in Iran. The Iranian government confirmed the deaths of these high-value leadership and that 78 people were killed, including over 320 wounded in the Israeli attacks, according to Iran. They claim the majority were civilians. So one of the things that stuck out to me as really interesting is what we're not seeing as much as what we are seeing. It's shocking that we haven't seen or even heard from Hamas or Hezbollah, these proxy forces of Iran that in the past have been the type of forces that would launch attacks on Israel normally in a situation like this.
Yeah, they're busy.
What about the Iranian retaliation so far? The fact that Iran is now targeting Israel's population centers and residential areas is an escalation compared to what we've seen in the past. A few apartment buildings were hit, and then another volley later on ended with Israel's military headquarters getting struck. It's called the Kiryat, which is like their version of the American Pentagon. A war correspondent on the ground in Israel, Trey Yingst, said, quote, "An entire block nearly completely destroyed, wiped off the map." So far, 150 Iranian ballistic missiles were fired, which is similar to past attacks that they've done on Israel before in terms of volume. At least 7 of the missiles avoided air defense interceptors and hit the ground and impacted. Video evidence shows some of the missiles were intercepted, though. In the past, Iran only fired missiles at Israel's military bases. The attacks weren't that accurate because hitting a plane with a ballistic missile, hitting a plane-sized target, is much more difficult than hitting, say, an entire city. So they were able to kill at least 3 Israeli citizens, and over 40 people were wounded, according to Israeli officials so far. My personal assessment of the attack so far have been that Iran has been unable to inflict similar strategic blows to Israel so far compared to what they've received. This could change tomorrow. Israel began targeting Iran's economic sector, hitting their oil fields, which is something they haven't done in the past. It's an escalation that they said they would do if their population centers were hit. It's important to note this all started with what Israel calls their begin doctrine. Israel officially drew a line in the desert sand and made it policy, a principle, that they won't allow an enemy state to acquire nuclear weapons, and since then they've bombed Syria's nuclear reactor and now Iran's. So what has the American response been so far? 2 U.S. naval destroyers are assisting with shooting down Iran's missiles, alongside multiple American Patriot batteries that have been moved into position in recent months, as we've talked about, and THAAD anti-air launchers are also in position. This could explain why the U.S. diverted some 20,000 interceptors from Ukraine to go to the Middle East for U.S. troops instead a few weeks ago. It's confirmed that American fighter jets are now patrolling the skies in the Middle East region. They're now on station overhead, protecting U.S. troops and facilities. And I think this is a major hint as to why Israel was even able to consider this attack. This is just my personal opinion, and you guys can tell me what you think. But it looks like to me that the type of targets that Israel went after here suggests that their goal was to weaken the entire Iranian government.
The convoy
if Israel
route is
doesn't
almost
have the military capability, the bunker-busting bombs necessary, the 30,000-pound variant of it, to completely destroy Iran's deeply buried nuclear program, then their best bet would be to delegitimize the Iranian government. Their best bet would be to take out senior leadership to show the world that Iran has no credible deterrence. It's possible the diplomatic dance over the past few weeks has been tailored to the attack as well. We don't have confirmation on when the U.S. government knew these Israeli strikes were imminent, and we don't know if possibly the ongoing negotiations were used to provide a disguise to trick Iran in the final days into thinking that talks would continue into Sunday, because the top U.S. envoy to the negotiations had planned a 6th round of talks on Sunday. 6 rounds. Maybe if they'd gone to 12 rounds of talks, it would have resolved. The 7th time's the charm. Was Iran really building a nuclear weapon? Israel says they were creating a crude warhead. Personally, if you ask me, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need more evidence than trust me, bro. Just because it wasn't true about Iraq 20 years ago doesn't mean it's necessarily a CIA lie again today. But I'm certainly going to need a whole lot more evidence if you want me to believe it today. We know that the U.S.'s own intelligence assessments continue to say that Iran was not pursuing an active nuclear weaponization program as of now. How the heck did Israeli covert agents smuggle all those weapon systems into the country? Based on past Mossad operations, we know that foreign passports a lot of times are used from European countries so they can plant agents inside Iran. We know that in the 2010s, Mossad agents entered Iran as regular old business people, journalists, or aid workers, and they would build cover stories for years prior to going there. These agents are then used to coordinate local assets. So they'll find people inside Iran that are sympathetic to their cause or that hate the current regime.
We're also
they
raising
provide
the flag
on-the-ground recon
happening.
and they move the contraband drones and explosives over time, bit by bit. Previous covert actions used fake plumbing equipment, car parts, and appliances to smuggle in weapons. So they would disassemble the drones, the explosives, the launchers, and ship them separately. Then they would reassemble them in Iran. Add to that the fact that tools like 3D printers mean they could create parts in the country easily. Mossad has historically partnered with anti-regime ethnic minorities. You got the Kurds in the northwest and the Balak rebels in the southeast. These groups control parts of the porous borders with Iraq, Pakistan, and Afghanistan.
Okay.
U.S. President Donald Trump have arrived in Canada for the G7 summit. Trump landed in the western province of Alberta, where the heads of leading industrialized nations will hold their annual meeting. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz arrived earlier and met with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Global security is set to dominate the agenda with 3 days of discussions on the conflict between Israel and Iran, the war in Ukraine, and a shaky global economy. DW reporter Stephen Beardsley is following this. The conflict between Israel and Iran, of course, is going to be a big topic. What's going to be the approach from G7 leaders on that?
Well, the approach from G7 leaders, let's start out by saying unity is not the expectation, right? We know it's the prospect of a unified approach to any of these issues has already been thrown out the window because Canada has already said there's not going to be a joint statement at the end of this. Now, that's a departure from recent practice at G7s, but it's not unheard of. The same was done in 2019, and that's because of Donald Trump. That was his first term, and this is, of course, his second. So they know that there will be a lot of disagreement on all of these issues. The hope is, however, that on a bilateral level, that in individual talks with the U.S. in particular, that some movement can be made because the U.S. is, frankly, in the key position on so many of these issues. When we look at Israel and Iran, for example, it plays such a key role. The problem for many of these leaders is that the U.S. has been so ambivalent lately. And by that, I mean Donald Trump has been ambivalent. He, on the one hand, says he supports further negotiations with Iran. On the other hand, he doesn't seem to mind the attacks that are happening right now.
I can barely hear myself.
The Israel is performing these attacks. He hasn't really done anything to suggest they should be winged in. So these other leaders are coming in with their own fixed perceptions and their own sort of views on it. Japan, for example, criticizing Israeli attacks, which itself was unusual.
It was just so loud. This guy's fucking
Canada,
loud
example,
as shit.
The UK and Canada have sanctioned members of Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet over what's going on in Gaza right now. There's even more pressure in Germany for wider actions against the Israeli government. So all of these leaders are going to come in, and the expectation is going to be some unified approach is honestly very unlikely, hopefully on a bilateral level.
So what can we expect from Trump over the next days? His first G7 since being re-elected, more ambivalent?
What we know from Trump is that he often feels embattled in these kinds of forums with other world leaders. On the one hand, his America First agenda rejects most forms of multilateralism. But on a very personal level, he often seems uncomfortable when he has to share the stage with world leaders. You probably remember, Ben, this famous photo from the 28 G7 in which he sits there with his arms back as the other leaders lean over him.
Full screen the game.
Now, that was a dispute over whether Russia should be allowed to participate again in the G7.
Can't you? Like, I literally have to do
No,
the same
I'm
as
literally
you.
trying to point at it on my screen.
Was it a tank?
That's a whole factory strider.
Oh, what the fuck?
Dropping a pin.
Weird.
Nailed him. One shot! One shot, brother! Look at him dance!
But it shows
oh
just
my
how
god, bro!
Holy
shit!
Now, he later left that G7 and then unleashed a barrage of tweets against everyone. So he's not there to try and convince everyone to come to his side. But on the other hand, they are hoping they can convince him to come to their side. Trump is known as someone who tends to, he's best approached in a personal level. And so I think we're going to see so much more happen on the bilateral
dropship put it up there
to get him to sway him on certain issues.
And let's throw in Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky into the mix. How's that going to change the dynamic?
This is another area where the ambivalence of the U.S. president has been very clear. This essentially throwing his hands up after attempts to create a ceasefire between the two sides. Zelensky wants more pressure on Russia. He's been very clear about that. He wants the U.S. to take a firm stance in favor of Ukraine and to say Russia needs to come to the table through the exertion of more financial sanctions, through the exertion of more pressure from the U.S. And Trump has been reluctant so far. We see more of the European, the UK side firming up behind this idea, especially as they know they need to show more coalescence on this issue for Trump. They need to demonstrate that for Trump, and they're hoping, again, that this will be a forum in which they can convince him to move, finally, in a very specific direction.
Stephen Beardsley, thank you very much for coming in and breaking it all down.
What's going on over here? You got a big old tank, motherfucker? He's dead.
All right, thank you. Mr. President, welcome to Canada. It's an honor. Happy birthday. A few days short. A few days short, but didn't have a chance to see you on the day. Happy birthday to the U.S. military as well, 250th, and this is the 50th birthday, if you will, of the G7. This marks the 50th birthday of the G7, and the G7 is nothing without U.S. leadership, and your personal leadership, leadership of the United States, many issues, geopolitics, economic, technology, and working hand in hand with the United States, Canada, the United States, and the other G7 partners with your leadership. I'm very much looking forward to meeting and grateful to have you.
I appreciate it, and we've developed a very good relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And we have a whole group of people, some traders and some other people. I see my top economy people. But we have a very talented group of people, and you do
Did we
too.
get him?
I know they work together very well.
Thanks, sorry.
I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in.
Isn't that fucking great?
And I would say that that was a
Unfucking
mistake
real.
because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in.
You're an idiot.
And you wouldn't have a war right now
Bro,
if Trump were president.
Russia got
4
booted
years
because
ago.
they invaded. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Was it Trudeau and Obama's fault? It's actually their fault that the war isn't ending. I'm Donald Trump.
Really is like the dumbest cunt. Like, there is no competition. He is truly the dumbest cunt on earth.
I always
Like,
hit
that's
reinforcements when I'm trying
fucking
to SOS.
Sending out an SOS.
What are you dealing with over here, guys? Is that a shredder tank? Or is that just a walker? Hey, is that a cannon turret?
Okay, does my shield backpack protect me from my double-edged sickle?
I don't know. That is a very good question.
I guess I'll find out.
It didn't work out that way, but it used to be the G8, and now it's, I guess, what's that, 9 years ago, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake, even though I wasn't in politics then. I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that.
Yeah, well, that's
you
because you're a
spend so much
fucking
time talking about
dickhead.
Russia, and he's no longer at the
Probably
table.
have business
That makes
assets
life
in
more
Russia.
complicated, but you wouldn't
Definitely
have that
don't
way.
have any vested interest.
And other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot, and I expect to. And I think our primary focus will be trade and trade with Canada, and I'm sure we can work something out. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm in up a deal with Canada.
Say it.
What is holding up a deal with Canada from your perspective?
It's not so much holding up. I think we have different concepts. I have a tariff concept. Mark has a different concept, which is something that some people like.
I have a concept.
But
it
we're
doesn't
going to see if we can get to the bottom
I'm
of
a
it
fucking
today.
moron.
I'm a tariff person. I've always been a tariff.
Yeah, 'cause
Simple,
you're a fucking
it's
idiot.
easy, it's precise, and it just goes very quickly. And I think Mark has a more complex idea, but also very good. So we're going to look at both, and we're going to see what we're going to come out with something. Hopefully.
Are you on a deal with Iran? Do you think a deal is achievable within days, within weeks? Is there that kind of runway?
Yeah, it's achievable. Both parties have to agree.
God,
Yeah,
he's
sure.
an idiot.
Mr. President, have you heard any signals or seen any
Mr. President,
messages from
why are you such a
intermediaries
fucking idiot?
that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
That's a weird
What have you
question.
heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
Isn't he
They'd like
weird?
to talk, but they should have done that before.
Oh my God.
I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately.
Yeah, it's almost like
before it's
Israel
too late.
started it.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it
Dipshit.
take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about that.
As you mentioned Putin, do you think that he should have a seat at the G7 today, that it should be the G8?
I'm not saying he should at this point, because too much water's gone over the dam, maybe. But it was a big mistake. Obama
No.
didn't want him.
No, it wasn't.
And the head of your country, the proud head of your country, didn't want him. This was a big mistake.
What do you
wouldn't
mean?
have that war. You know, you have your enemy at the table. Even I don't even consider him. He wasn't really an enemy at that time. There was no concept. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But likewise,
sure.
if he were a member of what was called the G8 at that time, it was always the G8. You wouldn't have a war right now.
A lot of angry shit over here.
What support are you providing Israel?
We've always supported
Man,
Israel.
you know how Trump does that little, like, freak out thing to like mock people. People should start doing that to mock him. Hey, Russia got kicked out of the J7. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, stop giving him any respect that the office grants. Just mock him. Mercilessly mock this idiot. He deserves to be mocked. Boom. Boom. Oh, dead.
See, they think they have the high ground, but what they're actually doing is silhouetting themselves.
Yes.
Say hello to democracy!
I think we got him.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Oh, watch out for mines.
Oh, there's mine. I don't think they go off because we're not tanked.
They can. There was deaths there. And I didn't have my warrant loaded.
Ready to liberate. Calling down a support weapon.
Mark any tanks you see.
I see no tank.
Automaton outpost scrapped. Orbital inbound.
Where you going, Doug? You gonna struggle to step over shoes again? Fucking idiot.
Oh, fabricator. I got him. Don't waste your fucking shit. I got a spear.
Yeah, they're mine. Don't worry.
Oh, me dead. Oh, me dead over here.
Yeah, he died. The bots are setting off the mines. Lol. Lol. This is great. Get away from me. Fuckhead. Don't fucking touch me. Damn, these mines are everywhere.
Main objective nearby. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Artillery? I see it. I'm going for it.
Liberty save me! Calling down a support weapon.
Full screen it if the video's paused.
Sorry.
For a long period of time, strongly.
I got busy.
And Israel's doing very well right now.
Why not have China as the
Why not have China as the biggest economy in the world after the United States? Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't mind that. If somebody
Oh
wants to
my god, I
suggest
hate him
China
so much.
coming in, I think we suggest if you want to have people
Deploy
that
the
you can talk
PLA to
you know,
Gaza.
they don't talk. Putin speaks to me. He doesn't speak to anybody else. He doesn't want to talk because he was very insulted when he got thrown out of the G8.
Who gives a shit?
As I would be, as
Fuck
you would
that
be,
guy.
as anybody would be. He was very insulted. And, I mean, he was thrown out.
Why did you kick me out? All I did was
Convinced,
invade
one or
a
two
country
people,
with
along with
Nazis.
Obama, he was thrown out. And he's not a happy person about it, I can tell you that.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have fucking invaded a country with fucking Nazis.
and I agree with him.
On immigration, why are you ordering ICE to target Democratic inner cities? What's behind that?
I don't know what you're saying.
You did a post last night where you said you want ICE to really target Democrats.
Yeah, I want them to focus on the cities, because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. I look at New York, I look at Chicago. I mean, you got a really bad governor in Chicago and a bad mayor, but the governor's probably the worst in the country.
Supplies.
But I look at how that city has been overrun by criminals, and New York and L.A. Look at L.A. L.A. Those people weren't from L.A. They weren't from California. Most
Where
of
the
those
fuck
people,
are the
many of those
supplies?
people. Yeah, that's the focus. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that,
Are they over
vast
here? Oh my God.
numbers of those people were murderers, killers, people from gangs, people from jails. They emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities.
There you go,
All
Rocket
blue
Century,
cities.
finally.
All Democrat-run cities. And they think they're going to use them to vote. Not going to happen.
Reload! Come on!
Thank you.
All because the supplies were in the fucking shittiest place of all time.
Yes, if you will, as G7 chair, since we have 2 more minutes with the president and his team, and then we actually have to start the meeting to address some of these big issues. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, media. Let's go. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Thank you very much. Out. Good. Go, guys. Out. You gotta go. Thank you. Katie, let's go. Out. I don't want to.
Embarrassing.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go.
Factory Strider. Oh my God.
Oh, I didn't die.
Your challenge for Carnival, who owns 9 brands internationally.
There's a meeting right now with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Alberta. This video is actually from moments ago. Let's listen.
Where the fuck is the tank emplacement? I know he didn't
All
destroy
right,
it.
thank you. Mr. President, welcome to Canada. It's a great honor. Happy birthday. A few days short, but didn't have a chance to see you on the day. Happy birthday to the U.S. military as well, 250th, and this is the 50th birthday, if you will, of the G7. This marks the 50th birthday of the G7, and the G7 is nothing without U.S. leadership. And so,
They're all
your
tied up
personal
in the
leadership,
fucking hull.
leadership of the United States.
Of the
Many
fucking
issues,
ruin of the Factory
geopolitics,
Strider.
economic, technology, and working hand in hand with the United States, Canada, the United States, and the other G7 partners.
Fuck me. There's so much water in this fucking base.
Grateful to have you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it, and we've developed a very good relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other
Not
things.
anymore.
And we have a whole group of people, some traders and some other people. I see my top economy people. But we have a very talented group of people, and you do too, and I know they work together very well. I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person with different concepts. I have a tariff concept, and Mark has a different concept, which is something that some people like.
Now he also
But
did a
we're gonna
funny
see if we
thing
can
where
get to the bottom of it
he
together.
signs a deal
I'm
with
a
Keir
tariff person.
Starmer.
I've always been a tariff. Simple. It's easy.
That's the
It's
meme,
precise.
the real
and
meme
it
thing
just goes very
that
quickly.
happened with Trump.
And I think Mark has a more complex idea, but also very good. So we're going to look at both, and we're going to see what we're going to come out with something. Hopefully.
Achievable within days, within weeks? Is there that kind of runway?
Yeah, it's achievable. Both parties have to agree. Yeah, sure.
Mr. President,
signals or sending messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict.
Yeah,
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
they'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to have a deal. And, it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk.
Shut the fuck up.
Come on, sir.
So pull camera. Pull camera.
Thank you very much. We all know the great Prime Minister of the UK, and we just signed a document. This is sorry about that.
Hilarious.
A little windy out here. Give me that. We just signed it, and it's done. And so we have our trade agreement with the European Union, and it's a fair deal.
They're
for
not
both.
in the EU, Trump.
We produce a lot of jobs, a lot of income.
Man, he is a fucking
and we have
idiot.
many other ones coming. But you see, the level of enthusiasm is very good. But the relationship that we have is fantastic. So I just want to congratulate you.
But Donald, thank you very much. This now implements on car tariffs and aerospace, our really important agreements. And so this is a very good day for both our countries, a real sign of strength. So thank you again, Donald. A really important day for both of us.
Great people.
Has anything changed in the agreement since you spoke on the phone from the Oval Office?
Not much. This is implemented.
May I ask you a question, please? G7 leaders are calling for de-escalation Israel and Iran, but you are the key to unlocking that.
And here I am.
And here you are. So can I ask you, sir, have you spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu? When might you speak to him?
I've spoken to everybody.
What will you say?
Israel is doing very well, as you probably noticed. And I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no. And the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61.
Day 61, we launched our attack dog.
And as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
Mr. President, Iran is accusing Netanyahu of attacking them to deliberately derail your nuclear plan that you had. What do you say to that?
I mean, that fits Israel's MO.
If it would help bring Iran to the negotiating table, would you guarantee that the U.S. would not get involved militarily?
Well, I think Iran basically is at the negotiating table. They want to make a deal. And as soon as I leave here, we're going to be doing something. But I have to leave here. I have, this commitment. I have a lot of commitments. I have a commitment to a lot of countries, including the UK, where we just signed our deal. We're gonna let you have that information in a little while.
Can you guarantee the on U.S. restaurants, when will they restart?
They're starting already. Well, Europe is saying that, but they haven't done it yet. Let's see them do it first.
You told me earlier that you could sanction Russia.
Wow, the shield pack saved me from dying.
Because I'm waiting to see whether the deal is signed.
Can you guarantee the UK will be
And don't forget, sanctions cost us a lot of money. When I sanction a country, that costs the U.S. a lot of money, a tremendous amount of money. It's not just, let's sign a document. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Sanctions are not that easy. It's not just a one-way street.
And just quickly, do you think that Israel can...
Yeah, we're proceeding with that. It's a really important deal for both of us. I think the President is doing a review. We did a review when we came into government, so that makes good sense to me. But it's a really important...
We're very long-time partners and allies and friends, and we've become friends in a short period of time. He's slightly more liberal than I am, to put it mildly.
I stand slightly on the left.
But for some reason we get along.
Oh my God, they're so cringe.
Please go away.
No. I just, you know what I said? Saving lives.
It was
I
only a
only
couple
care
of
about
samples
saving
anyway.
lives. We have nothing to do with it except that Biden stupidly let us get into that mess and gave $350 billion. $350 billion. And yet, despite that, you saw how we did in the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. We have $15 trillion almost looking around that number going to be invested in the U.S. So the money is not the thing in this case. It's 5,000 young people are being killed every week. in Russia and Ukraine. And if I can stop that, I'll be very happy. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. So you could say, what am I doing? But I'd like to see if I could stop it.
You said Israel can fully eliminate the threat that Iran poses, this nuclear threat that it poses without the United States military help.
Who said that?
No, I'm asking if you believe they can. without
It's
help.
irrelevant. Something's going to happen.
Have you spoken to the legislators?
Yeah, but I think we're doing pretty well. We're talking. We have a thing called the telephone, so we're talking. But it's always better to talk in person.
Mr. President,
I want to see no nuclear weapon in Iran, and we're well on our way to making sure that happens.
Discussion about that story. There's in the G7 absolute clarity in relation to the nuclear program. We do not want to see it.
Mr. President,
What?
Can you guarantee nuclear
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where
The
you
UK
stand.
is very well protected. You know why? Because I like them. That's why. That's their ultimate protection. Thank you very much. The Prime Minister's done a great job. I want to just tell that to the people of the United Kingdom. He's done a very, very good job. You know, he's done what...
You want me to? Oh, too late.
No, I dropped them at the fucking extraction.
Oh.
Surely somebody picked them up.
Victory was never in doubt.
Mr. President, welcome.
And I think on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal.
Go ahead. On immigration, why are you ordering ICE to target Democratic inner cities? What's behind that?
I don't know what you're saying.
You did a post.
He's such a doofus.
Appears to be a very, very conservative individual.
Were they
he is
supers?
a
No.
evangelical pastor. Traveled around the world to spread.
The super samples were only at the extract.
His version of the
Yeah, you
gospel.
said, that's what you were saying. If somebody picked them up.
Yeah, they were there, so don't worry.
So somebody did.
Yeah. That's why I dropped them there. Be right back.
The story about the lengths he went to. According to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the suspect was not believed to have made any public threats before the attacks. He was vehemently anti-abortion. 57 years old. He and his wife attempted to started a security firm in 2018. I don't know that we've heard anything from the wife. The company's homepage says it provides armed security for property and events and features a photo of an SUV painted in a two-tone black and silver pattern, similar to a police vehicle, which is probably why this guy was able to sort of like make his truck up to look like a cop car and then showed up in uniform.
Sort of spurred the imagination toward this.
Yep. He, of course, is alleged and suspected, but apparently in the hours before Saturday's shooting, Butler texted two roommates to tell them, and maybe he's divorced now, it sounds like, which also, that he loved them and I'm going to be gone for a while. Maybe dead shortly, so I just want to let you know I love you guys both and wish it hadn't gone this way. I don't want to say anything more and implicate you in any way because you guys don't know anything about this, but I love you guys and I'm sorry for the trouble this has caused.
What I read was that he worked for like a funeral home transporting dead bodies at all hours of the day and night, and therefore it was easier, more convenient somehow to live with roommates, but he was still married.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, either way.
Here is his roommate talking about Butler.
Can you talk about his politics a little bit? I know that you had some discussions on some of the
Well,
everyone's calling him a Democrat. He's not a Democrat. He would be offended if people called him a Democrat. So, but because of this board thing he was on for Governor Walz, it wasn't to serve. He was just serving the community. But I can't believe a political issue would cause him to do such a thing.
Did he ever bring up the senator or the representative who were targeted?
Like I was saying, no, he never talked about that. I didn't know. I didn't recognize her name.
Any politicians he mentioned?
Well, he mentioned Nancy Pelosi. He didn't like Jim Walz. Jim Walz? Didn't like Jim Biden. But
Tim Walz, what would you say about him?
Well, I mean, nothing. I mean, it's just normal. Well, I don't like this that Jim Walz did this. I don't like that they did that.
Did he mention the protests that were planned for yesterday?
He never mentioned the protest.
What do you make of everything that's happened here and the fact
Maybe
that
I mentioned it to him, but I don't think he mentioned anything.
What would you tell him?
I would tell him to surrender himself so he can be taken alive, because he's like my best friend, so I don't want him to be killed. I don't want him to kill anyone else, you know? So I think if I saw him, I could talk him down, but I don't know where he is.
And did he listen to any particular podcasts or TV shows or anything online that concerns you?
Well, you listen to InfoWars.
Epic.
I kind of said, well, it's like 50% truth. You know, I kind of said, don't take everything what they say for granted. I wasn't a real truthful. I mean, they're on for some things, but some things are way off.
Did he talk much about Trump? And what did he say if so?
I was a Trump supporter. Voted for Trump. Do you like Trump? I like Trump. And,
I'll tell you what's, I mean, with these things, obviously, you've got to wait to get information about this. Everybody's very, very interested in jumping on the bandwagon quick. I mean, we try and wait here. And it may cost us a few clicks and whatnot, but it's important to be accurate. If you're let's say a politician or a senator, one who has deep, deep principles, like, I don't know, say like a Mike Lee, as opposed to somebody who's sort of like adopted all of Trump's, sort of like a, one who's really principled, because the libertarians, like Rand Paul and Mike Lee in the Senate, it's about, their principles first. Things like, I'm not going to vote for the debt ceiling to be extended if I'm Rand Paul. Oh, wait, did I get invited to the picnic? Okay, I'll vote for that bill. Rand Paul has caved that way. Or Mike Lee was worried about the Constitution. And always, the thing about the libertarians, they make sure, like, we got facts, not feelings.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Here's Senator Mike Lee tweeting out a picture of the killer. And I think that guy had on a fake, looks like he has a fake, like, bald cap on, doesn't it?
Oh, that could be.
I think that's what that is.
It looks like a Safdie Brothers style, like, full mask that goes over the head and the face.
It really does seem like that. But this is a tweet from Senator Mike Lee. Expand it down.
I think it's just the lighting that makes
this
it
is
look
what
like
happens,
a
something there right there. When Marxists don't get their way. I mean...
That's Mike Lee's tweet.
Because all the Posobieks and Cernovich guy, maybe, I don't know if they individually, but those types of people were completely running with he's a Tim Walz sleeper agent.
How is a sitting senator not going to get censured in the Senate by his fellow politicians There was a manifesto. There was a list of politicians who were going to be assassinated. How does a sitting senator who jumps on this and talks about Marxists don't get their way,
Is this the gunslinger armor?
not going to be censored for this?
That's not a screenshot either. That's an active post that's still up.
He still has it up. What a sicko.
Psychopath.
Total psychopath.
Well, we're ready.
This is right-wing anti-government violence. We had a guy driving a car rammed into a protester. That protester died. It was in Virginia, I believe it was. I mean, this is where we're headed with a lot of this stuff, folks.
Is it the Vicky Palladino here in New York City making jokes about throwing socialists out of helicopters?
Chopper rides.
This is the era that we're living in, and nice to see a Republican senator trying to throw gasoline on it.
Yeah. We're gonna have height advantage after landing on the tower.
Unbelievable. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should...
No way. Let's stay on this.
Okay.
We have breaking news from Minnesota right now. Thank you for joining us today. I want to bring in NBC investigative reporter Andrew Blankstein and Jim Cavanaugh, law enforcement analyst. All right, Andrew, you've got new information. What can you tell us?
My colleagues Tom
What are they,
Winter
fucking recording
and
this in
Jonathan
an
Dean
enchanted forest
reporting
with
now.
leaves
Three
fluttering all
sources
around?
familiar with the investigation. They've identified a suspect, Vance Bolter, 57 years
now this
old,
video's
a Minnesota
quiet.
resident. Obviously still being sought by authorities at this hour, at least what we know. They're
had the
in
John
the middle
Hinckley
of
Jr.
processing a scene involved in this
I can barely
manhunt.
hear you.
And so there's a number of things going
Yeah, it's
on
'cause of the
behind the
drop
scenes that
being
we're
loud.
not privy to. We're still obviously trying to get a sense of motive in this case, which is still coming together. What we do know at this hour, based on what authorities said officially, is that this was a targeted crime against these legislators and their spouses. At this point, there was a list of multiple people on it that looked at possibly other political people, and that this individual was dressed in some kind of a uniform with a vest that appeared where they appeared to be like law enforcement. So I think what that interface is, obviously we're still trying to get a sense of that at this moment. But again, identification based on three sources familiar to Tom Winter and Jonathan Dean's, an individual by the name of Vance Bolter, 57 years old, from Minnesota.
And to be clear, they have his name, but he's not in custody. He's still on the loose, correct?
At this hour, what we've been told is, and what we're going on, is that they are still looking for this individual.
Do we know anything about him?
Oh my God.
I think we're trying to get as much information as we can. I think authorities have a head start in that regard, and obviously, Stephanie, that goes to motive, right? Even though there's this list, even though this person appeared to use a law enforcement type uniform to do this, all these pieces are going to start to become more apparent as this investigation goes forward. You have processing of the crime scene. You have the individual being backgrounded as we speak. And then there's all the other aspects in terms of family, friends, co-workers that might speak to motive. And as we know, certain pieces may come out, but that doesn't necessarily paint a very clear picture in the immediate aftermath of something like this. And it could, and then I think that's going to be the big question going forward. And it's also a question, as we reference it, law enforcement around the country wants to know, against the backdrop of large-scale kind of marches and rallies and protests, because if there's a political motivation here, and there was a list that targeted politicians, and that there's anything that had to do with any of the rallies. Those are the questions they want answered and then distribute to both law enforcement and to the public so they can get a sense of what this is about.
Requesting fortification. Requesting battery. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver combat zone.
Fuck! I literally just called down supplies in a chair. And they fucking walked up behind me. All because I tried to fucking
Let's
full
check
screen.
out what Tim Pool is up to these days. Here is Tim Pool. He's going to weigh in on the Israeli attack on Iran. And
Now I'm at the bottom of the
Iran's,
fucking
firing
hill.
back. And now this is a
I
very
wanna be at the
sensitive
bottom of the
topic
fucking hill.
for Tim, because
Can you shoot
he's
the Hulk
both
that's chasing me?
anti-war and
No.
pro-Israel.
I'm at the bottom of the
starting
hill.
a war. But he can't really articulate any of that in any meaningful way, or his audience will get confused. Because Tim tries to sit on the fence with these things. So this is a complicated high wire act.
There's no way
and
that
one of the
didn't kill him.
strategies Tim does is try and put as many people in the studio at any given time, so he doesn't have to articulate certain things. It seems to me. But he still needs to have like a hook.
Yeah, you gotta have some red meat for the folks.
And what's it
And
going
now
to
it
be
dies.
in this situation?
Fuck right off.
I don't know if we have this one.
Oh, there you go. Always messing with the audio with Tim Pool.
No, we don't have one pulled up. We do have this. Trump says Iranian negotiators working with U.S. are no longer alive. He says they didn't die of the flu, they didn't die of COVID. Israeli sources had been reporting, check this out, how an Israeli-American deception campaign lulled Iran into a false sense of security. Israeli official says Trump's warnings to Netanyahu not to attack, as well as stories of Israeli officials flying to the U.S. and PM taking a short vacation, were put out to fool the regime. Now, I don't know how much of that is true, but with Trump saying we know everything, it sounds like that may have been the case. That the U.S. was basically saying, no, we want to negotiate with you. Considering Trump's the one who killed the nuclear deal, him saying I want to negotiate you, it's plausible. And the reason why they're keeping this from the American people is that Trump knows his base
I
is
can
low.
tell Tim is winding up to say something pretty brave here, which is, I am anti-war. Donald Trump is the anti-war candidate. Pretending that you're in negotiations for nuclear disarmament as a way of predicating a strike, in fact, a war, a surprise attack on you, that's bad. That's bad because I'm anti-war and Donald Trump is anti-war, and we don't want to start a nuclear, and we don't want to encourage so-called rogue regimes to have a nuclear weapon because it's the only way that they can be defend themselves against an attack by a foe that might be armed by the biggest arms supplier in the world. Watch out, folks. Here it comes. Kudos to Tim for bringing this up. Here it comes.
And the reason why they're keeping this from the American people is that Trump knows his base is largely anti-intervention and doesn't want to be involved in this. But it's entirely possible. Trump was trying to maintain the posture of we don't want to be involved in this conflict, getting those stories out so Iran thought the attack would not happen.
The Netanyahu also said he wants an Iranian revolution. He wants the people to overthrow the dictatorship that is their government. He doesn't have a problem with the Iranians. It's the government. It's the dangerous, psychotic. This is his argument. I think Trump might feel the same way. And I'll tell you what, if I was in their position, if I was the Ayatollah Khomeini
If
right
I was
now,
in their
and I was
position,
betrayed like this by the Americans in the middle of
if
the
I
peace
was
deal,
the guy calling
I would
the
never
shots,
forgive them. Literally never forgive them. So unless they're removed from power or destroyed, whatever, unless they're removed from power, I don't see this conflict ending. Now, if there is a regime change in Iran and there's a democratically, maybe there's a republic that's instantiated, maybe that can quell the violence, but I don't see it. Other than that, I don't see it.
And that kind of wasn't the result in Iraq. I don't know that would be the result in Iran either.
Iran was a successful democracy.
They do have a much longer history as this is going to sound bad, but as a civilized state. Like, they have been around independently for thousands upon thousands of years. On the other hand, Islam is
tribal?
It's a religion that likes violence, and the
What
conservative
religion
is
doesn't, you
that
fucking idiot?
This is awesome.
I want to just remind you, they're talking about a conflict that was started by a country that claims they are a Jewish state. Judaism is a religion. Now, I would argue that in fact they are not a Jewish state.
No.
They're an Israeli, a Zionist state, but that's not. When Bibi Netanyahu orders bombs to fall on Tehran, he does so because he says he's protecting Jews around the world.
That's the cop-out.
Someone should tell that guy, I don't know who it is.
Aiden Mattis.
Someone should tell Aiden Mattis, those are the people who started that war.
I would just underline the whole ruse was let's do diplomacy to avoid a war. So if they're fundamentally warlike, given their religion, that ruse wouldn't have worked.
Exactly. We should also say that, like, what would the response been if they said, oh, just keep bombing us? We're okay with that. Well, you know, one of the things about Islam, they don't value their lives. Right? Like, I mean, it is fascinating. The different ways that these folks will try and figure out how to be Islamophobic. I mean, he sort of just, like, you know, was hesitant a little bit, but, like, you know, the religion really likes war. You know, what's interesting is there's also another religion, a third religion, will you, that is also engaged
Come on, I was
in
healing.
wars. You know, let me tell you something about what's happening just a little bit north of Iran. There's a country a little bit north and a little bit to the east, I guess, that has invaded another country.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Guess what their religion is?
I just assumed
Christian.
you wanted to be around them.
That's
I don't
fascinating.
care.
Oh, there's
As
this
long as I can
country
shoot things.
that used to have this, like, empire where they would invade other countries and take their resources and actually have them be colonies. And
that's not true.
It
Sam.
was the Islamic Republic of England? Was that what it was? It's just fascinating the way that they'll, like, be very thoughtful about all of this.
These grooves, I mean, this is why people like me rejected sort of the new atheist sort of critique of, or fixation that rather on Islam, which is it creates these grooves of, like, the path that even in a topic about how Israel and America decided to simulate diplomacy to lure Iran into a
false sense of security.
And that's
Scum
and then
behavior.
you go directly from that to actually Islam is fundamentally violent with no intervening stage.
It's fascinating. And I say this as someone who's, like, has a real problem with all stripes of fundamentalist religion.
Yes.
But it is fascinating how even, like, you know, the new atheists always are like, well, but Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas.
What are you gonna do?
They're always like, if they're not, you know, being suckers, falling into the trap of a fake peace negotiation, then,
if they're not foregoing a nuclear capability so they can, like,
they're gonna have peace and wanting to feed their people.
And it's the Islam warlust.
I love this guy, this guy with the green shirt. He was making the point, like, he started to say, well, it hasn't always been like such a violent and awful place. It was, and then he almost says democracy, but then he, I think, quickly realized, like, oh, I can't talk about Mossadegh because
yes.
Oh, then I have
a green aisle right now, and obviously this looks more like I think in sort of a more city. I don't know if this is the staging area, Lori, or do you know exactly where the crew is? Okay. Okay, this is the staging area in Green Isle. So this is going to be a distance from, I think Rob Wilson told us the other day, it's about maybe 5 minutes or so drive from the farm where the Bolter farm. And again, we don't know that the Bolters were living there, that Vance Bolter was living there. There was the place in Minneapolis where he'd been renting that space with some roommates for quite some time. So we didn't really ever know who was at the farm at what time, but now this seems to be all coming back to that area.
But we do know that that area and that farm was very heavily searched, very heavily guarded for much of yesterday, for sure. And certainly there was a presence there throughout the day today. How Vance Bolter would have made his way back there, still unknown tonight. But it appears that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and I can tell you, just as we're kind of moving around here with the camera, and Lori, you'll kind of have to let us know what we're seeing here. Maybe, guys, if we can put it in the kiosk and pull it up a little bit more. The screen's a little bit small, but I can tell you that yesterday morning when we were on the air, it was probably around 9:30 or so, where we had a chopper up over the Bolter farm, and you could see these sort of almost like SWAT vehicles kind of moving in, a couple of them, and nobody, while we were up in the chopper, ever got out, but they definitely sort of surrounded the place, and then they stayed put. And then our chopper was asked to leave the area by the Department of Public Safety. At that point, we don't know what happened because we lost our aerial shot. But that was sort of the last we saw of what was going on. And then we had heard throughout the afternoon that they did an extensive search. I don't know that that area was ever officially cleared.
It was an update, too, as well, from law enforcement this afternoon in terms of their search. And there were some points in there where we were wondering, they have something, they have a plan. There's something going on here that they weren't saying. And it was still all focused in that Sibley County area still, which led us to believe that that's where they believed he was.
Yeah. I don't know. Do we want to go to Green Isle? Is there anything that we're seeing there activity-wise? Okay, Paul.
Paul, you...
Okay.
You're in Blaine today. Give us the latest from what sort of led up to where we are tonight.
All right, let's set the scene for me. I am at the Emergency Operations Center, having some return audio in my ear. So we are at the State Emergency Operations Center in the North Metro. I will say we are not getting 100% confirmation from authorities here. Of course, this is the nerve center of this investigation. There was a news conference here, around 5:30, so 4 hours ago. What happened, I'd say 15 minutes ago, I got a text from a police officer, not directly involved in this case, but connected, through just law enforcement, and he texted, arrested alive from people at the scene that they were using drones that would find Vance Belter crawling in the dirt in a field, and he ultimately surrendered peacefully. So in custody, alive, in Sibley County. As you mentioned, a lot of attention of law enforcement there today with the abandoned Buick. Pieces of evidence found nearby that indicated that, yes, Belter had been there. The cowboy hat from those suspect photos that were distributed by the FBI, by the BCA. Of course, there was a $50,000 reward offered for the capture of Vance Belter, and he apparently has been found within, I don't know the exact distances, but found alive in close proximity
I wonder if they got
to
paid for their
family
ratting.
property, his farm, if you will, down there in Sibley County near Green Isle. We are awaiting word if we will see state authorities today. Remember, it was BCA Superintendent Drew Evans who was here earlier, as well as DPS Commissioner Bob Jacobson. So again, facts continuing to unfold. We have it confirmed with our multiple sources that Vance Belter is alive. He is in custody, and of course we know that there are multiple warrants for his arrest, facing charges of murder and attempted murder, of course, in Hennepin County, and then a federal federal warrant, a nationwide warrant for his arrest, and charges that are ready to be filed in federal court against him for basically eluding capture, eluding arrest. So we'll have to see how this criminal case plays out, this unprecedented incident in Minnesota. Really, certainly recent history, if not the state's history, the political assassination of a top lawmaker, a husband, and then, of course, the attempted murder on a DFL senator and his wife in Champlin. And, you know, as you start piecing this all together, I can't help but think I was in Melissa Hortman's neighborhood.
Oh, it fell over like a little puppy.
Of the deadly
leg.
shooting, the unthinkable act that happened there, and the fact that his Vance Belter's, what was believed to be his security car, that fake police car, the fact that police had arrived on the doorstep at the Hortman home when they did, there was an exchange of gunfire, and that set him off on foot, leaving behind the vehicle. You know, was there a more elaborate plan for him from there with this manifesto with dozens of names on it? We don't know what was going through his mind, but clearly he was on foot because of that encounter at the door of the Hortmans, and now it has all led back to basically his property as we understand it. An hour or so away, I was talking to our reporter down there, So Young. She had described there was about a 10-mile difference, I think, between where the car was abandoned and then where they were staging for this final operation. So again, awaiting official, I suppose, confirmation here at state headquarters. Remains to be seen if we still see authorities tonight. I would think they would want to get out in front of this. So we will continue to monitor the situation from here. Let me take care of my audio, and I'm happy to answer some questions for you guys.
Yeah, Paul, just one more thing here, if you can hear me. Go through again, it's really important details that you gave us right off the top on on that information that you received from a source just moments ago. He said some 15 minutes ago. Give us the details of that one more time, please.
Yeah, so it, again, kind of combining a couple of pieces of information from sources. There's something about a trail camera and perhaps in being located, if you will, or at least in a proximity area, that there was movement detected. But then from police, not someone directly on scene, but the law enforcement community is tight-knit. Clearly this case, while it ended in Sibley County, it's certainly in some way, shape, or form is Hennepin County based, right, with Brooklyn Park and Champlin. This officer was told that drones would find him crawling in the dirt in a field, and he would subsequently surrender peacefully.
What a pussy.
So drones, trail cams, and a peaceful surrender is the best I can tell you right now. Again, I am in the nerve center where you would think we'd hear from state authorities just as soon as possible. But right now, we're going to have to go with sources on the ground, and Fox 9 is comfortable reporting that at this point.
Paul, I don't know if you can hear me. So nobody is there in that center right now? Or
hold on a
who is
second, I'll
there?
read that
I mean,
comment
is there any indication that there's going to be any sort of an update from officials?
We just don't know at this point. I will just tell you the setup. It's a new setup here. They have a new sort of emergency operations center that's recently opened. They have us, and I would describe it as a bullpen. We are required to stay in here, so I don't necessarily have direct access to some of the key figures in this investigation. So we will wait. I have had some face-to-face contact. They have said they just did not want to in the last 5 minutes or so confirm this information at this point. They may be wanting to gather, dot their I's, cross their T's.
I don't
So they
understand.
have everything in order
Like somebody
from the
must
field
have
before they
fixed
say
the
anything.
drive up or
So we're
something.
at their mercy in that sense. But clearly there are other ways to get information in this day and age. And we do feel like we are in position with our sourcing on the ground there to officially
mean,
tell
you
you
can't just
Vance
blow it up?
Belter, this
No.
wanted political
So
assassin,
there was a
wanted on attempted
drive
murder
here
charges. He
that
is in
somebody
custody
picked up,
alive.
and I don't know where it went.
And just stand by, Paul, because obviously this will develop throughout the next minutes and hours. But I want to remind our viewers, left side of your screen is the live images of Green Isle. Right now it's frozen at this second, but this is the image that is happening right now in Green Isle. Again, that is the location where it's believed, and we have
We've been talking about
hear
that
it.
rally that took
Mute
place
the video.
for Zoran Mamdani.
What?
Mute the video.
Why?
There's no terminal here. I was trying to listen with my ears. Here we go. There was a computer. I just couldn't hear it.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
I got the terminal.
fuck this base.
There we go.
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
Drop it in. South, bar.
That was at Terminal 5 on Saturday in New York City. The rally was for volunteers. Let's just take a look at the photo first. There were a lot of people there. I mean, 3,000 people. In any other context, 3,000 doesn't sound like a huge, huge crowd. But
that's a full crowd for Terminal 5, which is one of the better venues to watch a band I've seen in New York City.
And check this out, though. This is for a Democratic primary. Now, if Andrew Cuomo... Oh, I ran into somebody handing out a Cuomo leaflet the other day.
Oh, yeah, I saw some.
Yes.
Yeah.
On Thursday, I think it was, in between my doctor's appointments.
And you
I said,
you didn't respond with like, so
what do
you're
you like
into
about
rapist,
Cuomo?
huh?
And he said, I
just like rapists.
I got paid to do this.
This is the letter I started climbing.
He didn't know. He's like, I don't really know much. I'm paid.
What's that pay like?
I didn't ask him, but I imagine it's
You get
not.
paid and go canvas for Zora.
Yeah. I don't know that they've had to spend money on canvassers. That's the point. Is that I don't think that Andrew Cuomo could fill a coffee shop.
What
with,
in the fuck?
With volunteers. Now, he's got millions of dollars. He's got name recognition. And that's what this race is really ultimately coming down to.
And a lot of people fear him.
And a lot of people are nervous about him and are afraid to come out and endorse anybody else.
I'm fucking real.
Even
I fucking hate the robots.
Sort of had this just backed into endorsing sort of Brad Lander, but not
fucking
really.
knocked over.
Fascinating. I mean, you know, it's one thing for the New York Times to like hedge on their national endorsement, but how 3 days after early voting starts does the New York Times, and I emphasize New York because it's their city where someone's running for mayor. I mean, this is like the most basic function of a newspaper in terms of endorsement. Like, you might as well just not endorse anymore.
They should have endorsed both Zoran and Cuomo. That would have been the most awesome.
I mean, honestly, like, it's an embarrassment to that paper. It's an embarrassment.
New York Times.
Nevertheless, here is AOC speaking at Mamdani's rally, and it's really relevant. Well, play this and then we'll talk about it.
For so long, we have had political leadership, including in the Democratic Party, that has just wanted to play it safe, that has just wanted to be neutral. Where so many people are motivated by their own individual political careers. And I cannot tell you how shocked I have been to see so many of the individuals who called on Andrew Cuomo to resign in disgrace after so many details of harassment against women. And for those same people who called on him to resign, to stand behind him and endorse him for mayor of New York City, I will tell you, as a survivor of sexual assault, I will never unsee that ever again.
Good. Don't let him.
We have to have a politics of integrity, not a politics of cowardice anymore.
Tell him.
We have to stand up for what is right
I love
in
Hitler.
this country. And when I say that this is not just about New York City, but that this is about the United States, I mean that literally. Because Andrew Cuomo has made clear that if he wins this race, he wants to run for president of the United States of America.
Well, that's a position that rapists love.
And in a world and a nation that is crying to end the gerontocracy of our leadership, that wants
Does that mean
a
old
new
people?
day, that
Yes.
wants to see a new generation ascend, it is unconscionable to send Andrew Cuomo to Gracie Mansion once again.
Bro, they're reinforcing
New
over
York
here.
City, we need
Get
a new
Sammed,
day.
idiots.
We deserve a chance. We deserve a New York City that centers working people.
They can't do shit.
I know so many of us walk down our blocks, and for so many of us who have grown up and around this city, we cannot even recognize the neighborhoods that we grew up in.
Sounds
We
conservative.
can't even afford to live in the places that we were born anymore.
Okay. She pulled it out. It's good.
We can't even find a job that will pay us enough to just continue living as we are. This is about our future, and for so many of us, it feels existential because it is.
I mean, what I find fascinating about this is that it is blending in a bunch of sort of like messages that are at play in the Democratic Party. I mean, nothing she said there was particularly ideological at all. You know, maybe centering workers. But nothing in
Dems
that.
used to do that.
Well, Dems used to do that. I mean,
how dare you center the people who make up the majority of your country? What a joke of a human being
I
you are.
came up on the landing pad. That was like the guy who shot Trump there. I came up on the landing pad and my head was literally level with a bullet. And I just took it to the dome.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Nice.
That was the anti-aircraft
Yeah, the same.
gun shooting him down.
Oh man. How long have we been gone?
Almost 6 hours.
I think there's one mission left in this set. And I think it's a
Blitz.
Eradicate or Blitz.
Good. Good. Well, let's put something fun on.
Look at the fun list. They keep fun stuff on there.
I wanted to watch this.
What is this?
This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Stick around to hear more about the special.
Am I
Completely
value
honest,
tained?
I didn't believe it. I of China.
What?
Am I gonna be value tained?
It's not valuetainment.
I want to be
wants
value.
me to make propaganda for them.
We're
And to
already-
be completely
we've been
honest,
value
I didn't
tained
believe
enough.
it either. That is, until I
Yes.
found out it was most likely real. How about this? Let me tell you a story. I'll try to make it interesting, and at the end of that story, all of you can decide whether or not the title is accurate. Because at the end of the day, I can't really be 100% certain here without actually doing it, which I'm obviously not going to do. Here goes.
Why not?
Once upon a time, like...
Take that commie money, sir. Take that commie money and then release this video. So you make the video that they want and then you release the actual video exposing them and then you show all the email correspondence and you expose the email. You understand? Like, this is how you tell people agents are trying to fucking pay for your content.
Like, what's her, like James Lindsay Sterling?
What?
Anyway, there was a review journalist, Sterling, and I believe
Engaging orbital thrusters.
he was asked to make a video, and they like basically gave him a list of demands about the Lord of the Rings game, and he instead made a video about those, and they lost their shit. They were so mad. He made a video about the demands, calling out the demands. He took the money and like called out the demands.
That's great. Love that. Was it what? Who was the sponsor?
It was the Lord of the Rings game.
Ah,
the
okay.
sequel, the second one.
Yeah.
Shadow of Mordor, or whatever it was, whatever the second one was.
Yes,
in that
yes,
series.
okay. Never played those games.
I played them a little bit. Not much though.
Well, clearly you didn't play them as much as Peter Thiel.
I remember it was like free to download for the Game of the Month thing.
Well, you certainly didn't read them as much as Peter Thiel. What a doofus. That one. And then that one. No, this one. Gonna be landing hot, yeah? One second. Boom.
Helipod launch initiated.
I'm just saying, you really think we need our own pods? We could probably share, right? And then we get an extra pod.
I don't see why you couldn't share.
You want to share my pod?
Share everything else in the military.
You want to share my pod? You want to get my pod with me?
Is it big enough? Looks only big enough for one person, though.
I'm a tiny guy. Actually, I think I'm wearing heavy armor. Wait. I think I have siege ready on. Roadblock. Because I look like a big robot.
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions. Requesting advanced weaponry!
Bag's empty. Reloading. Calling down a support weapon.
Found something!
Reloading.
Like 2 days ago, I received an email. Not unlike many other emails that I get, I initially assumed it to be spam because, quite frankly, it looked like spam. I should probably add here, I get a ridiculous number of absurd emails.
It is
As
from
an example,
the Chinese
here's
government.
one from an OnlyFans agency called AJZ Modeling, asking to set up a Zoom call with me because they think I'd be a great fit for their service. Here's one from an agency called Easy Collab, I guess, which is apparently working with an AI dubbing company and wanted to commission a dedicated review. Here's an older one from something called Moo, which is apparently a stock trading platform, asking me to become a KOL, which apparently means Key Opinion Leader, which is flattering, but obviously no. And the list goes on indefinitely. Actually, literally as I wrote the script, I got this one from some shit-ass solar company, trying to get me to be an affiliate of theirs. I get stupid emails all the time, but this one ended up being slightly different. Have a look. Quote, "Hi, Upper Echelon. This is Yu Chen from Winter Whale, a talent agency that collaborates with influencers across multiple platforms. We're inviting content creators under 35 to join a 10-day, fully sponsored trip through Suzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Handan, and Beijing as part of the 2025 China Global Youth Influencer Exchange, 14 to the 23rd of July 2025. You'll co-create with Chinese influencers with 1 million plus followers and network with fellow creators from over 100 countries plus, join in on high-level global discussions at WYDF. All major expenses, including airfare, hotel, transport, and meals, are included.
Resmi, right there,
We
right
hope
there.
selected participants
Come on, buddy.
to post 2 videos
You can
during
do
the
it, you
trip
can do it.
and take part in a collaborative highlight reel. If this speaks to you, please fill out this very short form. End quote. All right, so on the most immediate visual level, this email looks
Suck
like a
my
scam,
dick,
and it still
Annihilator
very
tank.
well could be. But for starters, it didn't end up in my spam folder, and much more importantly, somewhere in a very dark corner of my brain,
Who
I
threw that
remembered
120?
something. Hadn't China done something like this
Take my
recently?
Mac. Yes.
Wasn't there an example of this
Take my Mac.
exact phenomenon?
Take my Mac.
This year? I wasn't really sure, but I did have a hunch.
I got propelled
it
across
turns
the
out
map,
Bob
so
was
now I'm not
correct.
nowhere
I don't
near
remember
my
where it
fucking
first
Mac.
happened across my feed, but there actually was an example of this exact same thing happening with Indonesian
Sounds like a you
influencers.
problem.
In fact,
Sounds like
this year
somebody
in
dropped a
February.
120
Check it out.
grenade on
Quote,
my Mac to begin
Indonesian
with.
influencers explore Chongqing's unique charm. End quote. With an article that goes on to talk extensively about a group of 10 Indonesian social media influencers who enjoyed the memorable sights of China and were captivated by this leading destination for overseas tourists. It sounds good, right? Yeah, it does. But this is where I have to connect some dots. Bear with me. The trip was an all-expenses-paid, hyper-curated look at Chongqing City. But why was it
Chongqing?
happening in the first place? Well,
When
to
you're on the
answer that
22nd
question,
floor,
let's
you're on the
consider where the
first.
promotion came from.
You don't
First up
understand,
is
it's
the
super
Western
advanced.
China International Communication Organization, or WCICO, which is the headline that we read. The WCICO is one of the main networks responsible for the promotion of this trip. I'll spare
Bro,
everyone the
just lost
research
an arm.
details, the threat analysis, and all the boring parts, of which there are many. But the WCICO is a recently expanded media apparatus working, quote, closely with China's central media while taking advantage of Chongqing's unique economic and geographic
Doesn't
position.
matter, I
End
fucking-
quote. In essence,
everything that I
it's a
built
more
around
local
got
player
propelled
in
across
the
the map.
distribution of government-curated news. By itself, that may seem insignificant, but trust me, it gets a whole lot more interesting than that. On a side note, it
Like
is
I
now
built for a
time, once
blitz.
again, to match the demographic audience of viewership for the channel with brand deal discounts for companies that support the content, which means a special offer from Surfshark. Surfshark is a VPN, virtual private network. Canary, for anyone who knows or cares what that is, they have it. If you don't know and don't care, doesn't matter to you. If you click the link down below, surfshark.com/echelon, and use the code echelon at checkout, you can get 4 extra months for free with a special pricing offer. Again, link down below, surfshark.com/echelon, coupon code echelon at checkout for an extra 4 months of the service completely free. Big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring the channel. Okay, back to it. Another place, or outlet rather, I guess, that this trip was heavily publicized, this time with an entire sculpted promotional video attached to it, is called Global Link. And this is where it gets real good. For starters, there are very clear talking points being used. It's beautiful, the people are friendly, the nightlife, etc. And you could sort of see this happening even more if you compared it to what these people were also posting at the time on, say, Instagram. However, much more important than that, when you look into the company Global Link, you start to understand why. Global Link is one of the news portals for the Xinhua News Agency, which is the official state news agency for the People's Republic of China. It is a specific mechanism for the distribution of information related to the Chinese government and the ruling Communist Party. It is the definition, the very definition of propaganda. And just to hammer that point home, historically the agency has been described as the
flamethrower does the
eyes
Hulk
and
pretty well.
tongue of the CCP.
Yeah, that's pretty
Seems
good.
like a picture is forming, right? But it gets better. This trip, after being strategically covered and promoted by the CCP media arms, also received coverage inside Indonesia, this time from an outlet called Antara. But Antara, it turns out, has a direct cooperation agreement with the Xinhua News Agency.
No
It's
way.
like a proxy for the tongue of the CCP. Make sense? This means that we had a sizable group of popular Indonesian influencers on a specially curated, paid for, and controlled trip.
Hey, you guys remember when all the commies were crying about US aid? And because they funded, like, Radio Free Asia and shit? Do you think that they'd be against this? Probably not, right? I think they'd be very for this. Oh, but it's not imperialism because China is fighting America and America is the only imperialist.
talking about the real China experience and how great the country is, which was then carefully covered by at least 3 different state-linked media outlets, even so far as the largest and most directly affiliated government news agency itself doing an entire video about it. And now I see this email on June 10th, 2025, about a fully sponsored trip to 5 Chinese cities. Let me just pull back the veil a little bit before I build out the rest of the picture. This is what's called a soft power strategy. China has very obviously used this particular version of it before, at least once, but they've also used variations of the strategy in Poland and the Czech Republic. Back in 2024, an influencer named Jan Michalek, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, I know that, but I did my best, was given a very similar all-expenses-paid trip to China, once again showcasing specific destinations and a curated snapshot of the culture, this time in the Xinjiang province, which, at least internationally, is known for human rights abuses. The strategy itself has many different forms, but there's context missing right now, which is that China has a term called white monkey, where apparently foreigners will be hired for situational promotion simply because of their race. It's apparently based on a phenomenon where association with foreigners can signify a certain kind of international status. So if we look at these trips through that kind of lens, yeah, it's the white social media monkeys dancing and doing what they're told. Let's circle back to the original email that I got. According to this, influencers under the age of 35, targeting youth, are being invited on a 10-day all-expenses-paid trip to 5 major cities: Suzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Handan, and Beijing. This was on June 10th, but also on June 10th, things like this began coming out. Here's an article from Bloomberg, quote, "Beijing woos US influencers with free trip to show real China," end quote. Or here's another one from the Economic Times, quote, "China is offering American social media influencers an all-expenses-paid 10-day trip. Check terms and conditions," end quote. Each of these emphasizing the same 5 cities. This is a real thing. Presumably much the same as the previous Indonesian sort of pilot example, China is now offering state-sponsored expedited visas to popular US influencers so that they can go on a 10-day carefully crafted visit to 5 major cities and show the real version of China. But I have to say right now, if this is in fact a legitimate email to me and not a phishing attempt or something like that, they're casting the net really wide.
I changed my mind.
If I had to speculate, they're probably trying to replicate what happened with iShowSpeed. And for anyone who doesn't know what that means, it's kind of wholesome, honestly. iShowSpeed is an extremely popular Twitch streamer, or maybe not Twitch anymore, I don't know, he's just a popular streamer. And he did this whole world tour type thing, where he would visit a country, find something local like food or a landmark, and then just go nuts over it.
That factory
he would praise it, say how great the place was, probably generate a massive amount of business in the process, and then move on. But there was always a sort of positive undertone to everything he was doing or posting. He would go places and talk about how amazing they were, which is presumably what the Chinese government is now attempting to replicate at scale with special government-funded trips. I'm not even going to criticize the concept itself or make it seem like a bad thing, because it's kind of not. But we should at least be honest about what it really is, and that is propaganda. The trip will include all sorts of landmarks and locations, which is awesome, right, on a cultural level, but also includes, like, technology companies, such as BYD or Zhaohongshu Technologies. This is a social media power play, and the thing to keep in my mind, or to keep in everyone's mind, is that it's not actually free. People who decide to accept the offer or apply or ultimately receive the visas and go, this is not a free vacation. You will be paying for this trip by posting what they tell you, when they tell you, and parroting talking points directly from the CCP, so that your Western audience can hear them from your mouth. That is the purpose. Stone cold simple. In about a month, midway through July that is, the trip will supposedly be actually happening. So once again, if the email that I received is real, which I believe it very well might be at this point, I would make the prediction that we're about to see a collection of extremely famous influencers, because they'll up-select based on whoever ends up being open to the offer after
we got no
an
time.
extremely wide net. We're about to see a collection of extremely famous Western social media influencers suddenly start parroting a whole bunch of identical talking points about
We have no time. I have a spear and a walker, and I'm already prepared for
wondrous
extract.
hospitality of China and the CCP, because they're trading propaganda for the backing of the government. I should clarify right now, It's not just a free trip, right? In their minds, it's about networking. And by accepting this offer, you trade your voice for state-sponsored backing. You will be promoted, you will gain followers, and most likely massive financial payouts as a direct result of all of that. Because you are their white monkey, and they're gonna make sure that people see you dance. I said I would tell a story, and I have, but there's a few clarifying points now. I checked the email header, and it doesn't appear to be spoofed. DKIM, SPF checks, etc., they all passed. The agency it's supposedly from doesn't really come back with much at all. But then again, I once accepted a gaming phone way back in the day called the Red Magic 6 from an agency with the same sort of non-existent internet footprint, and that one was very much real, so I'm not sure. I can't say for certain whether this is an actual attempt at getting me to participate in Chinese government propaganda or a perfectly timed spear phishing attempt. But either way, it's not going to work. I have routinely made content in the past criticizing the Chinese government, their policies, their connected companies, and more, which means that even if this were somehow real, I would probably get disqualified later on.
No, that's what you don't understand. They literally target people who are not pro-China on purpose because you get anti-China people or people who aren't necessarily pro-China posting pro-China shit. So imagine a non-political channel, never talks about politics. The travel channel, let's say. This travel channel, never been to China, never spoken about China, doesn't really give a fuck. And then they start posting Chinese footage from China. And it's saying all these same...
Did you grab the rare samples that I pointed out, or no, you weren't listening?
No. And then you get people who aren't necessarily political or
There's another one you
anything like that. You know, you could have just picked them up.
I was in a mech. I cannot pick them up, actually. That's why I was marking them and said, hey, rare samples if you care. There was another one I could have gotten, but I was too slow.
Liberty smiles upon your trust.
And then you get like unsuspecting people, normies, if you would, posting on behalf of the Chinese government, not realizing, and that's the problem. And so that's why you specifically are getting this email, or they're targeting people who have done China does stuff videos, and honestly, it's a pretty good idea. Like, if you can get somebody that people trust posting pro-China stuff unsuspectingly, you'll get a lot of people. And depending on who you get, you could be quite successful.
When they realized, well, now wait a second, hang on, he doesn't actually have a history of good behavior or a good social credit score or whatever, give him the boot. To be fair, even if it were perfectly legitimate, I'd still say no, because I don't want to trade my voice like that. But brace yourself, because China is on the hunt for Western influencers offering...
Wait, this is interesting. ODST pods malfunctioning sometimes think the weight differences of two occupants might screw it up. Interesting. What was this one? Trump said publicity seeking Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said that I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to DC to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He has no idea why I am on my way to Washington, and it certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. What a wanker.
He's so funny. It's so cool that he's a president.
Isn't it? Again. Okay. I am max level on the Liberator Penetrator.
What's that?
My gun is now yellow and black. Fuck yeah.
Ready for another
Safety
mission.
first.
This warrant and spear build that I had was pretty fucking nasty.
The next highest gun. Plasma Scorcher. 5 levels. What else? Did I get anything else? Ooh, I might be able to buy something.
The reprimand's really good.
No, I need
against the
Rex
robots
now.
specifically.
Yeah. I could get
It's better
upgrades,
than
but I need
it's
Rex
better
Lips.
than any of the assault rifles against the robots, I think. The only reason you would use an assault rifle is if you're using it more like a DMR.
Sure.
But that can also just do short range if necessary. Then I guess there's a reason for it, but like it's just so much better than all the assault rifles. Yeah, it does 125 damage with 20 recoil. Lib pen is 60 damage, 8 recoil. But that's also, I have the it's 9
God.
recoil by default.
There's
no,
so
12.
many super credit store things now. There's like a whole bunch.
You mean tabs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been like that. So the first page is the one that changes daily. And that's sometimes that's where you'll get the warrant pistol.
Yep.
Or the tomahawk and stuff like that. But these are the newer packs. They cycle through here. So you
Ooh,
could
a
get
light armor with extra padding. A heavy armor
what
with
page
extra
is
padding.
that?
11.
Yes, the light machine gunner. That one's great.
There's a light armor with fortified. Cool.
But the fortified commando, that one's got extra padding on it, so it's got the most health.
Oh my
This
god,
one,
that's a cool
the
helmet.
page 9.
I'm buying it.
B-24 Enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
That's an intermediary medium armor, so it can withstand a 2-shot from a warrior.
Mm-hmm. I just bought the drone helmet. Oops.
Yeah, I like that one. It's just
Fucking
that the
cool.
helmets do nothing except look cool.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also, the chemical agents helm,
Mm.
I really like. This one.
I don't know.
It's covered.
Throw us on the other side. Oh, yep. Nazi helmet.
I mean, I think that the Nazi helmet is this one, the light machine gunner. Which is the helm I use the most, but the drone helm's cool too.
Yeah, I think the drone one's the one that I'm going to be using from now on. That's very cool. Even though the other one matches my outfit and is also very cool. It's on the same page as the outfit that I use though, so it should work together. Fuck yeah, it does. Looks great. Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah. We love it.
I'm gonna press
We
the end of
love
the
some
screen now.
customization. Ooh, that's a good one.
I'm gonna end it.
Okay. Wait, let me do my soundbite.
I'm gonna end it.
I